I'm sorry, because they getting on my nerves because I feel like this they be asking me stuff that's common sense. Like I'm telling this person that they need to build this report. And they one of the questions is, well, what's the threshold? Should they show up once? Why would you want to report to of people that show up twice? What the hell? What type of question is that? Like they really like this when they like play. I'm sorry, I mean to suck my teeth, but they try to play on my intelligence, and it bothers the hell out of me. For real, it really does because your ass know that they should only fucking show up one time on a goddamn report. Like, what are you talking about? So I'm like going off on this person you would in the most professional way.
All right, so the jurors are here ready to go, but I know I told you, Mr. Yannetti, I'd hear you at sidebar on this, so why don't we come to sidebar?
Good morning, everybody.
All right, we'll bring the jurors in. We'll take a few minutes. Tony, do you want me to step out? Okay. Do you need to come in?
All right.
If they don't hurry up, they already know it's a half a day. Bev only got them in here for a half a day. They need to get the ball rolling. We're gonna get through 2 witnesses and then she's gonna be like, okay, it's 10 o'clock, time to go. Actually don't like that we are watching on Law and Crime, so I'm going to make sure that we get back over to Court TV because I like their feed better. So I like Court TV better than Law and Crime. We're gonna roll on over here.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Thank you. So I do have to ask you those three questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Okay, thank you very much. So is there a new witness this morning?
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
The defense calls Brian Laughlin.
Okay.
So you're going to step up, take the card, and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Make a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughran, Loughran.
In what town do you live, sir?
I live in Canton.
Where did you grow up?
In Canton,
How long have you lived in Canton?
all my life.
Did you attend Canton Public Schools?
Yes, I did.
Through which grade?
I graduated from Canton High School,
What year did you graduate?
1990.
Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yes,
How many?
I have two brothers, one sister.
What are their names?
Christopher, Michelle, and Michael.
And where do you fit in the order?
I fit in between Michelle and Michael.
You're the second youngest.
Correct.
How old is your brother Michael?
Michael is 53.
What does he do for work?
He owns his own driving school, and he was a member of the select board.
And you say he owns his own driving school. In which town?
Canton,
And you mentioned that he's a member of the select board for which town?
town of Canton.
And what is the select board in Canton?
It's the governing body for the town.
Having grown up in Canton, are you familiar with the Albert brothers?
Yes, I am.
Which ones?
All of them.
Can you name them?
Brian, Chris, Brendan, Keith, Kevin, and Tim.
Of those Albert brothers, whom do you know the best?
Chris.
How close in age are Chris and you?
Very close. I believe I'm 2 years older than Chris.
How did you become familiar with Chris?
I went to elementary school, I went to middle school, and then he graduated from a different high school.
Was there any other relationship between the two of you beyond being classmates?
Yes, eventually I ended up working for Chris, delivering pizzas.
How old were you approximately when you started delivering pizzas for Chris Albert?
About 26.
Do you remember the name of his pizza establishment?
Yes, D&E Pizza,
Where is that located?
Canton Center.
How many years did you deliver pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
About 8 years.
Prior to January 29th of 2022, were you friendly with Chris Albert?
Yes,
You previously mentioned that your brother Michael is a town selectman. What political office does Chris Albert hold?
Chris Albert is also a select board member.
And Chris Albert is Brian Albert's brother, obviously.
Yes,
So your brother and Brian Albert's brother are both town selectmen together.
correct.
How did you become familiar with Kevin Albert?
Through D&E Pizza and
And I'm
interact.
sorry, you said through D&E Pizza?
Yes. And interactions with the DPW, doing details and stuff.
Okay. First, with regard to D&E Pizza, you said there were interactions with Kevin Albert relating to that pizza shop. What type of interactions?
He would come in, I'd be, friendly, I'd say hello, or there'd be deliveries to the Albert residents, and I would, make those deliveries.
You mentioned the DPW. I didn't ask you what you did for work, sir. What do you do?
I work for the DPW. I work in the Highway Division.
And the DPW stands for Department of Public Works?
Yes,
For which town?
Town of Canton.
And what are your duties, or strike that, around January and late January of 2022, what were your duties for the DPW?
I would plow.
And how long had you worked, or to this day, how long have you worked for the DPW?
20 years.
Now, as a DPW employee, how much contact do you have with the police department?
We have varying jobs that require police details.
So
We
you're
would-
doing work, and there has to be a police officer there to oversee and direct traffic and things of that nature?
Correct.
How often have you worked in that capacity with Kevin Albert from the Canton Police Department?
About a dozen times.
And what was the nature of your relationship with Kevin Albert before January 29th of 2022?
Through D&E Pizza, I would, the Alberts usually had family functions on a weekend, and I would make deliveries.
Can these last few jurors hear the witness? I just want to make sure everybody can hear. Okay. Now, what was how did you become familiar with Brian Albert?
Again, through D&E Pizzas and deliveries
Deliveries where?
to his residence.
Do you know what his residence is or what the address is?
I do.
What is it?
34 Fairview Drive.
What was your understanding of what Brian Albert did for a living?
My understanding, he was a police officer for the city of Boston.
Now, you say that you made deliveries to 34 Fairview Road. How often, and was there a particular day of the week that you delivered more than others?
It's usually once a week, and it was usually on Sundays.
And that was to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
As of January of 2022, how many decades had the Albert family lived at that address, if you know?
As far as I couldn't give you a year, but I know as long as I've been in Canton, they've lived at that residence.
All right, now directing your attention to January 28th and 29th of 2022, were you on duty as a snowplow driver that night and early morning?
Yes.
When did you learn that you would be on duty?
Early January 28th, we were notified that we had a 2:30 start time.
And that would be 2:30 a.m.
A.M.
on January 29th?
Yes.
How did you learn that you would be on duty?
Our supervisors for the DPW would notify us.
Who was your supervisor?
William Walsh.
And what instructions were you given in terms of when you were to report?
We were to report at 2:30 in the morning and prepare our trucks for plowing.
What time did you actually get to the DPW that morning?
I got there about 2:15.
And when you say you got there, where did you go?
160 Bolivar Street.
And is that Bolivar?
Yes.
What is 160 Bolivar Street?
It is the DPW garage.
And when you go there, is there a requirement that you punch in?
Yes.
Did you punch in those early morning hours?
Yes.
Who was there when you got there?
Other DPW employees and William Walsh.
William Walsh being your supervisor?
Yes.
Were you assigned a specific route those early morning hours?
Yes.
What route was that?
Route 11.
What streets does Route 11 encompass?
Route 11 comes Cedar Crest from Dedham Street to the end. It encompasses everything from Kings Road to Chapman Street.
And streets in between as well?
Yes.
And what street is in between Cedar Crest and Chapman?
There will be Spring Lane and Fairview.
What truck or snowplow were you assigned in those early morning hours?
I was assigned Truck 30.
And does that have a particular nickname?
Yes, it's considered a Franken truck.
You said Franken truck,
Yes.
like Frankenstein.
Yes.
Why was it nicknamed Franken truck?
It was a very uncomfortable truck, and it had a lot of mismatch of parts to make it more convenient for the drivers.
Okay, I'd like to show you some photos, sir. If I may, please.
Okay.
Mr. Loughran, I've placed 4 photographs in front of you. If you could just familiarize yourself with them and look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what is depicted in those photos?
Yes, I do.
And did you take those photos
I did.
at my request?
Yes.
What do those photos depict?
They depict the inside of Truck 30 or Franken truck.
And is there one that actually depicts the outside from the front as well?
Yes.
Do
Yes.
those photos fairly and accurately depict Frankentruck as it looked on or about January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer those, Your Honor.
I have no objection to any of the photos.
All right, thank you.
Perhaps they could be marked with the next exhibit number A through D.
Yes. And once that's done, you can feel free to publish.
Thank you very much.
Exhibits 211A through 211D.
Thank you. And with the court's permission, Mr. Wolf, if you would publish them one at a time in the order we discussed. I imagine that is 211A, Madam Court Reporter?
Ms. Gianetti, why don't you take the photos so you'll know what they are?
Great idea. Okay, could you explain what 211A depicts for this jury?
That is the front of Truck 30, Franken truck, and it's depicting the 2 mirrors on the right and left side of the fenders.
Okay. What about the next one, please, Mr. Wolf? Can you identify, this is 211B, sir.
Yes, that's the inside of the Franken truck looking out the windshield.
As if you were seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
Next photo, please. This is 211C. What does this depict?
This is depicting on the range that I would see seated in the front seat, looking out the windshield, and depicting how much I will be able to see.
Okay, and this would be more toward the left side in front of you as you're seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
All right, next photo, please. This is 211D. Could you explain this to the jury?
Again, I'm sitting in the front seat of the Franken truck, and I'm taking a picture out the right side of the windshield, again, depicting on how much I can see out it.
Thank you. Okay, we can take those down and put the lights on. Okay, so you previously testified that you got to the garage about 2:15 a.m. on January 29th. Could you explain to the jury what do you do when you get there at 2:15 a.m.?
So at 2:15, we do a simple circle check to make sure that there are no defects with the truck. We go ahead and we make sure it has plenty of diesel. And then I put, any supplies that I may have for the night, planning on an overnight shift. And then I get in the truck and I proceed to my route.
And what type of supplies are you talking about, sir?
Any types of drinks, food, anything, snacks.
Preparing for a long night?
Yes.
The circle check, does that mean what it sounds like, where you sort of take a circle around the vehicle?
Yes, we're trying to make sure that the truck is safe, that there is no defects that would hinder the job ahead of it of being able to plow.
And when you did the circle check in those early morning hours, was there anything unusual that you found?
None.
Were you comfortable driving the snowplow that night?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you make sure it's filled with diesel fuel so you're good for the night.
Correct.
Now, what lighting is there on the truck facing outward?
I have 4 lights. I have the initial headlights, and then I have 2 plow lights that are on either side of the fenders. And then I have marking lights, and then I have work lights in the back for the sander.
Okay. If you recall the one photo that showed the truck from the outside, were the 2 plow lights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Were the headlights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Could we display that one more time, Your Honor, to have him point that out? Is there a pointer there, sir?
No, there is not.
Okay. Could you describe on 211A where those plow lights are?
Plow lights are just above the grill on the right side and left side.
Okay. And would it be fair to say the plow lights appear to be a clear lens and then an orange lens on either side?
Yes.
And the headlights, sir, where are those located?
They are to the right and left of the grill, and they're underneath.
Okay. And those are located just to the right of the grill in terms of as we're looking at 211A?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down and put the lights back on? Now, do you recall whether or not, strike that. You also mentioned marking lights. Where are those?
Marking lights are on the top of my truck, along with a beacon light on top of the truck.
And what is a beacon light?
Beacon light is exactly what it looks like. It's a light that just illuminates and it goes around in circles.
And the marking lights, what do they do?
They're similar to driving without your headlights. They're just there to mark the truck so that it's more visible for residents who may be driving and not paying attention.
And where does the lighting face those marking lights?
Front.
Okay, so in terms of the light that strictly goes toward the front, you have marking lights, plow lights, and headlights, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether, when you did your circle check, you checked out whether those lights were all working?
Correct.
And were they working?
Yes.
When all of those lights are on, how bright is it in front of your truck?
Extremely bright, almost as if I had a spotlight.
And that's facing straight out.
Correct.
What about facing diagonally out front?
Again, as far as the lights will illuminate.
And then on either side, directly out to the side, how far can you see?
About 5-6 feet.
Okay. So you see more when you're looking straight out and then diagonally out, correct?
Correct.
You can see farther?
Correct.
Now, how about in terms of you being situated in the vehicle? How high up is the driver's seat?
Driver's seat is an air ride seat, so it can adjust accordingly.
What is an air ride seat?
It is adjusted by air, and it can go up or down depending on the driver's.
And how long did it take you to do the circle check, to put your snacks in the car and water, and to make sure the car or the truck is filled with diesel fuel?
About 5 minutes.
All right, so if you get there at 2:15, is it fair to say that you're ready to go on the road somewhere around 2:20 or 2:25 a.m.?
Correct.
And when you did start to go out on the road at around that time. How was the seat adjusted?
I adjusted the seat up so that my knees would hit the bottom of the steering wheel.
How big is that steering wheel on the truck?
It's fairly large. It's larger than a regular passenger vehicle. It's very large.
As of January 29th of 2022, were there any obstructions on any part of the windshield that would prevent you from having a clear view in any direction through the windshield?
No.
Once you got into that truck in those early morning hours, how far could you see in front of your truck?
As far as my eyes would let me see.
And how far could you see diagonally?
Diagonally, probably, again, as far as my eyes would let me see.
All right. Now, you get on the road. When you plow, is there a particular method that you use?
Yes.
Describe that.
I start in the middle of the road and work to the right, angling the plow to the right.
Are you familiar with the term ring row right?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
Or ring row to the right is the amount of snow that's coming off the plow, creating a row. We angle everything to the right so that it does not impede on traffic on the left.
Right. So if you had gone in the other direction, you'd be putting snow right in the opposite lane of travel, right?
Correct.
So you always go to the right.
Correct.
What part of the road, once you hit the roads, do you plow first? What part of the road?
I start at the yellow line and I work to the curb line.
Why do you plow the middle of the road first?
Again, I want to ring road to the right, and I want to be able to give a bigger swath of space for first responders.
And generally, after going up a street or a road that you plow, when do you come back down the same street?
Immediately after I'm done.
Now, you mentioned Route 11, your route that night. You mentioned that it takes you to Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Once you leave the DPW garage to go on your route, Route 11, how long does it take you to get to any part of Cedar Crest?
About 10 minutes.
May we display actually, it's Exhibit 49. Do we have access to Exhibit 49?
What is it? Is it,
It's just a map.
okay.
And if we can't put our hands on it quickly, I can just display it on the screen.
Is it in evidence?
It is.
You can put it
Okay,
on the
thank you,
screen.
Ron. If you put up Exhibit 49 and maybe zoom in so we just see, well, I think it is as zoomed in as it's going to go. Is that true, Mr. Wilk, to get okay. Maybe zoom in on the top part of the map, if you would. Perfect. All right. So are you able to see that map from where you are?
Yes, I can.
And by the way, do you wear corrective lenses?
Yes, I do.
What do you wear?
I wear glasses, and when it's inclement weather, I wear contacts.
So on the night in question, when you went out on your route that night, were you wearing glasses or contacts?
Contacts.
What are you wearing today?
Contacts.
You've testified in a prior proceeding regarding this matter last year, correct?
Yes.
What did you show up with that day?
Glasses.
And what's your difference? What is the difference in your ability to see the screen with your glasses or your contacts?
My contacts makes things a little bit more brighter, allowing my eyes to see better
You have
with
more
the
difficulty
contacts.
seeing distances with your glasses?
Correct.
All right. Any problem seeing that screen here today?
None.
All right. What does that depict?
That depicts my route. Cedar Crest, Dew Lane, Spring Lane, and I'm not able to read the one underneath Spring Lane. Just
Certainly it's a portion of your route, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you see where it says Cedar Crest, right?
Yes.
And you see the red dot there?
Yes.
Does that red dot refresh your memory or orient you, I should say, as to what road that red dot is on?
Yes.
And what road is that?
That would be Fairview.
All right. Now, when you hit Cedar Crest Road, are you in that area of Cedar Crest or are you in a different area of Cedar Crest when you first come upon Cedar Crest Road?
When I first come on, I'm coming in at the beginning of Cedar Crest, which is at Dedham Street in Cedar Crest.
Okay. And how long a road is Cedar Crest before you get to the area of Exhibit 49?
I would say that's about a mile and a half.
And how long does it take you to plow Cedar Crest before you get to this area on January 29th of 2022?
About 10 minutes.
All right. How much of that mile and a half or so stretch of road did you plow when you first encountered it?
I plowed the entire street.
If we could zoom out, please. All right. And when you're driving on Cedar Crest Road, are you driving toward that red, Fairview Road that you've identified?
Yep.
Coming in from the right portion of the map or the left portion of the map?
I'm coming from the right side of the map.
All right. And so you start about a mile and a half down the road to the right, which is off this map, correct?
Correct.
And you say it takes you about 10 minutes to get to the area of Fairview.
Yes.
So would Fairview be on your right or your left when you first encounter it?
On my left.
And when you hit Fairview Road that first time, what do you do?
I go all the way to the very end of Cedar Crest, turn
way?
around in the cul-de-sac, and then head back up towards Fairview.
Okay, so you're passing Fairview on your left,
Yes.
plowing further, and then turning around and plowing back.
Yes.
And when you came back to the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview, what did you do?
I take a right.
And how familiar were you with 34 Fairview Road on that day,
Very, very familiar.
having delivered pizzas there for years?
And then having grown up in that neighborhood.
Were you friendly with the Alberts growing up?
Mostly with Chris, but, I was cordial with the boys.
All right. And when you entered Fairview Road from Cedar Crest for the first time on your route, would 34 Fairview be on your right or your left?
On my right.
And can you give the jury your best estimate of when, or what time was it when you first encountered 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022?
About 2:40, 2:45
That would be AM?
a.m.
And when you were passing 34 Fairview Road or encountering it at that point, what did you know about who lived there?
I knew the Alberts lived there, and I knew that Brian Albert was a police officer, first responders.
Now, aside from the lighting on your truck, were you aware of whether there were any street lights in the area of 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Could you describe those?
Sure, there's one before you get to 34 Fairview driveway, and there's one after Fairview's driveway.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not those street lights were working on January 29th of 2022?
I do not have a memory of that.
But in any case, how much of the lighting of your Franken truck was illuminated at that time?
All my lights were working.
So you're now driving up Fairview Road, and 34 Fairview's on your right. Taking into account the lighting conditions that existed, especially on your truck, how much of the front lawn of 34 Fairview could you see?
I could see all the way to the front door.
What obstructions were there at the time when you first passed the Alberts residence?
None.
Were you familiar with the area of the flagpole on the left side of the property?
Yes.
Now, when you are plowing, sir, where is your attention focused?
My attention's focused out the front window, to the right and to the left.
Why?
I am looking for pedestrians. I'm looking for residents that may be backing out, not aware that I'm there, and God forbid, animals.
How much of the time that you're plowing are you scanning the road?
All the time.
Now, as you're passing 34 Fairview, could you see the area of the flagpole at 2:45 in the morning, sir?
Yes.
What was on the ground on the Alberts lawn at that point in the area of the flagpole?
Nothing.
Did you see a 6'1", 216-pound man lying on that lawn?
No.
Now, after plowing Fairview with the Alberts residents to your right, what do you do?
I go to the very end, take a left on the Chapman Street, back down Chapman Street, and then take a left back onto Fairview.
And are you plowing the whole time?
Yes.
So you get to, in this diagram, Exhibit 49, we don't have to turn the lights off, I think we can see it. You're traveling in a down direction, correct?
Correct.
And you would hit Chapman Street, is that fair to say that's at the bottom?
Correct.
You do some type of three-point turn and go back down Fairview?
Yes.
How long does it take you to get from 34 Fairview the first time to get to Chapman Street?
Maybe 5-10 minutes.
And then how long does it take you to get from Chapman Street back down so that you're now passing 34 Fairview again?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
And when you're coming back down, what side of the road is 34 Fairview?
On my left.
When you pass 34 Fairview at that time, are there any obstructions preventing you from seeing the front lawn?
None.
Was there any difference in the lighting on your truck when you were coming back down?
No.
Where is your attention focused when you're passing 34 Fairview on your left?
Again, out the front, right and left.
And how much of that front lawn are you able to see on 34 Fairview when you're coming back down from Chapman?
I can see everything. I can see right up to the front door.
What did you see on the front lawn of 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022 when you're making the second pass by 34 Fairview in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right, now, you've made an up and down pass, sir, correct?
Yes.
Once you pass 34 Fairview for that first up and down pass, where do you go?
I then go do Spring Lane, and I do that top and bottom.
And is there a point in time when you come back to the area of Fairview Road?
Yes.
That second time now that you're coming back, I'm counting the up and down pass as the first time.
Okay.
You with me?
Yep.
That second time now that you're coming back, about how long is it after the first time?
About 45 minutes.
So now it's about what time that you're coming for the second time to this area?
3:30.
And when you come back to the area of Fairview Road, the second time, are you on the Cedar Crest side, which is on the top of Exhibit 49, or the Chapman side, which is on the bottom of Exhibit 49?
I'm on the Cedar Crest side.
And when you approach it from the Cedar Crest side, are you approaching from the same direction that you did for the first time up and down pass, or a different direction?
Same direction.
All right, so you're now coming down Cedar Crest again, correct?
Correct.
Fairview's on your left.
Yes.
Did you take that left, or did you do something else?
I did not take the left. At that point, I could have taken the left. I can make a decision depending on how much snow there was on the ground. I ended up going all the way to the end as if the first time.
All right, and you did your same turnaround in the cul-de-sac?
Correct.
And now you're approaching the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview again, correct?
Yes.
What do?
I take the right onto Fairview.
How was the weather at 3:30 in the morning when you're now in that area of Fairview and Cedar Crest?
It's snowing fairly hard now.
Do you recall how much snow was on the ground at that point?
Maybe 2-3 inches.
And at about 3:30 in the morning, how far could you see in front of you? Again, straight and diagonally in front of you,
As far as my eyes would let me see.
as a result of the lighting on your truck?
Correct.
Now, you take the right onto Fairview. Describe for the jury what you see in the road at that point.
As I make my right onto Fairview, I notice that there's a vehicle on the right-hand side, roughly in the area of the flagpole, in
And-
front of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And did you make note of what type of vehicle that was?
Yes,
What type of vehicle was that?
a Ford Edge.
What direction was that vehicle parked when you saw it?
It was parked nose going up Fairview.
Toward Chapman?
Yes,
So you're coming up from behind it?
correct.
You see the rear of that vehicle?
Yes,
And was it parked adjacent to the Albert property, or was it across the street from the Albert property?
adjacent to the Albert family.
And how close to the area of the flagpole was that Ford Edge parked at 3:30 in the morning?
I can't give you an exact measurement, but looking at the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the front door in the area of the flagpole, so in between the front door and the flagpole.
Now, what caused you to remember that there was a Ford Edge parked at 3:30 outside the Albert's residence that night?
For as long as I can remember, they have never parked a vehicle in front of their house. They've always had enough ample parking in the driveway.
What policies or protocols of the DPW are in force when vehicles are parked on the street or the road during a snow emergency?
There is no parking allowed. We are supposed to notify our supervisor when there is a vehicle in the way. At that point, the supervisor will make attempt to call the resident or have the police show up at the resident. And then if they can't get the car removed, the car gets towed.
Sir, did you follow protocol that night?
I did not.
Why not?
Knowing the Albert family, knowing that there was a first responder, I gave them respect and opted not to follow procedures.
How did the presence of that Ford Edge parked on the side of the road affect your direction of travel?
I had to go around the vehicle.
How did you maneuver around it?
I had to maneuver to the left, go up, and then maneuver back right into my lane, and then continue up Fairview.
And at any point when you were maneuvering to the left and then angling back to the right, could you see part of the front lawn of the Alberts?
Yes,
Were you able to see any part of the area around the flagpole?
yes, as I maneuvered back right.
And when you maneuvered back right and saw that area, what, if anything, did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. So now you've passed 34 Fairview again. Where do you go?
I go back to the top of Chapman, and again, I do a left and a right, and head back down Fairview.
Another three-point turn.
Correct.
So now you're doing your second up and down, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you then enter Fairview again, coming back down from Chapman. And how long does it take you to get back down to the area of 34 Fairview?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
Now, you are now approaching 34 Fairview, and it's on your right or your left this time.
Again, it's on my left.
What, if anything, did you see in the road at that point?
Again, I saw the Ford Edge in the road.
Now it's on your left side?
Yes,
Did it appear to be in the identical position as when you came up the street toward Chapman?
yes.
How much of the area of the flagpole were you able to see this time as you're coming back down from Chapman?
It was obstructed, so I wasn't able to see as much as the first time, but I was still able to see the flagpole.
What did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole at now 3:35, 3:40 in the morning?
I saw nothing.
All right, so now you've done your second up and down pass, correct?
Correct.
Where do you go?
I go back out on the Cedar Crest and I continue to do the rest of my route.
Now, at this point in time, did you do more of your route or spend more time away than you did between the first and second time?
I did more of my route staying away from Fairview.
And about how long did it take you before you came back to the area of Fairview Road?
About 3 hours.
So, what is your best estimate of this third time that you're now approaching Fairview Road?
About 6:15
And that'd be AM
a.m.
on January 29th?
Yes.
Now, this time when you approached Fairview Road, did you come from the Cedar Crest side or the Chapman side?
I came from Chapman Street side.
And when you turned, did you turn left or right from Chapman Street to get down to Fairview?
I turned right.
And once you turned right, did something unusual happen?
Yes, I noticed there were blue lights behind me, forcing me to pull over to the side of the road.
Did you recognize the vehicles that had, or vehicle? I didn't ask you if there was more than one, but did you recognize what type of vehicle or vehicles there were?
Yes, they were police vehicles.
Which vehicle was traveling more quickly, the police vehicle or Franken truck?
The police vehicles.
What were you doing with your snowplow after the police passed you?
I continued down Fairview.
Coming down Fairview, did you actually lose sight of the police cruiser that had passed
I
you?
did.
How many side streets are there when you're coming down Fairview from Chapman Street?
3.
What are they?
Wyndham, Old Ridge Hill, and then Carriage Lane.
Now, you're now coming down Fairview Road. What did you notice ultimately in front of you in the road?
I noticed the police cars had the road blocked off and preventing me from going to Cedar Crest.
And with regard to the lighting on those police... With regard to the lighting on those police vehicles as the road was blocked off, could you describe that for the jury?
Sure, they had all their blue lights on and they were parked blocking the road, the entire road. I couldn't get through.
How well lit was it in the area where the police were?
Very well lit.
So you're now confronted with a blocked road. What do?
I turn around at Carriage Lane and I continue to do that road, and then I exit Carriage Lane and go to the left.
All right, and going to the left would send you back toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And once you leave the area of Fairview Road, how long does it take you to come back down to Fairview Road to finish the plowing that you didn't do the first time?
As soon as the police were able to leave the area, I was able to finish that area.
Do you recall what time you finished your shift on January 29th?
I honestly don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
No worries. Do you remember if it was daylight out at that time?
It was daylight.
Okay. Now, sir, in the aftermath of that storm, when was the first time you were approached by anybody connected within this investigation on either side, if you recall?
About 2 weeks.
Who was it that approached you at that time?
First name is Paul, and he described himself as a private investigator for the defense team.
Prior to hearing from the defense private investigator, had you ever heard from anybody from any police department whatsoever?
No,
Do you know who Michael Proctor is?
I do.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
And did Michael Proctor ever call you or contact you at all in those 2 weeks?
No.
Where did the defense investigator approach you, if you recall?
He approached me at my place of work, which was at the Canton Ice Rink, Metropolis Ice Rink.
And what were you doing at the ice rink?
I was operating the Zamboni.
Now, without telling us what you told him, did you speak to the defense investigator?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you do something with the defense investigator?
Yes, I met him for a second time at the Kennedy School, and then we both drove my route.
Skipping ahead to the next year, sir, 2023, were you approached by law enforcement officers who were not Canton Police or Massachusetts State Police?
Yes,
Without telling us what you told them, did you speak to them?
yes,
Before speaking to them in 2023, had you ever heard from former Trooper Michael Proctor or anybody from this investigation from the State Police or Canton Police?
no,
At some point, did you hear from the State Police?
yes,
That was after you'd already talked to the defense and to these other law enforcement officers who were not State Police or Canton Police?
yes,
And sir, how clear is your memory about what you saw or didn't see in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022 in the area of 34 Fairview? The first up and down pass, the second up and down pass, and then the third time you came.
very strong.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. The exhibit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have you and I met before?
No, sir.
This is our first time speaking?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you say that your memory from that night is very strong. Would it be fair to say that before today, you've talked about this case many times?
Yes,
You've interviewed with different law enforcement people as well as civilians and attorneys, haven't you?
correct.
I have not been one of them.
No, you have not.
And is it fair to say that when you've recounted that night as far as times and what you saw, many times your memory has changed? Is that fair to say?
It has not.
You spoke to a private investigator on behalf of the defense shortly after that night.
Yes,
Was that the first time that you spoke to somebody about what you had seen or not seen?
yes,
That is the first time?
yes,
Inevitably, over time, you have given statements to at least 4 different people, correct?
correct,
And you've testified in court under oath.
correct.
During the pendency from that night until today, it's fair to say there are many times where you have been intimidated, isn't it?
No,
You've been threatened.
nope,
You were aware, sir, that you were being threatened by an online blogger to expose you.
I was not.
You're saying as you sit here today, you have no awareness in the history of this case that you were being threatened by an online blogger.
I was not threatened by an online blogger.
Was the online blogger threatening or saying that he would expose you and tell personal things about you if you weren't helpful?
He was not threatening.
Let's remove the word threatening. Was the person communicating and making clear to you that if you didn't testify in a certain way, there would be some consequence to you?
Objection. Can we have a time frame, please?
Anytime from when you first spoke to the private investigator until today, were there communications made to you by an online blogger that there would be consequence for you if you didn't testify in a way that was acceptable to them?
No,
You listened, of course, didn't you, to podcasts that were about you?
I did not.
People told you about them.
Yes, they did.
When friends told you about them, you knew who that person was that was making those claims, correct?
Correct.
You were well aware of the person had a very strong and large social media presence.
I didn't know how large or what his presence were, but yes, I knew he had a blog.
Well, you know now because you follow that blogger now, don't you?
I do follow him, yes.
You pay for a subscription?
I do not.
Did you get one for free?
I did not.
And in following that blogger, you know full well the power that person has to get attention from the community to harass, correct?
Yes.
And so during the pendency of this case, not only were you aware that you were being pressured to testify a certain way, you also knew there'd be consequences if you didn't. Isn't that true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
The premise of that question is not accurate.
So he can answer that.
You knew there was pressure for you to testify a certain way in this case, didn't you?
I did not know I was being required to testify a certain way. I was also at the time dealing with the loss of my wife. I was not paying any attention to any social media.
Sorry for your loss, but you are aware during the pendency of this case that there has been pressure on you to testify in a certain way. Isn't that fair to say?
No,
Sir, you received a call from that blogger, didn't you?
I did.
And during that call, did you know the person was recording you?
I did not.
You later learned that the person recorded you.
I did not.
Do you know that your conversations were spread throughout the community online?
I was.
Sir, some of those communications or inquiries were claims that you would be exposed for personal matters if you didn't testify a certain way, weren't they?
No.
Inevitably, you've met this person, haven't you?
I've seen him. I haven't met him.
Have you ever spent time with him?
No, I have not.
You're still a follower of that blog.
I am.
When you follow the blog, do you read anything or do you watch it?
No, I don't do much anything towards the blogger.
As you follow it, you can see there are oftentimes articles about you.
No,
Haven't you ever been encouraged to do the right thing?
no,
Haven't you ever been celebrated after you've testified in a way favorable for one side
Yes.
or the other?
yes,
And so when you were being celebrated, that certainly took off any pressure that would be consequence, didn't it?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
When you were celebrated for testifying a certain way, did you find that to be encouraging?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I did find it to be encouraging,
Did
but
you,
I did not want it. I don't think I deserved it. All I was doing was my job and telling the truth.
did you enjoy the attention that you got?
I did not.
Did you pose in photographs with people who support one side or the other?
I did.
And when you were in those photographs, are you saying that you didn't enjoy the attention that you were receiving?
I did not. Again, I was trying to be polite and trying to avoid any confrontation that may come from something if I said no.
Well, did anybody from the district attorney's office ever suggest they would confront you or punish you if you didn't testify a certain way?
No.
How many friends contacted you about what was being said before you testified, the pressure? How many people told you about that?
I couldn't tell you. All my friends were telling me.
So you were hearing a lot of noise or information from your friend group and community about what was being said about you.
Yes.
And this was before you testified at the first trial, sir.
This was before.
Sir, you work hard, don't you?
I do.
You work many different jobs.
I do.
You try to be a good citizen.
I do.
You are not looking for attention.
I am not.
It was brought to you.
It was brought to me.
You wish you never had that attention, don't you?
Yes.
Because you just want to live your life the way you want to live it rather than have people you don't know attacking, criticizing, or intimidating you.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that, please?
So would it be fair to say that you simply want to live your life the way you've been living it without outside people attacking or pressuring or threatening you?
Yes.
On June 15, 2023, you were contacted by the defense private investigator, weren't you? And you may not know the dates. Were you contacted twice by the private investigator?
I would need to know what time frame we're looking at.
Fair enough. By the way, the blogger that I speak of, do you know if he is friendly or supports one side over the other?
I know he is friendly towards one side, yes.
Okay. The side sitting in the back of the room?
I would say the defense team.
You've interacted with a private investigator hired by the defense.
Yes.
Have you also interacted with any of the attorneys?
Yes.
Which attorneys have you interacted with?
Mr. Yannetti.
Have you contacted or have you spoken to any other attorneys other than Mr. Yannetti?
Just Mr. Yannetti.
How many times have you spoken to Mr. Yannetti?
Again, what are we talking? First trial, this trial?
The entire time, from that night until today. Can you remember how many times that you've spoken?
About 5 times.
How many times have you gone in to be interviewed by him?
4 times?
During those interviews, were they spaced out over the course of this case?
Yes.
What was the purpose of those interviews?
To go over my testimony.
When you went over testimony, were you ever shown prior testimony?
Yes.
Were you shown prior reports?
No.
Were you shown a prior investigator's report?
Yes.
Were you shown a prior report by a law enforcement agency that is not the state police and not Canton?
Not by Mr. Yannetti. I saw that first document for the first time during the first trial.
When you were discussing your testimony, was there a discussion about the fact that the times that you gave the private investigator were different than the report from that law enforcement agency?
Could you repeat that question, please?
When you were preparing for trial in those meetings, was it brought up, did you discuss that there was a difference in your memory, or at least in the reports, between what you told the defense private investigator and what you told that other law enforcement agency?
No.
Were you aware that there was a difference between the different statements attributing your memory as to time?
The first trial, yes.
When you were with the defense preparing for trial, did you go over your testimony?
Yes.
Go over questions and answers?
Yes.
Were you ever subjected to a make-pretend cross-examination about issues that were important in this case?
No.
Were you ever pointed to any particular issues that were important to talk about in this case?
No.
When you did the questions and answers, were they written down or just a conversation?
Can you repeat that one, please? I'm sorry.
When you went through the questions and answers in preparing, practicing for your testimony, were they written down?
So ask it differently.
When you were preparing for your testimony, were the questions and answers written down, or was it just speaking?
Just speaking.
Those 4 times that you met, is that a guess, or was it 4 times?
It was about 4 times, yes.
Could have been more?
No.
And during those 4 times, was there anything different other than going through questions and answers about testimony and preparation? Was there any other subjects that you talked about?
There were none.
Did you ever receive any compensation, sir?
I received none.
Do you know whether people were sending you compensation that you didn't receive?
No.
You don't know?
I never received anything.
Were you given anything to bring home with you so that you could remember past testimony or some of the questions and answers that were going to be asked?
No.
How long were your meetings in preparation for your testimony?
About 45 minutes to an hour?
Were they all about the same time or were they different? When you came into court last year, it's fair to say this is after you became aware of essentially being targeted, correct?
He can answer that if he can. Can you answer that, Mr. Loughran?
I can. I don't ever felt like I was being targeted.
This was after you received all the information from your friends and people in the community that you were being attacked.
I'll allow that.
Again, I don't feel like I was being targeted.
Are you concerned after this case what happens with the blogger that you follow?
No.
You talked about your meeting with the private investigator. The first time you met him, do you remember that meeting?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met him?
I met him at my place of employment.
Did you go anywhere with him that day?
No, I did not.
You had a conversation with him and you spoke about what you had remembered from that night?
Yes.
Do you remember when you spoke to that private investigator, you weren't sure how many times you went up and down Fairview that night? That you had said 2 or 3?
No, I told him I went up at 2:30 at 2. I told him at 3:30 I went up 2. Went up and down. And I told him about 3 hours later I went up and down. I went down and wasn't able to go around the police cruisers and had to turn around at Carriage Lane.
You mentioned that you believe you told the private investigator that you went up and down at 2:30. Do you remember when you spoke to the private investigator, you actually said 3 o'clock?
I don't remember the 3 o'clock.
May I approach?
Yes.
And before I do you remember you said that when you went on your second pass, it was around 3:15?
I told him I went up Fairview between about 2:40 to 2:45. And I said about 45 minutes later, I went for the second time.
Okay. Now you had said 2:30, and you just now said 2:40 to 2:45, and then you said 45 minutes later.
Yep.
Okay. Do you remember telling the private investigator that when you think, or you said you saw a Ford Edge, you were actually still on Cedar Brook, not on Fairview passing by it, but you saw it from the street at Cedar Brook? Do you remember telling him that?
I
Sorry,
don't remember.
Cedar Crest.
Secret. I don't remember ever saying that.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes. I'll show you a copy. This is a report that you didn't write, so I don't want you to read it. I want to show it to you and see if it helps remind you of what you told the private investigator that day. You can look at any part of this, but what I'm asking you is whether or not you remember telling the private investigator that when you saw the car, you weren't passing on Fairview, you were up on Cedar Crest. That's the question I'm asking. So I'd ask you to look at whatever part you want, but I'm going to point out the part to you. When you're done, don't answer, just look up, and then I'll get to ask you some questions about your memory, okay?
Okay.
And so I directed to this part, but you can look at any part that you want, sir. Are you done, sir?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, do you now remember when you were speaking to the defense investigator about seeing a car? You said that about 3:30 to 4 a.m., when you were plowing Cedar Crest Road, you looked toward Fairview Road and saw a small SUV parked in front of the house. Remember telling the PI that?
I never remember telling him that.
When you spoke to law enforcement, not the Canton Police or the state police, you understood it was important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
And you understood, at least with that law enforcement agency, if you misled them in any way, it could be up to a 10-year penalty?
Yes.
When you spoke to them, did you take that interview very seriously?
Yes.
Try to be as precise and accurate as you could?
Yes.
And when you spoke to them, obviously, like anybody, you had in mind that there could be serious consequences if they felt misled.
Yes.
You try to be honest with them,
Yes.
provide them your best memory in good faith.
Yes.
And this was shortly before, well, actually, this was May 24th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
When you met, there was more than one person there from this agency?
I believe so.
Was there potentially two?
There was two.
And when you met with them, they asked you about when you began working that night.
Yes.
You told them 11:30 to midnight.
I never told him that.
And so as you sit here today, your memory is you did not tell those law enforcement agents that you began work at 11:30 to 12?
We had a 2:30 start time.
I understand, but I'm asking you,
I never told them. It was always 2:30 start time.
when you spoke to them, do you remember telling them the first time you were out near the area was midnight?
Nope. No.
When you spoke to those law enforcement personnel, were they taking notes?
I believe so.
Have you ever seen their report?
The first trial I did, yes.
Who showed you that report?
It was shown to me by Prosecutor Lally.
You think Prosecutor Lally showed you that report?
It was shown to me.
And do you remember telling those two law enforcement personnel that you believe that there were emergency vehicles, ambulances, or police cars in front of Fairview at 3 to 3:30 a.m.?
I do not.
Are you saying that you did not say these things to them, or are you saying that that's not your memory?
That's not what I said.
And so you're saying that's wrong. You're denying
Correct.
you made those statements.
Correct.
At the time they say that you told them there was emergency vehicles there at 3 a.m., that is the same time that you told the PI that you saw the Ford Edge, around 3:30 to 4, correct?
About 3:30 is when I saw the Ford Edge.
It was dark out that night, wasn't it?
Correct.
There are no street lights down near that flagpole area of 34 Fairview, is there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Was it on that night?
I can't tell you honestly if it was.
You testified at trial, at a proceeding last year?
I testified that there were, it was asked to me that there were not any streetlights. And I answered it in the affirmative way, and living in that neighborhood, I saw that there were actual streetlights.
You testified at a proceeding last year, didn't you?
Yes.
I mean, you testified at the proceeding. Did you meet anybody from the defense close in time to that proceeding?
I don't know, when we met, how close to the proceedings it was.
Do you remember being prepared before you went into trial last time?
Yes,
by?
by Yannetti, excuse me.
Do you remember telling the defense private investigator that you made your final pass at 6:30 a.m.?
I remember I told him it was about 3 hours going down Cedar Crest and was not able to go to the end of Fairview due to the first responders.
At trial last year, do you remember saying it was 5:30?
I did,
And today you had said about 6:15.
yes.
Okay. You weren't timing anything on a watch for times, were you?
I was not.
You were not accounting in any way for time whatsoever when you were out that night, were you?
No, I was not.
When you're providing times, are you trying to use your best memory?
Yes,
Do you recognize that you have a differing memory on times of what you did that night?
no.
You talked about your view from the tow truck and that you have a bunch of lights on it. On the tow truck, you had mentioned that your vision to the side was 5 to 6 feet.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Yes, of course. You said when you were driving your tow truck, you could see forward and sideways.
Okay, I don't want to be, I don't drive a tow truck.
My apologies. My apologies. Your snow plow.
Thank
You
you.
said you can see forward and sideways.
I can see forward, I can see diagonal, and I can see right to left.
When you look right to left, you said you could see about 5 feet.
Correct.
Do the lighting conditions affect how well you can see?
No.
Does the weather?
Yes.
When you're plowing, are you ever looking at the street in front of you?
Yes.
Are you looking at people's front yards?
Yes.
And so, what did you see as far as the front door of the Albert House that night? Was it open or closed?
It was closed.
With lights on?
I can't answer that for sure. I don't remember if there were lights on.
How about the neighbors on the left? Were you looking at their front lawn?
Yes.
Did you see if their lights were on?
Again, I didn't recognize if their lights were on.
Do you look at every neighbor's front lawn up to the door as you're driving in the snow plowing?
I look to the right and to the left, and my eyes will graze to the yard. Yes, I will look there.
You were saying you have a specific memory of looking at the Albert front yard all the way to the door. Do you have a specific memory of looking at the other neighbors' yards to their door?
Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
Yes, you said that you looked at the Albert house all the way to the door.
Correct.
Do you have a memory of looking at any other houses all the way to the door?
Yes.
Okay. Which house had a dumpster in front of it?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to a dumpster. Dumpster wouldn't be in the front yard.
Are you sure on your route there was no dumpsters in anybody's front yard?
I can tell you there was a dumpster this week.
No. I'm more interested in January 29, 2020.
I can't answer to that. I don't remember.
A dumpster, a 15 by 20 foot dumpster, that would be bigger than a man's body, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
And so you have no really specific memory of the other homes in the neighborhood that night?
I mean, I looked, I saw, I didn't see a dumpster that would have definitely stuck out.
Okay. You said you had vision as far as your eyes could see.
Correct.
What does that mean?
Means if there were, my eyes were, as long as they're open, I can see as far as they will let me see.
Is that dependent on lighting conditions, darkness, snow?
Correct.
That night, did you have any difficulty paying attention or driving?
I did not.
Did you have a small accident that night?
I did.
Okay, what did you hit?
I hit a portable basketball net.
Was that part because of the weather conditions? You didn't have a good opportunity to see it?
No, I definitely saw it and just did not judge enough.
You said that you went up and down the road a couple of times. When you were asked to describe the car that you said you saw, when you first spoke to the defendant's private investigator, you didn't give any detail about the type of car, did you?
I told her it was a Ford Edge.
When you first spoke to the investigator, you used the words Ford Edge?
I did.
Did they bring you to a parking lot at some point?
They did.
And when they brought you to a parking lot, did they have you go out in the parking lot and look at a Ford Edge?
They did.
And when they had you go out and look at the Ford Edge, did they have you identify that as the type of car?
Yes, they did.
And when you did that, how many cars were in the parking lot?
We had a hockey game, so there were several, at least 100, 150.
Who pointed you to the Ford Edge?
I pointed to it.
Did the investigator take you to the Ford Edge?
No, he did not.
It was just an open parking lot and he asked you to look around to see if there happened to be a similar car?
No, I told him a Ford Edge. He wanted to make sure I knew what a Ford Edge looked like. I pointed to the Ford Edge, and he was satisfied.
So after you said a Ford Edge, he brought you to a parking lot to point out a car?
We were at my place of business. We just walked out the door.
Where was that?
At the Metropolis ice rink.
The rink?
Ice rink, yes.
Did you then meet the investigator later on at a school?
Yes, I did.
And who did you meet at the school?
I met Paul again.
And what was the purpose of that?
He wanted to go through my route.
You wanted to go through your route.
Correct.
And then, did you choose to meet at the school?
I did.
You did?
I did.
And why did you choose the school?
It was an easier landmark for the gentleman to get to, and it was minutes from my route.
Did you know that former Trooper Proctor's sister worked there?
I had no idea.
You said last year that when you went by Fairview, did you say that you would buy your final pass at 5:30 a.m.?
No.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, when you have contact, you also wear reading glasses?
Yes. I can't read things up close.
Understood. This is trial testimony, testimony from June 21st, 2024.
Mhm.
And you were asked do you recall what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview? You said, I don't honestly recall what specific time. Yes?
Yes.
And then you were asked, sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back? And what did you say?
Say about 5:30.
And so even last year, you were having some difficulty remembering the times, right?
System.
Were you having difficulty last year remembering the times that you were on Fairview?
No.
When you said you were on Fairview last year at 5:30, you didn't see anything on the Albert front lawn at 5:30 a.m.?
I wasn't on Fairview at 5:30 a.m.
Okay. Were you asked last year about your travels on Fairview?
Yes.
Okay. When you asked about, you recall, was time you wound up on Fairview, and you said you didn't remember. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And is that true testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you had some difficulties in your memory of when you were on Fairview when you testified last year. Isn't that fair to say?
No, it's not fair.
And then you were asked approximately if it was 3:15 to 3:30 the second time, what time did you come back?
And I said, if I were to guess, I said 45 minutes later.
Did you say, I would say, if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview?
That time was incorrect. It was 6:15. I couldn't go down any further due to the police presence.
So your testimony last year, you understandably made a mistake about the time, correct?
I did.
And it's true, isn't it, that you really have somewhat foggy memory about the times?
It is not.
That time of 5:30 is very different than the time you told the agents when you met them, I'm sorry, the law enforcement officials that weren't from Canton or the state police. That was very different than when you told them 3 to 3:30.
Very different.
And it's different than the 3:30 to 4 timeline that you gave the defense private investigator the first time you spoke to them. Correct?
Correct.
And it's different than what you told the jury today, that it was 6:15.
It's different, but it's not.
When you plowed that night, did you have any reason to look for somebody who was lying on the side of a yard?
No.
Did you have any expectation somebody would be lying helpless on the side of a yard that night?
No.
If you had seen somebody, certainly you would have helped.
Correct.
When you said that, when the private investigator asked you where you were when you said you saw the Fort Edge, are you saying that you didn't tell the private investigator that you were on Cedar?
I don't remember telling him I was on Cedar Crest. I do remember telling him that I had turned onto Fairview and saw the vehicle.
Cedar Crest in a storm at night is quite a distance from the flagpole at Fairview, isn't it?
No.
About 300 feet?
Roughly.
Difficult to see under those conditions?
No.
Could we have Exhibit 71, Stream 0, at about 6:17 a.m., please?
Okay.
Could you stop it there? Do you see that street light?
I do?
Okay. At the end of that road, past the street light, is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Is that a fair depiction of the elements that night around that time?
Yes.
And in this case, there's further illumination with the car that's facing us?
Correct.
That wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
You said after you saw law enforcement, did you come down Fairview after you saw law enforcement?
I was on Fairview already when I saw the law enforcement.
Did you drive by Cedar Crest again to go back and forth and watch what was going on, or did you go on your route?
I went on my route, which included Cedar Crest.
Did you keep driving by because you wanted to watch, or did you just leave and do your regular route?
I went and did my regular route.
Could I have 6:19:27, please? And could you play it? If you could back up a little before 6:19:27. Is that weather consistent with what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Is that you there?
I don't know if that's me. Yes, that's me. That is me.
Could we go to 6:32:45, please? Is that you again?
That one, I can't tell if that was me again.
Could we go to 6:35:14, please? Was that you?
I don't see it. I don't see the truck, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Could we go back to 6:35:12?
That looks like to be a pickup truck. That does
Okay.
not look like my truck.
6:37:45, please? And that's you again, right?
Again, I can't tell you for sure if that was me.
Those were not your red and orange lights consistent with the earlier ones that went by?
What I saw the first time was the reflecting tape off the body of my truck.
Could we go to
I have
7?
a plow guy that is a contractor that we work tandem together.
And was he out there that night as well, going by Fairview?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever tell the private investigator about him?
Yes, I did.
7 o'clock, 22 seconds, please. Is that you, sir?
I can't say for sure.
7:15, 45 seconds, please. Do you recognize that plow?
I do not.
7:19 and 55 seconds, please. Was that you, sir?
That was me.
How long does your route take?
It's hard to say. I mean, as long as it's snowing, it can take as long as it takes.
Well, if you're going to do a pass, how long does an entire pass take?
If I were to do from Cedar Crest to the end, it would take probably 10 minutes. If I were to do the entire route, I'm not cleaning up, I'm just giving it a pass so people can get through. Could take about 3 hours, could take 4 hours.
When you mentioned Brian Albert on your direct examination, Had you talked to the defense about Brian Albert in your preparation for testimony?
No.
You knew some of the Albert family,
I know the entire Albert family.
and you know Brian Albert as a police officer?
Yes, I do.
Why is it that 3 times in your direct testimony you characterized him as a first responder?
Because he's a police officer, they're first responders.
Did anybody ever suggest to you to use the terms or the phrases first responder when you were describing Brian Albert?
No one did. Those are my words.
Since your trial testimony last year, have you received any more focusing or targeting of harassment?
Ask it differently, Mr. Brown.
Since last year when you testified, have you received any recent aggression towards you for testifying?
No.
Have you had any further focus or problems?
No.
Objection. I move to start further objection.
I'll strike that.
I have no further questions.
Very briefly, sir. You were asked by Mr. Brennan about whether you saw a dumpster that night. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
In the aftermath of January 29th of 2022, was a dumpster all over the news for the next 3.5 years?
Not that I'm aware of.
You were asked about going through your route with the defense investigator and giving a statement to the defense investigator.
Yes.
How soon after January 29th of 2022 was that?
2 weeks.
Were the events fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes.
Finally, actually not finally, I've got 2 more points, but they're both brief. You had mentioned that that night you actually misjudged and hit a net.
Yes.
Can you describe the basketball apparatus that, and I'm going to ask you what part of it you hit, but describe what that looks like.
It's got a base with wheels on it. It's portable, so you can move it in and out. And it's got the basketball frame, and it's got the backboard and then rim.
Okay. So this is not a pole that was cemented into the ground.
Correct.
But perhaps we're all familiar with it, the black base that maybe you put sandbags on.
Correct.
That type of thing to keep it in place, but it does have wheels?
Correct.
All right. And you mentioned the net. The net is the rope netting that comes down, correct?
Correct.
There's also a hoop that keeps the net in place?
Yes.
And the pole?
Correct.
And the base?
Correct.
Of all those things, what part did your franking truck actually catch?
It caught the net in the little bit part of the frame, of the frame where the net was.
Something that you saw from the beginning, you just misjudged the distance.
Correct.
All right, now, finally, with regard to the 5:30 testimony that you gave last year,
Yes.
did you also testify that the last pass that you tried to make when the police were blocking the scene was about 3 hours after that 3:30 second up and down?
Yes.
So why is it last year that you testified that it was 3 hours later, but you came up with the time of 5:30 as the final time?
As he's asking me these questions, I'm trying to do the math in my head. I'm sorry, math is not my strong suit.
What time was it when you made that final pass, sir?
6:15, 6:30.
I have nothing further.
You mentioned you're trying to do the math in your head. There is no reason why you would specifically remember certain times on each pass other than trying to remember and give an accounting, right?
Could you rephrase that, please?
Sure. You don't have your watch out on a certain schedule that you have to pass a certain street at a certain time.
Correct.
You weren't marking your times to some event when you were driving up and down the street that night, were you?
No,
So you're trying to go back with your memory and piece it together the best you can.
correct.
And that's why you're giving estimates, yes? And
Correct.
when you spoke to those law enforcement officials, not Canton, not state police, and you said at 3 o'clock you saw first responder vehicles, that was based on your memory, wasn't it? It was based on your memory.
Not at 3:30.
Right. Do you know that there was a car similar to a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. that morning?
I wasn't able to get in front of Fairview Drive, 34 Fairview, at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Have you ever met Kerry Roberts before?
I have not.
Counsel just asked you if there was a lot of media about this case, and you said that there was.
I,
Did he just ask you a question about whether there was a lot of attention on this case? Did he just talk to you about everything that happened after this case, all the attention on this case? Objection. You remember his question about all the attention after this case?
he asked specifically a question about the dumpsters.
And he said that wasn't subject to a lot of attention, was it?
Correct.
Right. But this case was.
The case itself, yes.
The people involved in this case were subject to a lot of attention.
Correct.
And you spoke to the defense investigator after this case as far as attention is concerned. You remember speaking to the investigator on June 5th, 2023.
Yes.
And do you know, coincidentally, that is the day that the blogger put out the articles on you, accusing you of not doing the right thing?
Objection.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a document. Let's take a look at that document. What day is that document dated?
June 5th, 2023.
Without reading it, that document talks about you.
Correct.
And your friends and people in the community talked to you about this article, didn't they?
Not specifically this article, but they were sending me stuff that were being printed about me, yes.
Why don't you take a little look at what's said and you can tell us whether that's the same type of information that was being conveyed to you through intermediaries.
Can you ask that question again, please?
Answer. Was this some of the kind of attention that you were receiving on June 5th after you spoke to the defense investigator?
Yes.
Like to come sidebar?
Okay.
What's the saying, y'all? Trying to turn a mole into a mole rat? Is that the saying? Because Brennan is so, like, I feel like he is flabbergasted with these. He's flabbergasted with these witnesses that the defense is calling. I guess I 100% agree with the tomatoes. Okay. Turtle Boy's in the courtroom. I missed it. I was finishing up something on another tab. I didn't see Turtle Boy in the courtroom, but he caught himself trying to pull out a little. Oh, okay. He I see him trying to pull out a couple receipts. We're gonna see what they say though. What the receipts really say, because we know Bev is gonna allow it. So let's see what the receipts say. They ain't got but 2 more minutes left in the court before she call it for the day. He is a joke. He is a joke. And it's bizarre that this case has lasted this daggone long. Too long.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebook, follow me.
Not a daggone jury about to go. This is crazy. So I spilled some pineapples down here yesterday on the floor when I was cleaning up out of the office to leave. Had my daughter make me some mop water. Y'all know this girl made me some cold mop water. I asked her, what am I about to clean with this cold water? What is about the floor gonna be sticky? Lo and behold, the floor is sticky as hell. Got my feet up on the trap because I'm gonna have to go up there and make some mop water in a minute. She did not try because as somebody who has to sweep and mop a floor almost every day, I'm gonna take the blame, right? Because I had no idea the girl had been making cold mop water. This ain't her. This can't be. This wasn't her first time. She touching a broom or a mop every single day. So, sweetheart, you mean that's why the floors ain't clean. That's why I'm yelling at you, telling you got to put your back into it. You gotta scrub the ground. It's because you're using cold water. The whole time you using cold water. Now I know why she got to not only mop the floor, but she run back over it with the Swiffer and all this other stuff because she ain't mopping it right. I'm telling her, like, you need to put your back into it. You need to use your legs and your arms and scrub the ground. That is mopping the floor, scrubbing the ground. It's not just running a mop over it. Well, child, even if you wanted to do a little spot mop, girl, you ain't getting up nothing with no cold water. I'm sorry. Really had me very. The cold water shouldn't even be turned on. It should be scorching hot. Like I need the steam to come up off the floor. Like just crazy. It's time for a snack. I guess I'm gonna have some. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna have for my snack today, y'all. I don't really want any. Y'all know what? I got some yogurt. I'm gonna go get me a yogurt. Girl, like I just don't understand. I had to tell her yesterday. I had left to go pick up Marley, so I left them here. I had to tell her yesterday, girl, you out here, you 11 years old, and you beefing with a 6-year-old. Her and my son arguing. Now, mind you, my son get into it with everybody in the house. Okay, he get into it with everybody in the house. Y'all know he was just over there fighting. Him and Marley was just fighting the other day. But I had to tell her, girl, you 11, and you out here beefing with a 6-year-old. Come on now. She like, well, I told him if he didn't do this, that he had to get out of my room, and he got mad and he left out of my room. Like, girl, stop. First of all, stop putting my son out your room. Oh my God, Starfish! I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see. Kern only got half a day, so we gonna they talk slow over there, so we gonna 1.5 it on their side to get through the day, and then we gonna start day 6. I can't wait to see. 5 instructions in 3s. Oh, ooh, I did not mean to close this. Hmm. Period. But I tell you what, though, D. Will, my son will put you out in a heartbeat. He will put you out his room in a heartbeat. He will tell you, get out. Especially if after, because now y'all know he ain't cleaning up nothing. So after I clean his room and get it all smelling good, baby, he'll go in that room and close the door and tell everybody, don't come in here. Get out. Get out. He an interesting person. Like he don't share. He only share food with Marley. He don't share food with nobody else. But she also can't come in his room. He put her out all the time. She don't even go in there no more. He make up stories saying that the big girls then put their hands on him when they haven't touched him. They ain't looked at him. Like my son's something else. Something else. I'm about to grab some yogurt, y'all, because I need a snack. So I will be right back. Hey Tia. Oh, Tia. Boosie's birthday party is this weekend. I want you to bring the kids over on Sunday. I'm going to barbecue some chicken and some hot dogs, and I'll make some spaghetti. We're gonna have cake and ice cream. So come on over. I know O'Shea ain't gonna spend the night because all the kids are spending the night over my house this weekend. If he would spend the night, I would keep him too, but I know he ain't gonna stay. So just make sure you bring him over on Sunday. You come up on Sunday to celebrate Boosie's birthday. You coming too, KP? Come on, pull up. Bring the kids. Bring the kids. Yeah, D and Shay, they said they was coming yesterday. Oh my God, they're going on break. They are absolutely going on break. So let's go ahead and switch over to what's our girl? Sade Robinson. I'm gonna put some sauce on it because y'all know they talk a little slow over here.
And then after that,
And they
there's
going in
a
his
series
house.
of a winding staircase, and then that would be the entrance to the upper of the residence.
Was there a basement?
There was,
How did you access that?
and that was on the other side of the stairwell when you entered. So on the left side would be the entrance up, and then on the right side would be the entrance down to the basement.
Did you search the basement or the upper unit first?
The basement.
And you have multiple other deputies or detectives assisting you with the search?
Yes.
If an item of evidence or something that you think might have evidentiary value is located, were you alerted to that item?
I was.
Would you consider yourself kind of the main investigator during the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you a stack of exhibits, and I'd ask you if you recognize what they are.
These are all going to be the photos of the basement.
Why don't you describe the basement for us?
The basement was laid out in sections. So like I said, you walk to the right and it would lead you down to the basement. On the left-hand side of the basement, there was two sets of washer and dryers, and then like a tool section. On the right hand, he had his dog kennels, and then like a pool table and miscellaneous items throughout the basement.
Did you locate anything of note in the basement,
We did.
such as?
We located the Carhartt shirt that he was seen wearing on video earlier.
Are you aware of where that video was from?
Yes, I believe it was from Twisted Fisherman.
Where did you locate that shirt?
In the dryer.
The shirt that you're referring to, is it depicted in Exhibit 241?
Yes.
Anything else in the basement?
Yeah, there was also a bed that was located. It looks like they kind of fashioned a room in the basement that like had a bed and other miscellaneous items.
Showing you Exhibit 354. What are we looking at here?
That would be the stairs. So if I was standing in the basement and looking up, that would be that south entrance into the residence.
This is the basement area where my finger is?
Yes.
How about Exhibit 303?
So that would be from the south entrance. So you could see the few small stairs that lead to the lower of the residence. And then on the right-hand side, you can kind of see it's dark down there, but that would be the basement.
So this is the side door that you've discussed.
Yes.
What is this?
That would be the entrance to the first floor.
And what is up beyond that door?
It's another set of stairs that would lead to the entrance of the second floor.
Exhibit 355, what is this?
That's the basement. So if you walk down the stairs and face left or you face west in the residence, that would be the area where the washer and dryers were.
Plural.
Yes.
Exhibit 381, what is that?
The workspace area that we found, and that would be if you're standing by the washer and dryers and you face north now in the residence, that was his work area. It had like miscellaneous tools, nails, such stuff like that.
Did you take any particular note of what kind of tools?
Just miscellaneous different tools, hammers, different type of power tools as well.
Exhibit 382, what is that?
That's the workbench area.
Exhibit 356, what's that?
That would be facing east from that workbench area. So that was this makeshift room it seemed like he made, or that was fashioned in the residence. And then behind there was the bed.
Showing you Exhibit 357, what is that?
That would be on that other side of that curtain or wall and was like a queen size bed.
What types of items were on top of the bed?
Miscellaneous clothing as well as different bedding.
Exhibit 358,
So that was facing kind of southeast in that makeshift bedroom. That was the other panel of like walls that was in there.
the clothing that you located down in the basement, did you look at that specifically to determine whether or not any of it belonged to Sade Robinson?
We did.
And did you determine whether it was?
We could not make a determine if it did belong to her.
Exhibit 359 is what?
That would be another view of the basement. So on the other, that would be facing, I guess, the north side, looking south. You can kind of see that different table with the kennels.
Exhibit 360?
That would be the shirt that we located in the dryer.
Do you remember what dryer you got it out of? Is it?
It's the one that's open right there.
So this one?
Yep, and that was facing on the west wall.
Did it appear that that was a clean load of laundry in
It did.
exhibit number 361?
Just a close-up picture of the shirt.
Is that something that you seized as evidence?
It was.
And what did you do with it?
It was packaged and put into property.
Placed on inventory?
It was.
Showing you exhibit 468. Can you tell me what that is?
This is going to be the shirt that was located in the dryer.
Can you open that?
Absolutely.
Could you pull that out and show the jury, please?
Is it okay if I stand up?
Yes.
Thank you.
I guess that exhibit 468 be received. Any objection?
No.
Received. To your knowledge, when you executed the search warrant and we're looking at clothing in the basement, were you aware of whether or not Sade Robinson's car with articles of clothing had been discovered yet?
I was not aware.
Okay, I'm going to show you some more exhibits and ask you if you can identify what they are.
Yes.
What are they?
That's going to be the walkway up to the second floor.
Okay, let's start with exhibit 370. What is that?
So that would be the landing. So we talked about that first floor door. Then that would you'd be standing on the landing, looking south in the residence to that south entrance door.
Does that appear to be a light switch panel?
It does.
Exhibit 371. What is that?
So if you went up the few sets of stairs and then you went to, after you turned the corner from the first floor, there was a area where it looked like he kept a lot of his shoes.
At the time that you were executing the search warrant, were you aware of the Milwaukee County Transit video surveillance system?
We were not aware of it yet.
At some point, because you described that there were several different search warrants that were executed, at some point before one of those search warrants, did you learn about that video?
We did.
Okay, before which one?
I believe it was before the second or third one. We learned about the video.
And you've reviewed that video?
I did.
After learning about that video and then going back another time, were you specifically looking for certain items of clothing?
Yeah, we were looking for the clothing that he wore on the bus that day.
Did you go back and look at photographs from this particular search?
I believe we recalled from the photo, recalled from being in the residence, because we did not have these photos quite yet.
And what happened with the residents in between the different search warrant dates?
So from the 4th to the 5th, the search warrant, the residence was held overnight. So that meant that either a law enforcement professional was inside the residence or right outside the residence, made sure nobody was allowed entry or exit to that residence.
Okay, I'm showing you exhibit 466. I'm going to ask you if you recognize what that is.
Yes.
Is that something that you've seen before?
Yes, it has.
What is it?
It's Maxwell Anderson sitting on the Milwaukee County Transit bus.
Permission to publish 466? Any objection?
No.
Go ahead. So at least in one of your searches, you were specifically looking for the items of clothing that he had on in this video, correct?
Correct.
And what were those items?
It's going to be the shoes, the pants, that like gray, black tinted zip up, and then it looks like the camouflage backpack.
Did you see other angles of that camouflage backpack?
I did.
So you're familiar with what it looks like?
I am.
And was there something distinctive about the shoes?
Yes, it's the brown with the white soles.
Did you find any of the items that you just listed in any of your search warrants?
Only located the shoes. Or sorry, we did not locate anything.
You did not locate the
No,
shoes?
we did not, sorry.
And you didn't locate the sweatshirt?
Nope.
Or jacket?
No.
And you did not locate the camouflage backpack?
Correct.
Showing you exhibit,
Attorney Newport, when you put them up, could you have it where the sticker is visible if possible as well? Thank you.
okay, showing you exhibit 332, what is that?
That's going to be the view from the second floor. So if you're on the second floor, right near the second floor entrance, and you would look down the stairs.
And you testified specifically that there were shoes in this kind of stairway hall area,
Correct.
but none of those shoes were the shoes on the transit video.
Correct.
Showing you exhibit 333, what is that?
That's going to be the stair like hallway. That's still standing up at that second floor entrance, looking down the hallway, and just more shoes, jackets, and different items of clothing.
Exhibit 304, what is that?
That's going to be actually standing inside the residence, so standing inside that second floor residence, looking down the stairs.
Okay, I'm going to show you another stack of exhibits, and I'd ask you to look through them and see if you are familiar with them.
This is all going to be photos of the interior of the second floor residence, which is at 3161.
I'd like you to start by describing what the upper unit of that residence, how it's configured, and what in general you observed.
Absolutely. So when you enter the residence and the door was open, on the left-hand side, it was like a one-bedroom, one living room, one bathroom residence. So on the left-hand side, if you immediately turned left, was going to be the kitchen. On the other side of the kitchen was the bedroom. And then if you went straight forward, it would be the bathroom. On the right-hand side was going to be the living area with another room and a closet.
Can you describe how you and other law enforcement proceeded to search that?
Yes, so once photos were done of the whole entire residence, right, so we needed to have photos to make sure we knew what the residence looked like prior to searching. So photos were done of every single room, and after photos were done, we were able to start searching. So you would assign 2 or more to each room, and you would search the room. Once that room was searched by those 2 people, the room would then be switched and turned over to a second group of 2 people to have the second set of eyes on the room.
Can you describe what the crime lab members were doing?
Yes, so they were taking photos as well as helping with the search and assisting in any way they could.
Were they looking for any stains that could possibly contain DNA?
They were.
And if they located one of those stains, did they alert you to it?
Yes, and they would also mark it and then test it.
Can you just in general describe that process?
Yes, so they would mark it with a sticker to show what the area was of the stain. They would do their test, and then they would take a photo again to show what the swabs did, and then they would let us know if it was positive or negative.
So they're actually looking for something that they could visibly see with their eyes.
Correct.
How big were these stains?
Very minuscule.
Can you give a description?
Probably I would say the end of like an eraser tip or smaller.
Okay, what items of evidence did you collect from the interior of the upper unit?
We recovered knives that were located in the upper. There was a firearm that was located in the upper. There was also sheets that were located, as well as different notebooks, notes, and stuff like that.
How many knives were found?
A total of 51 just from the kitchen.
Just from the kitchen? Were there knives elsewhere?
There were.
Do you know how many knives were elsewhere?
I do not have that number.
Okay, showing you exhibit 305. What is that?
So that's upon entering the residence. So you can see the doors on your left-hand side. And then you're looking straight, which would be looking north inside the residence. So that's the bathroom, as well as a ladder. Ladder was moved in there for the SWAT team. They did have to search. There was an attic above the residence. We did have to search the attic to make sure nobody was up there.
So is the ladder something that was there before, or is that a law enforcement ladder?
I believe that was there before, but we did use it.
What was in the attic, if anything?
Some sheets from bedding was up there.
Exhibit 306 is what?
A ladder, and then behind the ladder, you can see facing east would be that living room.
So this is the living room?
Correct.
These front windows here face out onto 39th Street?
Yes, they do.
That's the front of the house.
Correct.
Bathroom where my finger is?
Yes.
Exhibit number 307 is what?
That would be the closet that was on the right-hand side, and then if you looked out east, that's those big windows in that living room.
Exhibit 308 is what?
That's going to be the living room.
Okay, facing which direction?
East again, so facing out to 39th Street.
Exhibit 309, what is that?
That's going to be the armoire, if I'm saying it correctly, and then as well as the desk and the couch that were located in the living room.
Exhibit 310, what is that?
It's going to be the couch and still facing east in the residence.
Okay, you're talking about where my finger is, correct?
Correct.
Okay, what color is the couch?
Red.
What does it appear the material is?
It was like a pleather or leather.
Kind of a shiny surface?
Correct.
What else is in the living room here that you can see?
He had another secondary like couch or cushion, and then he had like a big ottoman, and then or like something to put your foot on, and then the TV, and then on the other side he had his computers and different items.
Okay, and I'm actually going to have you step off the witness stand and kind of point to these things. I'll bring you a microphone. Why don't you walk us through?
So over here, this is that big armoire over here, and then you have his TV, and then his couch was right here, and there was that other cushion seat. He had this small little table over here, his cushion, and then on the other side there was like another seat, and then his computer and setup was over there.
Okay, this item right here where my finger is what?
This item is just like a bench. We had like not a bench, but a dresser that had a bunch of storage that had different items inside of it.
Okay, what about this brown item here?
That was like a sort of like an ottoman, but just something for you essentially to like put your feet on or something.
What color was it?
Brown.
And what material did it appear to be?
That leather like shiny material.
The windows that face out to 39th Street, did they have any curtains drawn over them when you searched the residence?
No, the curtains were open as is and in the photo.
Okay. What was this area?
Over here, this is his desk area, but this is that big cabinet that's on this other side.
Do you recall what else you located in the living room area?
Yes, so actually you're able to move this cabinet forward. We didn't discover it at first, but we were able to move the cabinet, and behind the cabinet was a closet-like area that had different miscellaneous items inside of it.
Showing you exhibit 362. What is that?
So you can see this is facing north in the residence. So this is where that chest or closet is. And then the closet would be right behind here. And you can see the flooring that it's on right here. And this is his computer.
Exhibit 363 is what?
That's that entrance. So you can see we moved the chest forward. And then that was the entrance to that room behind that.
Exhibit 364.
This is going to be that room. So the interior. So it had some shelving and different miscellaneous items inside of it.
Do you recall what was inside of it, what the items were?
I believe we just found 2 bongs. We didn't find anything else.
Showing you exhibit 464. What is that?
Most described as like a marijuana bong.
Something used to smoke marijuana?
Correct.
Okay. Moving back into the living room area, what is exhibit 311?
So this is facing southeast in the bedroom. You can kind of see the couch, the different tables, as well as the drawings.
Showing exhibit 335, what is that?
That's a close-up of the couch.
The windows are now covered with what look like plastic bags.
Correct.
Who did that?
We did that as well as the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
Why?
Media came on scene and they were right across the street. And so with the windows being open, we couldn't close the windows and the blinds. So we figured we needed some privacy of what we were doing inside this residence. So we put those up.
You can see a police evidence marker where my finger is, correct?
Correct.
What is that denoting?
It's an evidentiary item.
What was it?
It was a red plaid jacket.
That red plaid jacket, why was that something that you took note of?
It was a jacket that was seen on video that Maxwell Anderson was wearing.
Showing you exhibit 241. Is that the red jacket?
Yes, it is.
And is that red jacket something that was recovered?
It was.
Okay, we'll come back to that in a minute. Moving on to exhibit 365. What is that?
That's going to be facing east. So those are those big windows again. And then with evidence placard number 7.
Outside of these window coverings that law enforcement added, are these photos taken before or after the search?
During the search.
Okay, so are the items in Anderson's house as they were or as they were moved?
Most of the stuff that you're photographing, before you collect the item, you have to take a photo as it is. So you can show its original placement, where it was, and then after it's manipulated or moved, it'll show another picture of where it went.
Evidence marker number 7 in exhibit 365 denotes what?
I believe it was a firearm that we located.
Exhibit 366 is what?
Just another close-up of evidentiary item number 7.
Exhibit 367 is what?
This is going to be that close-up picture of evidentiary item number 7, which is a firearm.
Do you know what kind?
I believe it was a Glock. I can't recall exactly.
Exhibit number 312.
That's going to be the living room.
Again, that red couch and brown ottoman.
Correct.
Showing you exhibit 372, what is that?
That same brown ottoman and red couch.
Okay, that brown ottoman as it relates to its position near the red couch, is that how you found it?
Yes.
Can you also see that red plaid jacket in exhibit 372?
Yes, I can.
Can you point that out?
It's right there.
Exhibit 336 is what?
The close-up of the jacket.
The red couch, where my finger is, does it appear to be worn?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
It was, I would say, for a leather couch, it just appeared that it wasn't clearly very brand new. It was something that has been had for quite a few years where wear and tear would start to come in.
Exhibit 337 is what?
We moved the jacket to show the whole picture of what that jacket looked like. So that way people would be able to see when you take a photo of the whole jacket.
Showing you what's been marked as exhibit 467, and you can go back on the witness stand. To identify what 467 is.
Yes. 467 is the plaid jacket.
Okay, could you open that? And I'd ask that 467 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received. Can I stand up again?
Yes. Thank you.
So, hey, everybody that just rated us from Cat Williams
So-
Stream.
To summarize, you located clothing that the defendant was seen wearing in exhibit 241 at the Twisted Fisherman, correct?
Correct.
The Carhartt t-shirt and the red plaid jacket.
Yes.
You did not recover any of the clothing that he is seen wearing in exhibit 466.
Correct.
Showing exhibit 373, what is that?
So that's going to be his wall facing the north. So it was like a corkboard that he had attached. And then he had a bunch of different writings and drawings on it.
Why did you take particular note of some of the documents? Why is that important during the search warrant
Shows
execution?
ownership, right? So you're trying to show that the fact that somebody lives there. If anybody did and went to any of your houses, you would expect to find utility bills, items with your name on it, your IDs, anything like that. So that's showing that you live and are at that residence.
And were some of those documents depicted in 373?
Yes.
Okay. Is 313 a close-up of that?
Yes, it is.
What do those show just in general?
Just different checks, and it had Maxwell Anderson's name on them.
Exhibit 374 is what?
That's going to be his computer area.
Okay. What is this right here?
I believe that's the computer, so the CPU.
Is this area behind the TV in the living room?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Could this be the TV?
Yes.
Were these computers taken as part of the investigation?
Yes, they were.
Showing you exhibit 465, what is that?
That was a secondary bong that was located inside of that closet behind the chest.
Exhibit 316 is what?
The overall of the living room, so just showing another picture of the living room.
Exhibit 317?
Showing another picture of that living room with that red couch.
Exhibit 318?
Another photo of the couch with the jacket on it.
Exhibit 384 is what?
It's a photo of the desk that was near the red couch with evidence placard number 16.
What was evidence placard number 16?
It was a type of knife.
And it's on a little shelf where my finger is?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe the knife?
It was a blade that was attached to what seemed to be a like a chicken head or something that had like a beak to it.
The knives were taken by the crime lab?
They were.
Exhibit 385 is what?
That's going to be the close-up of that knife, which is evidence in placard 16.
386 is what?
Another photo of the knife. So they took the knife out of the sheath, which would like hold the knife. We took it out just to show the size of the blade and show the knife.
Exhibit 320, what are we looking at?
So this is facing west in the residence. So if you were more or less standing by those windows and you face the opposite way towards his bedrooms, towards the kitchen, this is what you would see. He had an axe on the wall and just different miscellaneous items throughout his residence.
This is the chair that you're referring to, correct?
Correct.
Did that chair have items on it?
Yes.
Such as what?
Knives, different tools as well.
Exhibit 375, what is that?
The different tools and items that were located. It's almost like he used pants or something like that to sew onto the couch, and he kind of made it into his tool holder area.
Was there a knife in there?
Yes, there was.
Can you stand up and show the jury where?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of knife that was?
Like a multi-tool knife.
Exhibit number 319, what is that?
Another photo of that chair, or like the arm of the chair with more of the tools.
Exhibit 321, what is that?
That's the chest.
That's what was blocking the door to the closet room that was hidden?
Yes.
Okay, moving on from the living room, what are the remaining rooms in that house?
The bathroom, the kitchen, and his bedroom.
Okay, talk about the kitchen.
The kitchen had multiple knives in it. Like I described, 51 knives, several corkscrews, potato peelers, had some knife sharpeners in it that were a nicer quality. And then that would lead out to the secondary floors, like at like a balcony or sort of a patio area.
Exhibit 323 is what?
That's going to be the kitchen.
And what are we looking at specifically in the kitchen, and from what perspective?
So this would be looking from the entry door. So you could see the fridge on the one side, the oven, and then the sink area.
This window would face what direction?
I believe that is facing south.
Showing you exhibit 324, what is that?
That's going to be the kitchen. So that window facing south, and then that's that patio area that would be facing, you would overlook the backyard into the alley and see the garage.
Okay, so we're oriented here out where my finger is, that's towards the garage, correct?
Yes.
And that's towards that north-south alley?
Yes,
So this window is in fact the northern window, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, that's facing west, correct? The door faces west?
The door faces west, yes.
Okay. Exhibit 325 is what?
Just some of the knives that were located inside of the residence. He had it like on a metal storage area, so the metal would just hook up to the knife and hold it.
There's also what on the counter where my finger is?
Another knife.
Exhibit 376 is what?
A close-up of all the knives that were located.
Exhibit 377?
Butcher block to hold knives in the kitchen.
Exhibit 387 is what?
One of the kitchen drawers, so that's right under all those knives, right there, with more knives and miscellaneous items inside.
Exhibit 383 is what?
Those are gonna be those knife sharpeners that are a little bit nicer to use to sharpen your knives if they start to become dull.
Those are what's called a wedding stone, correct?
Correct.
And how many are there?
It looks like there's 4.
Can you repeat that case number, please? The exhibit number? rather?
383?
Thank you.
That was in the kitchen as well?
Yes, it was.
Again, all of those knives that were located were seized by the law enforcement or the crime lab, correct?
Correct.
Anything else of note in the kitchen?
Nothing else.
Why don't you describe what room is next?
It would be his bedroom.
Okay. Can you describe the layout of the bedroom?
Yes, so the bedroom faced on the north side of the residence. It had a bed, and then it had a dresser with a big mirror on it, and then the closet.
Showing you another stack of exhibits, and I'm going to ask you if you know what they are.
That's going to be all the photos from his bedroom.
What items of note were seized from the bedroom, if any?
We located more knives in the bedroom, as well as I believe we took his sheets.
Exhibit 326 is what?
That's going to be his bedroom.
Can you describe, and I'd ask you to step down off the stand and describe what areas are what?
Absolutely.
You were asked on redirect examination whether any dumpsters got any attention about this case. The question I was asking is, did you notice things that might have been open and obvious? And you have no memory of an actual dumpster in the area, correct?
Correct.
If I could have on the screen Exhibit 37, still photo from that clip. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
It's a video that I'll stop at a certain point.
Okay.
Exhibit 71. And sir, do you notice the big red dumpster to the right side across from Fairview?
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down. Sir, when we started the break, I'd asked you some questions. I showed you a document, asked you if you were aware what was inside that document, and you mentioned that was around June 5th, 2023. That was before your last testimony in this case?
Yes.
And you knew that a person or persons were putting out private pictures of you online?
I did notice.
And those private pictures, you didn't give anybody permission or want that attention, did you?
I did not.
In fact, it wasn't just some private pictures, it was pictures taken from a number of different times in your life, correct?
Yes.
You never gave anybody permission to do that?
I did not.
You didn't want people talking about you or asking you questions? That was none of their business, did you?
I did not.
And it was embarrassing that you were being made this public spectacle when you had done nothing wrong, correct?
Ask it differently.
Was it embarrassing what they were doing to you?
I wouldn't say embarrassing as more as aggravating.
In fact, they were calling your boss. Yes?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes.
And you mentioned how hard you work.
Yes.
Wow, you even used to deliver peaches for 8 years.
Yes.
Zamboni, anytime you can work, you try hard, don't you?
I do.
And when someone's calling your boss, giving undue attention to you, didn't it create some concern it could affect your livelihood?
I did not think it was going to affect me in that manner.
In addition to dragging you into this, because of you, your brother was dragged into this, wasn't he?
Ask it differently.
When you were getting this information about what was happening, you learned that they were also dragging your brother into this because of you, correct?
I'll sustain that.
Did you learn that information was coming out about your brother?
I knew my brother was dealing with other issues regarding this case.
And certainly, you're close with your brother.
Yes.
You care for your brother.
Yes.
You did not want to upset anybody and have more attention brought onto your brother, did you?
I did not.
And there was an attempt to link your brother to one of the Alberts, in fact, correct?
Yes.
As well as you.
I don't know if I was being linked.
Did you know the information of trying to so-called out you about the fact that you worked for Chris Albert?
I'm going to sustain that the way it's phrased.
Were you aware when your friends and family were telling you about what was going on, about an attempt to draw a relationship between you and the Alberts?
No.
And were you aware when people were telling you what was happening, that there was attacks on you personally, like finances and things like that?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And certainly, that is pretty discouraging when that is happening, when you've done nothing wrong, isn't it?
It was, again, aggravating.
And this was all happening before you came in and testified last time at trial.
Correct.
After you testified, things got better?
I wouldn't say better. It's gotten a little more easily manageable.
You were no longer being harassed, you were being embraced.
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph, do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that part of the embracing process after you testified a certain way at the last trial?
It was after I testified, yes.
With redactions, I'm going to introduce a select portion of this.
So I need to see what that is. Come to sidebar and make this very brief, please.
This woman in the sidebars is literally gonna be the end of me. Well, Brandon is about to pull a muscle. I think it's clear he's about to pull a muscle with the amount of reaching that he's been doing. He's done a full workout at this point. He's for sure got all his stretching in for the week.
So that's next in evidence, Madam Clerk. Madam Court Reporter, please.
212.
And I just showed you a photograph. Was that a fair and accurate depiction of you after your last testimony?
Yes.
Reflecting you now being embraced rather than attacked?
Yes.
Could we show the photo, please, Ms. Gilman, with the court's permission?
Yes.
And that's you, Mr. Laughlin?
Yes.
You can take that down, please. Thank you for your time.
Just very briefly, sir, if I might, Your Honor.
Sure.
Mr. Laughlin, I should say, the questioning about the attention that you received in 2023 when you received secondhand the information from the blogger, was that before or long after you were interviewed and gave a statement to the defense investigator in February of 2022?
It was long after.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Loughlin, you are all set, sir. Okay. There another witness, Mr. Chairman.
The defense calls Karina Kolakifis.
All right, do you need to see me before, as she's coming in, or will that be in a while?
I can't remember.
Why don't you come on up really quickly?
Because this wasn't something that she could have just handled right then and there on this while they was just at sidebar. She got to call a whole new sidebar. Che, I've been meaning to turn you blue for the longest. I just really looked down and was like, yeah, let me change you blue. Change you blue. KP says that he likes pink too. Where's Kim at? I haven't seen Kim in a while. Kim must be in the bushes. Kim, Betty, y'all in here? What's up, KP? What's your question about the Sade trial? which I actually can't wait to get caught up on because I think that they actually will show the video of her and him walking into the house, or at least two bodies walking into his house. Okay, Kim is here.
We can have the witness. Identification.
Follow me.
Then you gotta step up. Face the clerk and raise your hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good
Would you
afternoon.
please introduce yourself to the jury and spell both your first name and your last name?
Sure. My name's Karina Kolakithis. It's Karina. Last name Kolakithis. Kookithas.
That's almost as bad as your name.
It's long.
In what town do you live, ma'am?
I live in Canton.
How long have you lived there?
We've lived there for 22 years.
Where did you grow up?
So I initially grew up in Randolph, and then we moved to Braintree, and I finished my last 3 years of high school and stayed there till I was married.
And where did you go to school after high school?
So after high school, I went to Northeastern University. I did the pharmacy program there.
And what is your profession?
I'm a pharmacist.
How long have you worked as a pharmacist?
So total years is about 30 years as a pharmacist, but I have been at my current job for about 24 years.
Are you married?
I am married.
To whom?
His name is Nicholas Kolakithis.
How long have you been married for?
24 years.
Do you have children?
I have 2 children.
And without giving us their names, can you tell us if you have boys or girls and what their ages are?
So I have 2 girls. One is 19 and one is 17.
Have you raised your children in Canton?
Yes, I have.
Do your children play sports, or had they played sports in Canton?
I have both girls played sports in Canton. One actively is playing sports there, and one is in college. So she's not playing sports.
Understood. What sports have your girls played?
So they primarily played basketball, and my youngest plays lacrosse as well.
From raising your children in Canton and attending their sporting events, I'm assuming, have you met other parents with children on your daughter's teams?
Yes, I have.
Specifically, did you come to know Jennifer and Matthew McCabe?
Yes, I have.
And is that the way that you came to know them?
Correct. Typically, like that's how we came to become friends with people, through the sports.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how long had you known Jennifer McCabe specifically?
I would say about 10 years or so.
And during that time, what was the nature of your relationship with Jennifer McCabe?
So we were just friends through the kids. Multiple kids did different sports. They played on different sports teams, so we were friends through that.
And how often, or if at all, did you socialize with her and or her husband?
So typically, sometimes if the kids had play dates, it was mostly my youngest daughter, to be honest. So my youngest daughter and one of her daughters were good friends and played on similar sporting teams. So they would have play dates and stuff like that. So sometimes we'd see them after a game, or they had a play date or something like that.
And I'm sorry, it's a little loud with the fan. If the last part of your answer, if I didn't hear it, I'm thinking the jurors might not have heard that. You said it was mostly after games?
After like sporting, like after play dates or, sports and stuff like that.
I see. And would there be times where, after a game you go out for pizza, that type of thing?
Yeah, like you'd go out for pizza, or the girls would be like, "Hey, Mom, can we have a play date? Can a couple of the girls, come over the house and
Okay.
do stuff
Now,
like that?"
Prior to January 28th of 2022, did you know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe same way. His niece and my younger daughter were good friends, are good friends. So same thing. We knew him through the sports as well. My husband coached his niece in a couple of teams, and they also played soccer together. So that's how we knew John.
And do you remember how long you would have known him for before January 28th of 2022?
I would say about 9 years or so.
And what was the nature of that relationship?
Friendly. Didn't like go out with him, but we were friends. Like we saw him all the time. He would, take my younger daughter with him. We just saw him all the time. So weekly, I would say.
Sure. What about Karen Reed? Did you know Karen Reed prior to January 28th of 2022?
So same thing, met Karen through John. And I believe the first time I met her was at Jennifer McCabe's house sometime in 2020.
2020?
Correct.
So this would have been during the pandemic?
Correct.
And do you see Karen in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She is wearing a blue suit at the table with her lawyers.
Okay. May the record reflect that the witnesses identified Ms. Reed?
Okay.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how often would you have seen or interacted with Karen Reed in any capacity, if you know?
So Karen sometimes would come to watch games of John's niece. So I would see her there and we would just casually talk.
And what was the nature of your relationship with her prior to January 28th of 2022?
We were friendly.
All right. Now, directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you recall that being a Friday?
Correct.
What did you do that day?
So that day I worked.
As a pharmacist?
Correct.
Do you recall what your hours were?
Approximately, I would say 8 to 4:30 that day.
What plans did you have after work?
So after work, my plans were to go to the Canton High basketball game to watch my daughter play.
And what plans came up for before the game that night?
So before the game, before I left work, there was a text that went around saying that some of the parents were going to meet at the Canton Junction before the game, and if anybody wanted to stop by and grab a bite to eat.
And what is the Canton Junction?
So it used to be like a little pub/restaurant in Canton.
Did you go to the Canton Junction?
So I went home first because I had a bag I had to switch out of because we have to have plastic clear bags at work. So anyway, so I went home and then after that I stopped at the Canton Junction.
Okay. And did you go alone or with someone?
So I went by myself.
And when you got there, did you see people that you knew?
Correct. So I walked in and there was a bunch of parents there from the varsity teams, the varsity team.
And, excuse me, was either John O'Keefe or Karen Reed there?
They were not there.
What about Jennifer McCabe and or Matthew McCabe, her husband?
I believe Matthew McCabe was there. I don't believe Jennifer went to the Canton Junction.
Now, how long were you at the Canton Junction for?
I would say less than an hour.
Do you recall about what time it was that you would have been leaving there?
I'm not really sure. The game started at 6:30, so before 6:30.
All right. And when you left the Canton Junction, where did you go?
I went to Canton High School to watch the game.
And in the gymnasium, with whom did you sit to watch your daughter's basketball game?
I'm not sure who I sat with, but it would have been those parents from the varsity team, whoever was there and wherever there was a spot.
Was it generally a custom that the parents of all the kids on the team would kind of congregate together in the stands?
Correct.
Do you recall what time the basketball game ended?
I believe the game ended around 8:30.
Where did you go after the basketball game?
So after the game ended, I went down and waited on the court for my daughter to come out of the locker room, greeted her, the players, and then I said to everybody, I'm going home.
Okay. And you did go home?
Correct. I went home after the game.
And having now made it home, what were your plans that night?
So my plans were to stay home. I was tired. I worked all day, watched the game. I was pretty much done with the day. So my plans were to stay home.
At some point, did those plans wind up changing?
So then I started getting text messages from my husband saying, you should come out. We're going to go to the waterfall. And I said, no, I'm not coming.
And what is the waterfall?
So that's a restaurant that has a bar, and it's in Canton on Washington Street.
Okay, so you've given your husband the stiff arm, so
Correct.
to speak, right? You're
Correct.
not going.
Not going.
So what happens?
So then he keeps on texting me. He's like, I'm at the waterfall. You should really come. It's fun. There's a band. And I was like, oh, really? Like, I don't want to go. And then my kids got involved with the conversation.
And how did that affect your decision?
So they started saying to me, Mom, you never go out. You never do anything. You know, Dad's by himself. Just go, keep him company while he eats. So I reluctantly went.
All right, so you were guilted into it.
Guilted 100% into it.
All right, so where did you go?
So then I went to the waterfall.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got to the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
I believe I got there approximately 9:30 or so.
And when you first arrived there, who was there, if anyone, that you recognized?
So my husband was there, and then I recognized Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And what happened after you got there?
So after I got there, I walked in, and I said to my husband, I'm like, where is everybody from the basketball team? And he said, I don't know. They all sort of split up. He said, don't worry. Just hang out here. I already ordered a sandwich, so just hang out with me while I eat, and then we'll go. And
were you introduced to anyone?
Yeah, so then Jennifer McCabe started introducing me to all her family. So I got to meet a lot of them. It was fun. It was a good time.
And do you recall specifically who you met?
So I think I believe I met. Well, she sort of just introduced me to whoever was at the table. So I'm not sure 100%. Just like the niece, her sister, her brother-in-law, like people like that.
All right. The Albert family?
Correct.
And when you're being introduced to a bunch of people at once, it can be tough to keep everybody's names straight at the time?
Right. It's kind of overwhelming. There was a lot of Jen's family.
Now, what were you drinking that night?
So that night I drank water.
And the whole time you were at the waterfall, did you drink anything else except for water?
I only drank water that night.
Now, was there a point when you were going to leave the waterfall before they closed up for the night?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. You wound up leaving at a certain time, correct?
I never left.
Well, you left because you're in court today. You're not still at the waterfall.
Okay, correct.
So what I'm trying to get at is, at some point you left the waterfall, but was there a point before that where you were planning to go?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about that.
So my husband had eaten, and I said, you know what, I think I'm going to get going. And I was about to get going, and then John and Karen walked in.
Okay. And when you say John and Karen, you're referring to?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And why did that change your plans?
I was excited to see them. I liked Karen, so as soon as I saw her walk in, I was like, hey, I'm going to stay. I want to talk to her.
And what did you notice about John O'Keefe's mood when he arrived that night?
So John was very happy. His niece had just gotten into a private school called Bishop Fian, and that was like the first thing he was talking about. He was elated that she got in, and he was telling everybody about that.
And thereafter, how much interaction did you have with John and/or Karen?
Karen and I probably spent the entire night talking. Maybe give or take some time that we didn't, but the majority of the time, Karen and I were speaking together.
And if you had to estimate, how long a conversation did you have with Karen?
maybe an hour, like 40, 50 minutes out of the hour. Like if we spent like an hour together, perhaps we spoke 50 minutes of those out of that hour.
And without telling us the content of the conversation, what was the subject matter, if you remember?
So Karen was also, she mentioned being excited about Kaylee getting into Bishop Fian. And well, when I first saw her, she first started talking about my daughter. So I saw her, she came in, she greeted me, and when we did start talking, she just started talking about my daughter and how much she really loved my daughter's relationship with John's niece.
Okay. And while you were having this conversation with Karen, was it an easy conversation back and forth?
Very easy.
Where were you located within the waterfall while you were having this conversation?
We were at a I don't remember where we were talking. We were sitting down talking at a table.
And how close did you get to her when you were speaking with her?
In order for someone to hear you, because of the band being so loud, we were probably a couple feet from each other.
And in what direction were you facing when you were speaking to her? And I'm talking in relation to Karen.
I don't remember if she was next to me at this point. She could have been next to me at this point.
All right, and your face would have been facing where?
At her.
Okay, that actually was the question. I'm sorry, this is kind of a stilted way to talk, but I have to ask the questions this way.
We were face to face.
There you go. All right, so in other words, Karen was also facing you when she was speaking to you?
Correct.
Did you notice what Karen was drinking?
So she was drinking a drink it was a clear liquid out of a clear glass, and I assumed it to be alcohol of some sort, but I'm not sure.
And while you were talking with her, can you describe, was the conversation coherent?
Very coherent.
Was she making sense?
She was.
Was she engaged in the conversation?
She was.
And did you make any observations regarding her sobriety?
She seemed fine to me.
And you're a pharmacist, correct?
I am a pharmacist.
And you were that night?
I was that night.
How much interaction did you see that Karen had with John O'Keefe?
They had some interaction.
And was there one specific interaction that stands out in your mind, then and today? And I'm talking about a physical interaction.
When they hugged at one point.
Okay. And did John come over to Karen at one point and do something?
He did.
What did he do?
So John went over to Karen and he gave her a kiss on the forehead.
Okay. And that kiss on the forehead, why did that stand out to you?
So honestly, I'd never seen something like that before, a boyfriend do to a girlfriend in public. Never saw that. So it just stood out to me. I was like, wow, that's the sweetest thing I've ever seen.
Can we cue up Exhibit 22, Mr. Wilk? I'd like to go to approximately 11:36 and 41 seconds. And if we can, well, first of all, have you seen that video before, ma'am?
I have.
Do you recognize what Exhibit 22 depicts?
It shows the waterfall.
And is that consistent with what it looked like when you were there that night?
Correct.
And you've previously identified that as being a fair and accurate video of that night?
I do.
If we could zoom in, well, first of all, again, let me try and lay a foundation. Where would you be, if you recall, at the waterfall within that video? To the right, to the left?
I'm in the right, in the black top, sitting on a chair.
Okay, could we zoom in on that area, Mr. Wu? Okay, we've zoomed in. Do you see yourself?
I do.
And where are you seated?
So there's a white jacket on the back of a chair. That's me.
And do you see anybody else in that video that you now recognize?
I see Brian Higgins
Okay. And when you say Brian Higgins, is that somebody that you had known prior to that night?
I did not know Brian.
He was one of the people you were introduced to?
Correct.
And you since have learned, put the face to the body, or I'm sorry, I should say the name to the body or the name to the face?
Correct.
All right. And where do you see Brian Higgins?
He has like an emblem on the back of like a sweatshirt.
All right, so his back is to the camera?
Correct.
And we have not located that pointer, have we? Thank you, sir. May I approach the quickly?
Yes.
Oh, gee.
Now, if you can, ma'am, would you please use that pointer to show where you are first?
That's me.
Okay. And Brian Higgins?
That's him.
All right. Do you recognize, at this point in the video, do you recognize anybody else?
Not right now.
Okay. If we could start to play it, Mr. Wolf. And stop for a second. I would ask you, as soon as you recognize somebody else, if you'd speak up and tell us to stop, and we'll pause.
Okay. So right there is Karen's head.
Okay. Is that the back of Karen's head, or?
Correct. So that's the back of her head.
All right.
And then
by the way, just so the record's clear, over Mr. Higgins' shoulder, there appears to be a face looking forward on the right shoulder. You see that, right?
correct.
You're not referring to that. You're referring to the long hair that's in back of that face.
Yeah.
Correct?
Could I point to it
Sure.
again? Okay. So I'm referring to that head right there.
Understood. Okay.
And
And
then-
I think you had said something else.
And then that right there is John O'Keefe with the hat.
Okay. There's a ball cap.
Correct.
And on the video, as we're looking at it, it's to the right, up the top. It's to the right of the PM chyron there.
Right
up the
to the
top
right
of the screen.
Correct. Sorry.
If we could continue to play. Stop. What do you see?
So I see John giving Karen a kiss on the forehead.
Is that what you saw that night?
I did. I was looking right at them when it happened.
You were facing them.
I was facing them.
And what about Mr. Higgins? Where was he facing?
It appears that he's facing them as well.
That happened right in front of him.
That's what it looks like.
If we could play further. Okay, you can stop and we can take that down. Now, that night, did you have any information about the nature of Karen Reed's previous interactions with Brian Higgins?
None whatsoever.
Okay. How long did you stay at the waterfall? Or if you recall, about what time you got ready to leave?
I believe things wrapped up around midnight.
And with whom were you leaving around midnight?
So my husband and Matt McCabe stayed behind. They were helping the band clean up and stuff. So it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen Reed that walked out together.
Okay. And you've previously seen video footage of the end of the night with yourself, Karen, and Jennifer McCabe sort of in a grouping?
Correct.
Excuse me, I'm sorry that I just need to clear my throat. I hope that's the
okay.
last time.
That's okay.
Did you see on that same video at the same time, there's a grouping in another area of the bar at the same time?
Correct.
And do you recall who was in that grouping?
I believe it was Chris Albert, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins.
Okay. Could we now publish again Exhibit 22? And I'd like from the approximate start time of 11:57 and 42 seconds. And if we could hit play, Mr. Wolf? Oh, I'll tell you what, stop it for a sec, thank you. Could you zoom in, please, on the right portion of that video, the upper right? We'll start with that. Okay. So this is the start of this clip. It looks to be 11:57 and 38. Do you see anybody in that clip that you recognize?
Yes, so I am the person with the jacket with the fur around the hood, and Karen Reed is the other woman that I'm talking to.
All right. We could play that, Mr. Wolf? And right now, do you recognize anybody else in the background of that?
So to the right in the plaid shirt is my husband, Nicholas.
Okay. What about over your left shoulder?
So over my left shoulder is John O'Keefe.
And does that appear to be his back?
Correct.
Okay. You can play. And he was in, stop for a second. He was in your line of vision at that point, correct?
Correct.
What does he appear to be doing?
He appears to be like paying a tab or something like that, or maybe getting a drink. I'm not sure.
Okay, and do you see him looking in a particular direction right now?
He looks to be looking over his left.
Continue to play. Oh, if we could pause for a second. I neglected to ask you to point out with the pointer. We have
I'm
it
sorry.
now, we might as well use it.
Okay.
If you could point to yourself first.
Okay. So that's me.
All right, Karen.
That's Karen.
And John O'Keefe.
That's John.
Okay, continue to play, Mr. Wolf. Stop. Back up just a sec. Oh. I'll tell you when to start. Yeah, play. Stop. Okay. Do you see what direction John O'Keefe is facing now?
He's looking to the left.
Okay, keep going. Keep going. Stop. What direction is he facing now?
To the left.
And what is over to the left?
I believe that's where the other group of men are located, perhaps.
Okay, keep playing. And I'd like to run this to 11:58:25. Stop. At this point, his whole body is turned to the left, correct?
Correct.
And he appears to be facing where the other group of men were?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
He appears to be facing in the direction of where the other group of men were?
Correct.
Continue to play, all through until 11:58:25. Okay, that's perfect. Now, keeping the video up, I'd like to now scroll over to the left side of the screen, and we're going to start that at 11:57:42, the same approximate time we started the previous discussion. Stop. Okay. You've previously described the other three men. Are you able to identify them on this video now in this still frame clip?
I believe I am
Okay.
able.
And who do you see?
I see Chris Albert, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert.
And which one is which?
Chris Albert is the one that grabbed Brian Higgins' arm, and Brian Albert is with his back towards us.
Okay, now I'll ask you to use the pointer and point to Chris Albert, please.
That's Chris Albert.
On the right.
Yep.
Where's Brian Higgins?
That's Brian Higgins.
In the middle?
Yeah, in the middle. And that's Brian Albert,
Okay.
I believe.
And with regard to Brian Higgins, which direction is he facing?
He's facing the left.
He's facing to the left?
I mean, I'm sorry, he's facing to the right.
Okay. And the direction that he's facing in, who's over there?
Sistine.
What is over there? Is that the direction of the bar?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. Continue to play, please. Stop. Did you see he grabbed his arm a second time?
Correct.
And Brian Higgins is facing in which direction this time?
He's facing the bar area.
Continue to play, please. Okay. You noticed some motion that Brian Higgins made?
He waved his
Back
arm.
it up for a second, Mr. Wolk, please. Stop. Did you see a motion that,
He put his left arm up.
okay? Appeared to be summoning somebody?
Sustained.
Objection to this whole line.
Continue to play. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Continue to play. I'll bear that in mind. Okay, we can stop there. Ms. Kolakithis, did you see how many times Brian Higgins motioned with his arm?
Objection.
Sustained. Commonwealth versus please, Mr.
Understood, understood. Now, prior to this night, had you known or been aware of Chris Albert?
Just knew him from seeing him at D&E Pizza.
Okay, and you say you've seen him at D&E Pizza in what capacity?
I think he's the owner there at D&E Pizza, and we've gotten pizza there before.
And you'd been in that establishment before?
Correct.
And with regard to Brian Albert, have you had any interaction with him, either that night or before?
So that night, I was introduced to him, and I think I even spoke to him a little bit there, and then maybe saw him like a basketball game. I don't remember him really prior to that night.
Okay. Now, I'd like to play the portion of the video where you are then leaving and ask you some questions about that. Yes, I think we can zoom out and perhaps hit play, Mr. Wolk, at this point. And pause for a sec. If you could use the pointer and just point out again where you are at this point.
That is me.
All right. And are you able to see Karen at that point?
She's right there.
Okay. And what about Jen McCabe? Are you able to see her at that point?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Continue to play, please. And stop for a second. I should have asked you, if you do see Jennifer McCabe enter the picture, could you alert us?
Okay.
Continue to play. When you can turn the lights back on. When you were leaving the establishment, whom did you leave with?
So again, it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen.
Did anything unusual occur when you were leaving?
So as we were leaving, Jen went over to Karen, kind of put her arm around her, and she started saying, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me." And Karen's like, "Huh? Like, what? Like, where are we going?" And
I'm going to sustain the objection.
The first part of that answer, the putting her arm around her, "You're coming with me," why did that stand out in your memory?
just because I was there too, and it just was strange. It was just like, "You're coming with me." Like, it was just something that stood out to me.
You weren't included.
I mean, no, it's fine. I mean, it was just stood out, you know? Yeah.
Did Karen go with Jen McCabe?
No, she did not.
What did you see her do?
So then, out of the clear blue, thinking that Karen was going to go with Jen, I see Karen with John.
And where did you see Karen with John?
I saw them just I was parked across Washington Street, across from the restaurant, and I just saw Karen and John like walking down towards what used to be Amber Road, a place.
It used to be Amber Road?
It used to be Amber Road, yeah.
Is that a Amber Road cafe?
Correct. It was like a restaurant. It was like a little cafe shop.
And did you figure out why they were walking in that direction?
That's where I think Karen had parked her car.
Did you have any concerns about Karen being able to drive that night?
I had talked to her all night, and I did not notice anything strange about her. Like, I didn't think anything of it.
And once you parted ways, where did you go?
I went in my car.
And what was your last image of seeing Karen and John that night?
It was just them walking towards the car.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Brennan?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Was your last image of Karen and John, both of them walking to the car and Karen walking to the driver's side door of that car?
Correct.
That night it was a celebratory mood?
Correct.
Everybody was getting along fine?
Yes, we were. Yes.
You were speaking to the defendant for some time?
Most of the time, correct.
You saw her at points hugging Jen McCabe?
Correct.
You knew John.
I did.
He was a kind man,
Very kind.
generous,
Very generous.
thoughtful,
Very thoughtful.
soft-spoken.
Yes.
That night was particularly different. He was extraordinarily proud and happy, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
And you could see him emote about his accomplishment that his daughter got into private school.
Correct.
Did you talk to John that night?
I did.
No further questions, thank you.
All right, Ms. Kolakithis, you are all set.
Okay, thank you.
What?
So why don't I see counsel regarding scheduling?
Looks like the day is about to be over. I told y'all, but here's my thing. I can't remember her name. I'm about to call her Christy. But she knew good and well that Jen and Karen were not friends. And so it was appalling to her that after Higgins motioning for really who I believe John O'Keefe to come over there and tussle it out with him because he didn't kiss Karen in front of him and now his blood boiling. The liquid courage is at an all-time high. Hold on. The liquid courage is at an all-time high. He ready to get it cracking with John O'Keefe. Words have been said, and now she's talking about, come over, you're coming with me.
And Karen, she said Karen was like, huh? Because she was shocked. She was shocked. Child, them folks, they know they something else. They know they something else. But y'all know today was going to be a half day anyway, so we are going to go back over to Sade's
I'm
trial.
going to talk to the lawyers about scheduling. I'm actually going to send you back to the room and bring you back. We will definitely be out of here by 1 o'clock, so a short, and if they could just, like, Paul, they could just go back for maybe 10 minutes and we'll bring you right back. So.
All rise for the court, please.
Definitely giving soap opera, but like I said, Shay, she seemed very, very comfortable with Karen. She said she liked her. She wanted to talk to her. She actually stayed at the bar after being ready to go to interact with Karen. She's the only one who has taken a stand, who's married, that seemed happy. That woman seemed secure in her relationship. She seemed like she had nothing to worry about. It's what it sounded like. It seemed like she liked being a mom. She liked being married. She liked her family. Everybody else seemed miserable. She might not be in one of them relationships where she had to share. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else around her got to share. Yeah, and they probably got a little money in their pocket. They probably got a little money. She probably got a little money in her pocket. She dressed nice. Look like she know how to keep her labels up. Like, yeah, her was on point. She didn't get on the stand looking all crazy. She pretty. Like, she definitely give. If I didn't have kids, I would be the rich auntie. But also, it don't seem like I didn't get from her demeanor that she was just, one of them people who's regretting all their life decisions either. So. That's right, Skin. She is a pharmacist. I forgot about that. I ain't taking notes. I'm just spitballing today, y'all. She got money. Doing her little boring job. Yeah, I know I went to school for pharmacy tech. I could not get into it, honey. Could not. It was so boring. I'm on Amazon too, trying to get the party stuff. All right, we're gonna jump on over because I think they're gonna be on break for a second. So we're gonna jump back over to Sade. Remember, they are still doing the examination of his house, and we are looking at his room, y'all. This is his room. This do have a little bit of sauce on it, so if it's too fast for you, just let me know in the comments.
Would face the alley, so you're facing north right now. So this is going to be his bed. It had storage on the side, and then you had his dresser, and then this is his closet area.
What was on that dresser?
Another knife, which is right there.
329 is what?
Just a close-up of that small dresser with the knife.
Thank you. Exhibit 328.
That's going to be that wall that's facing west. So this would be the back of the residence, and then his dresser, and then a set of more drawers.
Were any identifying documents located in the bedroom?
Yes.
What?
We found a paper copy of his ID.
Did you find a wallet?
Yes, we did.
Showing you exhibit 334, what is that?
A wallet with his ID in it.
Is that an expired ID?
I believe so, yes, it was.
Exhibit 368 is what?
More items that were located in his wallet, so that paper ID, which is his Wisconsin Department of Transportation, and then different IDs and cards that were located.
Sorry, exhibit 369 is what?
That's going to be that paper Wisconsin Department ID card. So it's just an identification card through the Wisconsin DOT.
Okay, I'm going to actually bring you 369 because it's a little hard to see. If there's any demographic information that you're able to read off of that?
Yes, I am.
I should ask, is there a height?
Yes, there is.
Is there a weight?
Yes, there is.
What's the height and the weight?
The height is going to be 6 feet 1 inch and 175 pounds.
Thank you. Exhibit 378 is what?
So that's going to be facing south in the residence, or south in that at least bedroom. So you're standing more where that knife on that dresser was, and you're facing looking south. So that's the door that will lead you back into that entryway, and then the 2 dressers.
There's a TV where my finger is, correct?
Correct.
What's above the TV?
I believe we located Just about more miscellaneous items.
Showing you exhibit 330. Is that shelf?
Yes, it is.
And can you see anything specifically on top of the shelf?
Yes, we located another knife.
Showing you exhibit 388. What is that?
A close-up of the knife that we located.
Just going back to the exterior of the house and that fence and the gates, did you get an approximate height of the fence and the gates?
I believe the approximate height was about 6 feet.
The interior of the house, did it appear as though there had been a struggle inside?
No.
How would you have described the state of the residence just in general?
A normal residence, but a bit messy. Nothing, I would say, out of the ordinary for anybody.
There were knives that were found that were not in the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And we saw pictures of all of those?
Yes, we did.
Did you also participate or at least view in the search of a Hyundai Santa Fe vehicle belonging to Maxwell Anderson?
I did.
And where did that take place?
That was taking place at the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office substation located at 10320 West Watertown Plank Road in the city of Wauwatosa.
Do you remember what day that you viewed that search?
I believe it was later in the month. I can't remember the exact day.
Was anything of note found inside that vehicle?
No.
You didn't find any of the articles of clothing in Exhibit 466?
We did not.
You did not find that camouflage backpack?
We did not.
To your knowledge, has the camouflage backpack ever been found?
It has not.
To your knowledge, have the shoes that are pictured in Exhibit 466 been found?
No.
As part of this investigation, did you receive information about Sade Robinson's Instagram account?
I did.
Okay, what did you receive?
We were able to do obtain a warrant or a subpoena for the Instagram account. We were able to receive records from certain dates from the Instagram account.
Do you remember what the dates of the records were?
I believe it was from early February to the date, which would have been like 4344.
Early February, meaning February of 2024?
Yes.
And as a part of your review of those records, were you able to see messages that would have been sent to Sade from other individuals?
Yes.
Did you, in your review of those messages, see any messages where she arranged to meet anyone on April 1st or April 2nd of 2024?
No.
And in your review of those messages, did you locate any messages that were threatening in nature or seemed to be violent in nature?
No.
Nothing further.
Ross.
Give us 1 minute, please, if we could.
Go ahead.
I'll just need to be buzzed out. We have a paralegal here with us. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
So I want to start with kind of talking about the initial search, because it sounds like there was 3 searches in total, correct?
I believe there's yes, sounds about right.
So there's a search on April 4th, correct?
Correct, that was the initial search.
And then there's a search on April 5th?
Yes, but that was continued from the 4th.
Okay, and then there's also another search on April 16th, correct?
Yes.
All right, so I want to start, actually, I want to start with talking about kind of the layout of the home and how it is set up with the neighborhood. Okay, so what we see here, this is exhibit 297. This house right in the front, that's Maxwell Anderson's house, correct?
Correct.
And then to the right, we see another residence, right?
Correct.
And then to the left, there's another residence.
Correct.
And these houses are all fairly close together, right?
Correct.
About how far?
Best guess would probably be like 15 feet apart.
Okay. And did you measure how close the houses are together?
I did not.
Okay, did any other detective do that?
I don't believe so.
Okay, I'm showing you 298. This is just another view that we can see. The house in the middle is Mr. Anderson's house, correct?
No, that's the other side of the
Oh,
street.
that's the other side of the street, I'm sorry. But just another view of how the houses are kind of lined up right next to each other.
Correct.
Showing you 299. And that, what we're looking here, this is in front of the house, correct?
Correct.
And then off picture, you can't see it over here, that would be the front door, right?
Correct.
And then right here, we can see, that's the gate, right?
Yes, a little bit higher up from where you're pointing, but yes.
Right here.
Yep.
Okay, and then that pathway follows all the way to where the garage would be, right?
Correct.
And then if you walk down that path, you'll be in the backyard, but if you continue walking, you get to the garage, right?
Correct.
And you can see on the left here, these are the neighbors' windows, correct?
Yes.
And we can see a window up here.
Yep.
We can see a window here,
Yes.
a window here,
Yes.
and a window here, right?
Yes.
And do you know which rooms in the house those are, of that neighbor or not?
I do not.
Okay, did you speak to that neighbor?
I did not.
Do you know if another officer did?
Possibly, I do not recall.
Okay. Showing you 301, here is that last window I think I showed, right?
Correct.
And we look at exhibit 302, we see this first window again, right?
Yes.
Exhibit, make sure I can, those are all, I'm sorry. See, it's sitting up right here. Again, neighbor's house, we see those three windows, right?
Correct.
Exhibit 340, this is the backyard of the residence, right?
Yes, it is.
And then, so this top part, that's like a top balcony, is that connected to Maxwell's residence or the downstairs tenant?
Maxwell's.
Okay. And when you initially came to search this house, you said the search warrant that you got authorized by the judge was just for Maxwell's house, right?
Correct.
So just the upper.
Yes.
What about for the lower tenant? Did you end up searching that? I think you said you did.
I did not know, but a consensual search was done.
Okay, by another officer?
Yes.
Do you know which officer did that?
I believe it was Detective Sullivan, Detective Lara Lorette, and Detective Brian Morgan.
And when was that done?
I do not know the date.
But it was done, and that's the downstairs tenant. And do you know who lived in the downstairs?
I know his name is Pete. I don't know his last name.
Pete Warmington, sound right?
Yes.
All right. And did you personally interview him, or did someone else interview him?
Attorney Finley, you want to use the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you personally interview him, or did a different officer or detective?
I believe somebody else did. I did not interview him.
Okay, and I guess the topics of this search, or the items that you were looking for, were for DNA, correct?
Correct.
And you said also weapons,
Yes.
and also belongings that could have belonged to Sade Robinson, right?
Correct.
Like clothes,
Correct.
jewelry,
Yes.
footwear possibly,
Possibly.
purses, any items that could have belonged to her, right?
Yes.
And when you say you're looking for DNA, that can include like blood, right?
Yes, it can.
Bodily fluids,
Yes.
saliva,
Yes.
and that's one of the reasons why you tested different surfaces in the residence, right?
I didn't, but the crime lab did. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But that's one reason why people you said that there's people from actually the crime lab who are on scene during this search, right?
Correct.
And do you know what's their role there? What's their purpose?
So they're the crime lab response team. So any like extreme event, such as like an officer involved shooting or a search warrant where you might need a little extra assistance, they'll respond out to your scene and they will help you in any way they can.
Okay, and these individuals on that team, let's say, they actually are doing the testing in the laboratory, correct?
They'll do the testing on scene. However, I don't know if they do the laboratory back when it gets back to the office.
Okay, but they can kind of help and give, I guess, guidance of what pieces of evidence they think are very important that could be helpful for the investigation, right?
Possibly, yes.
So you're also in there saying this should be tested, this should be tested, right?
Yes.
And then also people from the crime lab can also say, I think this should be tested, I think that should be tested, right?
Yes.
And so they were on scene performing actual tests and getting, I guess, I shouldn't say results, but getting some sort of analysis right away, right?
Yes, it was like a presumptive analysis, yes.
Okay, and what do you mean by presumptive analysis?
It was just a presumptive test, so it wasn't a full test. It was just a basic beginner's test of a yes or a no.
And what kind of things would it say yes or no?
I'm going to just ask for a sidebar at this point.
I'm sorry I inconvenienced you that way, but we were able to talk. I am assured not only are we on schedule, we are ahead of schedule. I understand tomorrow is supposed to be very hot. Of code officers are concerned about how we're gonna keep the fans and air conditioners going and be allowed to hear the witnesses. I've talked to the lawyers, everybody's in agreement that because we're ahead of schedule, we give you tomorrow off. All right, so we won't be in session tomorrow. We will be in session Friday all day. So those same reminders, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, and read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And be careful with your social media use. We'll see you on Friday.
All right.
And then the alley is right behind it.
Okay, and is that like a parking slab where a vehicle could get parked?
Correct.
And then is that the door, sorry, I should point on the picture. This door is the door into the garage, right?
Yes, it is.
And then showing you 343, that is also the, that's another picture of the parking slab, right?
Yes, it is.
Showing you 342. And so that's gonna be, sorry. So that is gonna be what a view into the alley, the back alley would be, right?
Yep, I'm standing inside the backyard.
Oh, that's someone standing inside the backyard taking a photo of into the alley, right?
Correct.
And you can see another garage, another detached garage in the background there, right?
Correct.
And this alley, it's you know, kind of a standard Milwaukee alley where we see you can drive a vehicle through it, right?
Yes, you can.
And then there's garages on both sides of that alley, right?
Yes.
Where in people's houses, they all have these detached garages, right?
Correct.
All right, and so, I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked defense exhibit 806 and 807. The written approach.
You may. Take that microphone with you though so they can understand you if you're.
Okay. All right, can you take a look at those two pictures and tell me what they are?
I'm sorry, your paper is scratching across the microphone. I'm not hearing you.
I'm sorry. So can you tell me what those photos are?
Yes, those are going to be the two photos of the south entry into the residence.
And this is the. I don't think I won. And so, what door of the home is that?
That's going to be the south entry, so that's where you could access the basement. You could access the first floor, access the second floor.
Defense moves 306 and 307 in.
806 and 807?
Yeah, 806 and 807. I'm sorry.
Any objection? No. It's received.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And so this is exhibit 806. This is the door, and if you're looking out of that screen door, is that where you can see kind of the walkway, right?
Yes.
And we see those rocks outside of that door, right?
Correct.
And then if you look up on the top here, can you see this is kind of the mechanic that keeps that door open or closed, right?
Yes, I believe so.
And is that something that you looked at? Did you kind of test the function of this door?
No, but we came in and out of it several times, so I would assume it worked.
Okay, so you opened the door, right, and you closed it, right?
Quite often, yes.
And when you closed it, did it kind of slam shut because of the hydraulic arm right there?
I can't recall if it exactly slammed shut.
Okay. And then showing you 807, this is just another photo of that same door, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then from behind this door, I mean, I guess if you turn around, that's going to be where the staircase is, right, leading up.
Yes.
Okay, I think it's perfect time to stop for lunch. So remember the admonitions? Do you need to hear them all again? No, you understand everything? You got it? Okay, wonderful. Then have a lovely lunch. We're going to kick back up at what time, Celeste? 1:45. We'll open up the room about 1:15. Have a lovely lunch. Put this completely out of your mind till you come back.
Anthony Cotton on behalf of Maxwell Anderson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully you had a nice lunch. Hasn't started raining yet, but it's supposed to any moment, so we lucked out with that timing. We're still on the state's case in chief. State, are you prepared? Oh, we're still during the last witness. Where is our last witness?
She's here.
Oh, wonderful. Can you retake the stand? And we're going to re-swear you because we have a new court reporter this afternoon. We still are on the state's case in chief. We're on the cross-examination.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
Detective Kayla, Kayla, last name Bjerke, Bjerke.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So I think I left off, I was kind of talking about the staircase in this apartment. Do you remember the staircase?
Yes.
And you remember kind of how it's set up? It's not like an up and down staircase, right?
From the first to the second floor, no.
Okay, and it's like kind of like a, I wouldn't call it a spiral staircase, but it's almost like half spiral, right?
Correct.
If I show you photos of that, do you think you'd recognize it?
Yes.
The staircase, obviously.
Yes.
Commissioner Coach,
You may.
I'm showing you exhibits 808 through 813. You recognize those?
Yes.
So what were those photos of the staircase?
Yes, they were.
I moved 808 through 813 in.
Any objection?
Asked to publish?
We spoke at the exact same time. Any objection?
No objection.
I will receive them into evidence and you may publish.
All right, so I'm showing you 808. So this is kind of the first part of the staircase, right?
Yes, from the first floor.
And then 809, that's, where is that a photo from like kind of like partway up that staircase, right?
That would be from the landing. So at that landing where they're standing right now, that's where they would be able to enter into Pete's like apartment or like house area of the house. So that's where you'd be able to enter the first floor is right where the photo's being taken.
Okay, and then if you keep going up those stairs, you can get up to Max's apartment, right?
Correct.
810, that's just another photo of continuing to go up the stairs, right?
Correct.
And then 811, this is another landing space on that same staircase, right?
Correct.
And then we have 812, that's just another photo of that landing.
Yes.
And then 813, that's a view from, you know, just higher up on the staircase facing down, right?
Correct.
And if we're looking at 808, you can kind of see these stairs, they're wooden, right?
Correct.
And how this is set up, you know, you go up the stairs and you kind of have to wind around, right?
Yes.
And these stairs, if you look at them, I mean, they were dirty, right?
Ish. Yes, I guess I would say.
Because it looks like you can see like dust and dirt on the stairs.
Correct.
They didn't look like they had been freshly cleaned, right?
Correct.
And then when you get to the top of that staircase, you can ultimately go into kind of the living quarters of Max's apartment, right?
Yes.
And in that living quarters, there's a big kind of bay window, right?
That faces east to 39th Street. Yes.
Okay, and it faces like the city street, right, where cars can park.
Correct.
And then directly below that window is kind of where you would enter Pete's apartment, right?
I believe so. Yes.
If I show you a photo of that window, you think you'll recognize it?
Yes.
Commissioner approach.
Go ahead.
I'm showing you exhibit 814. Is that the window that faces the street?
Yes.
I move 814 in.
Any objection? No, it's received.
Asked to publish.
Go ahead.
Okay, so is that big window?
Yes, it is.
And then if you're looking out that window, you can see, it looks like the neighbor across the street's house.
Correct.
And that's a pretty big window. It's like, I mean, did you measure how large a window that is?
No, we did not.
Okay, but it's fair to categorize that as kind of like a bay window, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you can see that that's that red couch to the right of to the right of the picture. This is where, was this the same couch where that flannel was found on?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and you just found that flannel, it's just laying out on the couch, right?
Correct.
And do you remember what was next to the flannel?
I believe it was like a waitress apron.
Yeah, there's like a waitress apron, kind of the waiter's notebook where they write people's orders on it, and then like a black little pamphlet.
Correct.
Where the waiter keeps like, you know, the bill and everything right inside, right? Commissioner approach.
Please.
I'm showing you exhibits 815 and 816. That looks like the waiter stuff I was talking about?
Yes, it did.
All right, I move 815, 816 in.
Any objection? No, received.
Asked to publish?
Go ahead.
All right, so we can see here, that's like the waiter notebook, right?
Correct.
That's like the little envelope they carried in.
Yes.
I don't know the word for it. And then to the right, that's where the apron is, right?
Correct.
And those are just lying right on that couch, right?
Yes, they are.
And then 816, we can see on the left side of that photo, that's that flannel sweatshirt, right?
Correct.
And then the waiter stuff is just hanging out right next to it, right?
Yes.
And through your investigation, did you learn that Mr. Anderson worked as a bartender or a waiter?
I believe that was told to me, yes.
Do you know where he worked?
I believe he worked at Victor's.
Okay, did you know if he worked anywhere else?
I am not aware if he worked anywhere else.
Okay. And did you ever personally go to Victor's?
No, I did not.
Okay, do you know if any other detectives went to Victor's?
I believe Deputy Ethan, Ethan, Stout, Stout, went there, but I'm not sure who else went there.
And you're not sure if they searched like any of the employee lockers there?
I have no idea.
Okay. And during your search, you also found a red and black backpack, right?
I believe so, yes.
And that was located in Mr. Anderson's bedroom, right?
Correct.
I'm showing you Exhibit 817, and tell me if this is the backpack that you saw.
Yes, it is.
I move 817 in
Any objection? No, it's received.
and ask to publish.
You may.
Showing you 817, this right here is that black and red backpack, correct?
Correct.
And that was just kind of hanging like halfway in the closet, halfway on the ground.
Correct.
And you can also see that there's kind of clothes laying around, and this is the bedroom floor, right?
Right.
And there's kind of clothes just laying out throughout that whole house, the whole apartment, right?
Correct.
And then I think what you opened that evidence package just a little while ago when you were on direct, and you revealed that Carhartt shirt, right?
Yes.
And that Carhartt shirt was the one you believe that he was wearing on his date with Sade, right?
We believe so, yes.
Okay. And you know that was photographed?
Yes.
I'm showing you exhibits 818 and 819. And are those photos of that Carhartt shirt that you found?
It is.
I move 818 and 819 in, I'm sorry.
Any objection? No, they're received.
Ask to publish.
Go ahead.
All right, so this is one photo of the shirt, and you said you found this in the dryer, right?
Yes, and one set of the dryers.
Okay, but that flannel sweatshirt was just laying out on that red couch upstairs, right?
Correct.
And then another photo, 819. This is the same condition you found that shirt in, right?
The shirt was found in the dryer. We just pulled it out of the dryer to take a photo.
But it's in the same condition as it was when it was in the dryer. You didn't manipulate it other than moving it from the dryer out to the tarp that it's on.
Correct.
And did you observe it to be ripped or torn in any way?
Not that I'm aware of.
And that was just in the dryer. It wasn't like hidden like behind any pieces of furniture, right?
Correct.
It wasn't like under a mattress
No.
or in the trash?
No.
It wasn't like partially burned in any way?
No.
And you can clearly see that Carhartt lettering, and that white lettering, right?
Correct.
Don't see any stains on it?
No.
And then in the basement, you said that you located the workbench, right?
Correct.
And that just had a bunch of miscellaneous types of tools.
Correct.
And you can't say if any of them are missing, right?
Correct.
Just a standard tool that you might find in someone's workbench, someone who likes woodworking, right?
Possibly yes.
And through your investigation, when you initially came to the house, did you ever detect like an odor of bleach
Not that I can recall, no.
or ammonia?
Not that I can recall, no.
And those are kind of substances that, as a detective, you might commonly see someone try to clean something up with one of those substances, right?
Correct.
But you didn't detect any of those substances in this case, right?
I did not.
And did you ever go in with like a black light to determine whether there had been anything that had just been cleaned up?
I don't believe we did.
Okay. But you've done that in cases in the past, right?
Personally, I've only used it in a vehicle, but I've never used it in a residence.
Okay. But that's something that you could do, right?
Correct.
And you went through the trash at this residence, right?
I believe somebody went through the trash, yes.
Okay.
I personally did not.
Okay, and you didn't find any empty bottles of bleach or ammonia, right?
And object, she said she doesn't have personal knowledge of this. Any response?
No, I'll just move on. I can withdraw my question. She
Okay,
has no
question's
personal.
withdrawn. Next question.
And so, like you said, there's three searches in total, but two of them, one's on April 4th and then into April 5th, right?
Technically, there was 4 searches. So one started April 4th, went into the 5th, but that included 2 search warrants. The second one happened, or technically the third one happened on the 6th, And the last one happened on the 16th.
Okay, and then from the 4th to the 5th, you said that the scene was secured, right?
Correct.
So an officer, an officer stays out front or out back all night, right?
Correct, as well as inside of the residence.
And once you had executed the warrant on the 4th, you said that there was media and news reporters that were on scene at that time, right?
I believe so. It wasn't until later in the night that they came on scene.
Okay, but it's still during that search on the 4th, right?
Correct.
So there's multiple people coming. They're not necessarily on scene, but they're kind of across the street, right?
Correct.
So there's news teams, right?
Yes.
Cameramen,
Yes.
photographers,
Yes.
reporters,
I believe so.
lots of different people outside of that residence, right?
On the other side of the street, yeah.
Okay, and and then after you finished the search on the 5th, did police officers remain on and freeze the house, or did you close the crime scene at that time?
Crime scene was closed at that time.
Okay. And the reason why you close or freeze a crime scene is to make sure that no one comes in or comes out, right?
Closing is different than freezing, I would say.
Okay, so freezing it means that no one can come in and come out, right?
Correct.
And then when you close it, it means that it's back open to the public?
Or the owners of the residence, yes. The house was turned over to an owner of the residence, or it was locked and secured so that nobody could regain entry to that residence.
So after you finished the search on the 5th, that's when you closed it, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then police presence wasn't there anymore at that point?
Correct.
And so any of the homeowners could come and go, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that people from the community were kind of outside of the residence, right?
I did see some pictures that were posted on social media from it, yes.
And people were actually inside the house too, right?
I do not know of that.
Okay. But the main purpose of freezing is so people don't taint evidence or move evidence, right?
Correct.
And because there wasn't a police presence after the search on the 5th, you don't know who went in and who went out of that house?
Correct.
Or if any evidence was moved or taken?
The evidence from the 4th and 5th was already collected and recovered from the residence, but anything past that, I don't know.
But not everything in the whole entire residence was taken by the police, right?
Correct.
Some things were left in the residence.
Correct.
And you never found in this backpack that so you attended some briefings where you saw photos of Max on a city bus, right?
Yes.
And you did that, and you attended those briefings before some of these searches, before the one on the 6th, probably?
I believe so, yes.
And so you knew what backpack you were looking for, right?
Correct.
But you didn't find that on your search on the 4th or the 5th, right?
Correct, because we didn't know we were looking for that at that time.
Okay. And one thing that you testified about just earlier this morning is that the house was kind of messy, but you didn't believe that there was any sign of a struggle, correct?
Correct.
No sign of a fight
Correct.
or a disturbance?
Correct.
It's just kind of an untidy house?
Yes.
Like chairs weren't knocked over or anything like that?
Correct.
Pictures weren't knocked off the wall?
Nope.
Okay. And during your briefing, you said that you'd seen photos of Max wearing these shoes with white soles, right?
Yes.
Did you ever look at like a briefing video of him walking on the street?
I don't believe I watched any videos regarding that.
Okay. And because you said that you ultimately don't believe you found those shoes that he was seen wearing on the bus, right?
Correct.
Do you know what brand of shoes he was wearing on the bus?
No,
So you don't know the company that makes them?
I don't.
What steps did you take to identify what type of shoes, what company
I
shoes?
didn't do anything to identify the shoes or anything like that. I was not in charge of the bus video.
But you did locate shoes inside of the residence, right?
Correct.
You didn't find it. Did you find any that were like covered in sand?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And you would have recovered those, correct?
Correct.
And then throughout the house, you talked about how you had identified stains, even as small as, like, I believe you said an eraser tip,
Yes.
but you didn't find any large pools of blood, correct?
Correct.
No stained towels,
No.
no wet mop.
No.
And as you said that, you might not have personally done it, but some officer searched the trash, right?
Possibly, yes.
And they probably would have brought it to your attention if they found, blood, right?
I would assume if they knew it was blood, they would have said something, yes.
And you also, you talked about how there was a closet that you couldn't see at first, but if you moved that kind of that armory or that big cabinet, there was a kind of a closet behind it, right?
Correct.
But you didn't find any items of evidentiary value other than that bong, right?
Correct.
You didn't find like a knife
Not that I can recall.
or a saw.
No.
There was just some miscellaneous clothing in there, right?
Correct.
Among other things, but for the
Yes.
most part. Just we saw clothes hanging on hangers, right?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
State. Showing you exhibit 466. Again, you were asked on cross about several items of clothing. I think it's clear that there were a lot of articles of clothing that were seen within the residence. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you found a backpack,
Correct.
but not the backpack seen in this picture.
Correct.
And in the residence, you did not find this black jacket or sweatshirt, gray black jacket or sweatshirt.
Correct.
And you did not find the pants,
We did not.
and you did not find the shoes.
No, we did not.
Showing you defense exhibit 816. On this red couch, do you remember seeing this item that I'm pointing to?
Yes.
What was that?
I believe it was a package. I can't recall for sure.
But you recall seeing that in that position?
Yes.
Okay, and it's blue and kind of flat?
Yes.
Fair. On April 4th and into April 5th, you've testified that you weren't sure what you were looking for specifically, correct?
Correct.
Because at this point, you hadn't discovered a lot of information yet.
Correct.
Okay, so I'd like to talk about the crime lab response. You testified that they examined certain stains, correct?
Correct.
Did some of those stains appear to be blood stains?
They did.
The stains in general, can you describe what the size range of those were?
They would be anything smaller from like a tiny speck, which would be like a needle point, to quite literally, I would say nothing bigger than that eraser tip of a pen or a pencil.
And as the crime lab's identifying these stains, nobody knows if they're human DNA or not.
Correct.
Could be a food stain.
Correct.
Could be something from an animal.
Yes.
Okay, so there was some testimony about presumptive analysis. What is that?
Presumptive analysis is when you do a test, and based upon the test, you can get an indication of a yes or a no for that.
A yes or a no for what?
The yes or no for they were testing for human blood at this time.
And did the crime lab do that?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Did some of the items that they identified as stains test presumptively positive for human blood?
A few did, yes.
Okay. You're aware, though, that none of them ultimately tested positive for Sade Robinson's DNA, correct?
Correct.
You testified on direct and talked about the knives that were located, correct?
Correct.
And what did the state crime lab do as it relates to those knives?
They conducted a presumptive test on each one of the knives.
And that was there on scene, correct?
Correct.
And you are aware of what the results were?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that there was no human blood found on those knives?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 469 and ask you if you know what that is.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a picture of the knives that were tested in the kitchen for the presumptive test.
These were some of the knives, correct?
Correct.
I'd ask that 469 be received and published.
Any objection?
None.
It's received. What is this note down here, PHTH with a negative sign?
That's a note from the crime lab stating that all those knives tested negative on the pathology test or the test that they conducted for the human blood.
Are you familiar with what a serrated knife blade is versus a non-serrated knife blade?
Yes.
Can you tell the difference? What is the difference?
The difference is in the model of the blade, so you will see the jagged edges versus the smooth edges.
So for example, the knife that I'm pointing to, would that be a serrated or non-serrated blade?
A serrated blade.
In between the search warrants that occurred on the 4th and the 5th, you testified that there were law enforcement officers that remained on scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you went back on April 6th, did it appear that the house had been broken into at all?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did it appear that anything had changed since you had been in it last?
No.
At the point when you were searching the house, specifically the living room, were you aware of photos that had been recovered from the defendant's cell phone?
No.
Nothing further.
Defense?
So you collected every knife inside of that home, correct?
The crime lab did, yes.
The crime lab did, right? But you testified that no blood were found on any of the knives, right?
Correct.
And you did test some substances, and there some of the swabs were taken were positive for blood, correct?
Correct.
Including Mr. Anderson's blood, right?
I don't know the exact human blood. It just tests positive for human blood, not a certain person's blood.
But some of those substances were just animal blood, or not?
I can't say whether they were animal blood or not.
Okay. But I think you said this just now, was that they're just very small, I guess, drops or specks, right?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
State? Nothing. Thank you, Detective. Thank you. State your next witness.
We'll briefly recall Detective Donner.
testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
Detective Joanne, Joann, Donner, Donner.
Detective Donner, you returned to Maxwell Anderson's house on April 16th for that final search, is that right?
That's correct.
One of the reasons you went to the house was you wanted to look at the red couch, correct?
That's correct.
And I have a Defense Exhibit 816 on the screen right now. What made you interested in returning to the house to look at the couch?
By April 16th, we had gotten the phone download back from Maxwell Anderson's phone, and on the phone, there were some photos that had the sofa and also that blue, it's actually a pillow.
I didn't hear that, your response.
The blue pillow,
Who was in those photos?
Sade Robinson.
Did you want to check the couch to see if there were any stains or any other evidence?
Yes.
And did you in fact locate what you believed to be some stains?
Yes, there were some areas of the red that were darker red.
Was this done with crime lab personnel present again?
It was.
Were those stains presumptively tested for the presence of human blood?
They were.
What was the results of those presumptive tests?
Negative.
Did you opt to do further DNA testing on those stains?
We did not.
And why not?
We felt it would be redundant. We knew that she was on that sofa based on the photos, so obviously her DNA would be there. It wouldn't really tell us anything different.
You see me sitting in this chair right now. You don't have to DNA test the chair to know I was sitting here, right?
Correct.
Okay, nothing else.
Defense? Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
Andrew Sullivan.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Andrew Sullivan, ANDREWSULLIVAN,
How are you employed?
as a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
9.5 years.
Were you working in that capacity on April 4th, 2024?
Yes,
On that date, did you assist with a search warrant execution at the address of 3161 South 39th Street in the city of Milwaukee?
yes.
What was your role that day?
Searching for evidence.
Did you also have contact with the lower tenant of that residence?
Yes,
And did you actually go inside the lower of that residence?
yes.
Are you aware of the lower tenant's name?
Pete Warbington,
And did Pete Warbington give law enforcement permission to search his residence?
he did.
And what did you do?
We had him sign a consent to search form, and then we searched the residence.
So that-
The lower
sorry.
unit, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
After he signed the consent to search form, we searched the residence.
So he gave you permission.
Written permission, yes.
Did you find anything of note?
No,
Nothing of evidentiary value?
no,
Was Mr. Warbington cooperative?
yes.
Nothing further.
Cross.
Nothing on this topic, that's fine.
Thank you. State your next witness.
Detective Vincent Lopez.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Vincent, Vincent, Lopez, Lopez.
How are you employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
What unit are you assigned to?
I'm on the cold case of the homicide unit,
How long have you been in the homicide unit?
approximately 5 years.
And you said you're assigned a cold case?
Yes.
What does that mean?
I primarily work on older cases. We say roughly 5 years or older. We investigate those. We follow leads on that when we develop information or get phone calls from people who want to talk to us about them. But we also help with active or newer cases.
Back in April, early April of 2024, did you assist with the investigation to the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
Yes, sir.
On April 8th of 2024, did you attend a briefing in which Ms. Robinson's disappearance was discussed and you were given information about the update in the investigation, if there was any?
Yes, that's when I first became involved with this investigation.
All right. Why don't you tell me how you became involved on April 8th?
I was at the briefing and I was informed of the update of what had occurred over off of 30th and Lisbon.
Objection, hearsay. offered to explain what he did next.
If it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the effect on the listener, I'll allow it. You can answer the question.
I was informed that there was a arson of a vehicle on 30th in Lisbon, our Galena area. I was informed of a person of interest. I was a white male carrying a backpack based off of video. So myself and my partner at the time, Detective Thaddeus Schimmels, we were tasked with trying to locate any video in that neighborhood off 30th and Galena on April 8th and April 9th.
And in your searches for videos, I take it you weren't the only detectives over there searching, correct?
That's correct.
Were videos recovered in the area that showed a person walking away from that burned vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, did that lead you to searching the area near that person's residence?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Maxwell Anderson.
So on April 8th, you joined because you're going to start, you all were helping with the video canvas near the burned vehicle. And by April 9th, you had switched gears, correct?
Yes, we actually, also the 8th, we did like a secondary search near the railroad tracks. We looked for video, we collected video. And then the 9th, we pivoted to look for video and do follow-up near 3161 South 39th Street, which is the residence of Mr. Anderson.
The video search near the railroad tracks, was that a result of Sade Robinson's body parts being found in the playground off 31st and Galena?
Objection leading.
It is leading.
Why did you search the area of the railroad tracks for video?
So when I was briefed on the 8th, I was informed that body parts were found over the weekend near the railroad tracks of 30th and Galena and Walnut.
Okay. And by April 9th, then what happened? What did you do?
Myself and Detective Schimmels went to the area of 3161 South 39th Street. Video was already begun collection in that neighborhood, but we were doing further follow-up to find more video, to locate any residences that did not provide video yet. While we were in that neighborhood, we decided to do we call it, I guess, a search of the neighborhood in some yards and garbage carts and recycling carts.
Did you specifically search garbage and recycling carts in the 3100 block of South 39th Street?
Yeah, so we started West Oklahoma Avenue. We decided to kind of do a grid search of all the garbage carts. We went, started on Oklahoma, I think it's about 5 or 6 houses there between 39th and 40th. Started opening carts. After starting that, we realized that all these carts were empty, or there was very little garbage. So right away, our mind was like, well, garbage just got picked up either today or Monday morning.
And this was on, I'm sorry, continue.
Yeah, this was on Tuesday afternoon on the 9th. Regardless, we continued the search of garbage carts and recycling carts down the alley to the south going to Euclid. And there's at least a dozen residences between Oklahoma and Euclid, which includes 3161 South 39th. I was on the east end of the alley. Detective Schimmels was on the west end of the alley. Just kept going through. My mind, I was just trying to hope that we found like the large backpack that I saw on video or something that just stuck out. Kept going. And I recall that day, that afternoon, we got toward the end, closer to Euclid. So it was a few houses past the defendant's address. I remember opening one of the garbage carts and seeing an article of clothing at the bottom, but it didn't hit me at that point. And I just closed it and kept searching garbage carts. My mind was that everything got picked up by the DPW and any evidence that would have been in carts would have been lost.
All right, I have on the screen right now, I think this is marked as Exhibit 443 already and entered. It was moved in last week. We're looking at Oklahoma Avenue where my mouse is on this map, and then below that is Euclid, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so then this street where my mouse is would be what street?
41st.
All right, this street?
South 39th Street.
All right, and then this right here where my mouse is what?
That would be the alley. It was a T alley. You can see where you're pointing right now with the cursor. That was the Oklahoma Avenue addresses that we searched first, and then we walked south to Euclid.
And where would the defendant's residence be around on this map if you want to get up and just point?
It'd be a little bit further south of mid-block, so I would say right around here, 3161.
So you and Detective Schimmels are just going up and down this alley, lifting the tops of the garbage carts and really not seemingly finding that there was anything in any of them?
Correct, yeah, they are all empty.
After you wrapped up for the day on April 9th, tell us what happened next.
Well, we went about continuing the investigation, the 10th and 11th. Continued follow-up, reviewing video that was collected, looking for more video on the north side. And then I attended a briefing on April 11th in the evening. And that's when I was alerted to somebody had put a collage of 5 still photographs of the defendant on a bus, getting off a bus off 35th and Lakefield. And I saw that at the briefing in the evening, and they were really clear photos of the hooded sweatshirt that Mr. Anderson was wearing. So then at that point, it just went through my mind that I should probably follow up on that garbage cart where I saw article of clothing.
I've got 458, which has already been admitted on the screen now. Is this the photos that you were talking about that you saw?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did it hit you after you saw that on the briefing? What day was that briefing?
The evening of April 11th.
At that briefing, it kind of hit you that you might have seen something?
Yeah, it hit me that it clicked that might be related to this case, what I saw in that cart, but I was still doubtful because the DPW went through that alley and picked up all the garbage on that whole block.
What date would DPW have gone through that block?
It was Monday, April 8th.
Do you know in your experience if DPW will pick up the carts that are empty?
It depends from what I understand.
I'm going to object on hearsay at this point.
I'll sustain the objection, but the answer will stand. Due to timeliness. Next question.
So did you go back to that location?
Yes, on Friday morning, April 12th, at approximately 9:20 a.m., I wanted to clear my mind of seeing what I saw in that cart. So I went back to that location, and I went through the carts again, and I came across a gray hooded sweatshirt at the bottom, and I saw a seam on it. Before I touched it all, I saw a seam on the back of the hood, which I could see on that still photo you just had up.
Okay. Did you collect that item?
Yes, I called Detective Schimmels, who met me at that location. We took photographs and collected it.
Was there anything else in that garbage cart?
No, just a few items stuck to the bottom, but nothing loose.
Was this one of those items that was stuck to the bottom?
The sweatshirt was not stuck to the bottom. It was just laying at the bottom by itself.
Nothing on top of it?
Correct.
I'm going to show you. Let me give you these gloves. Showing you it's marked Exhibit 480. I'm just going to ask you to take a look at it and tell me if you know what it is.
This says, it's under Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office number 24-062269. Description: gray zip-up hooded sweatshirt recovered in garbage can behind 3169 South 39th Street.
Can you open that up?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Once you get it open, just take a look inside and tell me if you know what's inside the bag.
There is another bag, a brown paper bag with my handwriting on it, and I can see the gray hooded sweatshirt in that bag.
Okay, I'd move 480 in.
Any objection?
No.
480 is received.
Can you pull it out of the bag and show the jury, please?
Yes, sir. Then inside is just another bag of full. There's my handwriting, and this is the
All right. Now the front of it, are there pockets on the front chest area?
Yeah, there's an upper left chest, upper right chest, and then there's a lower left for like just putting your hand in there, and a lower right for same side pocket here.
466 is on the screen here. Are you able to see the two chest pockets here?
Yes, sir.
Do they appear to be the exact same pockets as on that jacket?
Yes, sir.
And then one of his hands is in the lower pockets, right?
Yes.
And then it looks like there's an item in that will be his lower right pocket.
Yes.
And on the left sleeve of that, some kind of item.
Yeah, it's a black patch. It says deluxe, so there's a little design on there.
The kind of the shape of a shield.
Yes. Oh, it's a fox. It's deluxe with a little face of a fox.
I'm going to show you 478 and 479. I'll just hold these up for you.
Yes.
What are 478 and 479?
There's still photographs of the defendant on the bus.
Move 478, 479 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
478 and 479 are received. Go right ahead.
479 first. Are you able to see that same emblem on the left shoulder?
Yes, same shape, same size.
And 478, can you see it again?
Yes, it's more turned toward his bicep, but I can still see it.
All right, you can put that in the bags. I'm going to show you exhibits 389 through 402. Take a look at those and tell me if you know what they are.
Yes, I'm aware.
Are those all photographs from the date of the recovery of the sweatshirt?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to move each of those exhibits in and ask to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
Can I have the numbers one more time, please?
389 through 402.
They're received, go right ahead.
Starting with 389, Detective. What is that?
That's a photograph of the front of 3169 South 39th Street, which was the residence where the garbage carts were for.
And I'm going to put up 391 here. What's that?
This is a view of 3169 to the left, and then it's pointing to the north, so that would show two houses down as 3161 South 39th Street.
I don't think there's a 390, just for the record. So the numbers were correct on the exhibit numbers, except 390. There is none in this stack.
So 389 to 402, excluding 390.
Yes, I believe so. And if that's wrong, I will correct us. All right. So you found the sweatshirt behind this house?
Yes, sir.
And two houses over, that would be 3161?
Yes.
Okay.
It was leading, I'll sustain the objection. Ask your next question.
What house is this?
3161 South 39.
392 is on the screen now. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the back of 3161 South 39th.
The defendant's residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And to orient us, 393. Now where are we looking?
We're looking to the south in the direction of where the carts were that I located the sweatshirt.
Right up here that my pen is pointing to, what is that?
That's going to be 3169 South 39th Street.
What's the object I'm pointing to?
A basketball hoop.
394.
That's just a close-up of getting closer to 3169 South 39th Street.
All right, I'm going to skip 395 because it's a repeat. 396 is on the screen right now. What are we looking at?
That's a photograph of the garbage cart and the recycling cart behind 3169.
Is that, which one of those is the one you looked in?
The left one. The green.
Okay. 397.
This is a photograph with the lid open, showing the sweatshirt at the bottom.
398.
And that's a close-up with the camera halfway down there, down the cart, showing the sweatshirt.
No other bags of garbage were in there?
There was none.
Anything else in that garbage cart besides the stuff stuck to the bottom?
No, that was it.
Was it light? The garbage cart, when you grabbed it yourself, did it feel like anything was in there?
No, it did not.
399.
This was me recovering the sweatshirt, and Detective Schimmel's taking a photograph of showing it, the whole front of it.
Now, and obviously you'd pulled it out of the cart by now, but if you had just done a cursory lift of that garbage cart, would you have even seen that jacket?
Objection calls for speculation.
No, I'll allow that. You can answer that if he's able to.
If you're going to lift it without looking, no, you wouldn't know. It'd just feel the weight of the actual cart itself.
Did you look inside the pockets of that hoodie or jacket or whatever you want to call it?
When I recovered it, I could feel objects in the pockets. I did not take them out until we got down to our building with the sweatshirt. But as I was putting the sweatshirt into this brown bag, a book of pocket matches came out of the upper left chest pocket.
400? What are we looking at?
We are now downtown in our evidence room. We have the sweatshirt laid out, taking an overall photograph of it, somewhat zipped up, and them are the matches that came out of the upper left pocket.
401, what's that?
This is a Bic lighter. There was a little smudge toward the bottom of it. This was recovered in the lower right pocket of the sweatshirt.
And 402, finally, what is that?
This is all the items out of the pocket. The blue and black Swiss Army knife, very small blade, that was in the lower left pocket of the sweatshirt. And then the other two matchbooks and that small keychain lighter, which the light did work, those were all found in the upper left pocket with that box of matches that fell out.
Okay, so just help me understand, is one of these box of matches in this photograph one of the ones that originally fell out?
Yeah, it's going to be the bottom one.
So this is the one I'm pointing to, that's the one that fell out when you were originally starting to go through it?
Yes.
And then in addition to that, you found how many more boxes of matches?
The two on top, so 3 total.
And then what is this gray item here?
It's a keychain, just a flat light. I might have said lighter, but it's a light.
Okay.
And just one of those little push button lights, put it on and it gives you a little bit of light, and it worked.
It's not a flame?
Correct, not a flame.
This item here, what is this?
That's a Swiss Army knife. It's got the tools like a corkscrew and a little bit of a file on it and a little blade.
Were there matches within these matchbooks?
Yes.
And the last item is, I have 401, that's the lighter?
Yes, that was by itself in the lower right pocket.
Were there any other items found in the pockets of that jacket or hoodie?
No.
What was the condition of the hoodie?
It was wet throughout, dirty. There's some dirt on it, some stains on it, but it was wet.
Do you recall the weather around that time, early April, what it was like?
It did rain earlier in the week.
Okay. Showing you exhibits 481 through 486. What are those items?
These are the items that we just went over on the photograph that I collected out of the pockets. This is my handwriting. It's a Swiss knife, a lighter, the small little keychain light, and then the 3 boxes of matches.
Move 481 through 486 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
They're received.
And did you make contact with the resident of, was it 3169?
Yes, that's correct. I did.
Do you know her name?
I think it was LaShonda Harvey.
Prior to going out there to do that search of that alley, had you learned from other investigators whether or not the hooded jacket had been recovered?
I learned on that night of the 11th, it was brought up about the jacket or backpack, or the sweatshirt or backpack, and then I learned that neither was recovered during the search warrant or during any type of searches.
And in your searches of the alley, we'll strike that. That's what made you go back out there, right?
Yes.
And in those searches, did you ever recover the camouflage backpack?
No, sir.
Nothing else?
Cross?
Thank you. You played a number of roles in this case beyond just looking in trash cans, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Including going to 27th and Lisbon to look for witnesses. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I did.
And actually, you did that on April 8th, didn't you?
Yes.
You and Mr. Schimmels, you just talked earlier about Thaddeus Schimmels. You and Detective Schimmels drove up and down Lisbon Avenue.
That's correct.
Because you're familiar with the timeline in this case, I'm sure, right?
Yes, sir.
That we have April 2nd, that there's a vehicle that is on fire and the days of what happened afterwards, right?
Yes, I learned all that on the 8th, correct.
Including that Mr. Anderson was arrested on April 4th, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we know that for sure, arrested on April 4th.
Yes, sir.
And obviously the arson happening a couple of days before that.
That's correct.
But the reason why on April 8th you went down Lisbon Avenue is because you did that briefing on that day, and it was decided that you would go out looking for these women who are seen on video pointing in the direction of the car, right?
Yes, I saw that video, and the couple females on that video we were trying to locate and identify.
And the reason why you wanted to do that was because you could see those, at least one of the women having some sort of a reaction. And as of April 8th, no law enforcement had spoken with her by that point.
That's correct.
So for days, almost a week, 6 days after the car has gone up in flames, neither of those women has ever spoken with law enforcement as far as you knew.
That's true.
And since it had been 6 days or so and this woman hadn't made any statements, you thought maybe if we drive down Lisbon Avenue, we might find her.
That's correct.
And that's what you did.
Yes.
And you showed a photo array.
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
I didn't ask anything about what an...
No, I'm going to overrule that objection as to that question. You can answer that question.
Yes, I showed a photo array.
And a photo array is what?
It's a procedure that we use to show witnesses or victims of potential suspects. It's the target is going to be the suspect and then 5 fillers. So the person goes folder by folder to try to identify the suspect.
And the person who you administered that photo array to is a woman named Laura Dyer, correct?
Yes, sir.
You concluded that Laura Dyer was one of the 2 women who had been near the scene of that car going up in flames.
I'm going to object. The answer to that question requires hearsay.
Any response?
I'm not going to ask about anything she said specifically, but it's to show why he showed it's to show the effect on him, why he showed a photo array to these individuals.
So if you're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, you're offering it for the effect on the listener, the information that was garnered. I will allow you to answer that question.
Can you repeat it?
One of the women, who was the woman that you showed the photo array to?
Laura Dyer.
Very good. Now, that happened on April 8th, right?
Yes, sir.
Did the photo array?
Yes.
And you talked to her?
Yes.
And just to be clear, as far as you know, that's the only time she spoke with law enforcement?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Now, moving forward, and then on that day, there were other things you did too, looking for more videos and things like that nearby.
That's correct.
You would agree that the amount of videos that you've reviewed is rather extensive, right?
Yes.
I won't go through all of them with you here on the stand, but in general, you're also aware of the fact that there is video surveillance. When we were looking at them, remember we had the map up of the alley and the trash can area? You remember that?
Yes, sir.
You're even aware that there was video surveillance of the home across the street from Mr. Anderson's house, right?
Yes.
Okay, that there's a video camera that may not be the best quality, but allows one to look into essentially down the pathway leading to the alley, right?
Yes, sir.
And you canvassed that whole area, including the alley area, for videos as well, right?
Yes, I know there's initial video canvas done by other shifts, and then we piggybacked off of them to try to get addresses that they had no answers.
Okay. Who do you see on video putting that sweatshirt into the trash can?
Any video I've seen, I did not see anybody. You cannot see a person put anything in that trash can. The trash can's off camera view.
So to be clear, there is no video of Max Anderson putting that sweatshirt in a trash can.
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a video of Max Anderson, for example, wearing that sweatshirt, walking just off camera by a trash can, and then coming back on camera with no sweatshirt on?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, we know he had it on the bus because we saw the photo and the video, right?
Yes, sir.
And then beyond that, what can you say about the sweatshirt? You found it April 12th,
Yes, sir.
11 days, 10 days later,
That's correct.
during which time there had been at least 2 trash pickups, according to your testimony, right? April 8th, you said there had been a trash pickup.
There would have just been on that, he returned on the 2nd later, so yeah, it would have been just on the 8th.
There would have been one on April 8th, and you didn't recover that until 4 days after the trash DPW. When you said DPW before, you meant the trash department.
Yeah, Department of Public Works, they oversee the garbage collection.
Okay, and April 8th, they would have gone through the alley and picked up the trash.
Yes, they did.
Okay. And we know by April 8th, Mr. Anderson's been arrested, right?
That's correct.
And then somehow 4 days later, this sweatshirt is found.
That's correct.
And it's your testimony that you actually went there on April 9th, right?
After the afternoon of April 9th, we were over there checking for video, and we did that also.
One of the things you did was go up and down the lot and physically jiggle the can, look in the cans and or jiggle them, right?
Yes.
With respect to the specific can 3169, can you say that on April 9th you looked in that trash can, or is that just one of the ones you jiggled?
I looked in it, and I saw an object down there, and I just remember that in my memory.
So if trash came on April 8th, then the next day is when you would have believed you saw that same sweatshirt.
I did see it, yes.
You believe it's the same one as you testify?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what would be important is obviously take that sweatshirt, test it for a DNA and other such things, right?
Yes, I packaged it, and that was the plan.
And to see if there's any hair follicles in it, for example,
Yes,
or blood would be important to look for as well.
very true.
And you did all that, you packaged it and had a process for all that testing, right?
No, I packaged it all, and then some of the items I took to our forensics unit to be swabbed for DNA. All the items, like the Swiss Army knife, the matches, the lighter, the keychain light. And then I physically met Detective Kayla and gave her the property.
Right. And when you keep saying lighter, what you mean is actually the flashlight thing.
Well, there was the Bic lighter, and then there was the little keychain flashlight.
Okay. You're aware, you've seen video of Mr. Anderson smoking, right? Or no?
No,
Okay. You're not aware if he's a smoker or not a smoker.
I have no idea.
You would agree that smokers often carry Bic lighters with them?
Yes.
Or matches?
Correct.
Now, you did say that you spoke with the homeowner about her trash behind her house. You did interview that person, right?
Yes, sir.
And your partner is Detective, who requested fingerprints from the matchbook and the lighter and the knife? That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, I took those items to forensics for processing of DNA or fingerprints, depending on the material.
What were the results?
Fingerprints, nothing. DNA that was swabbed, and I gave those DNA swabs to the sheriff's department.
What do you mean nothing for fingerprints, meaning there were none?
Correct.
Not that they were and they didn't match.
That's correct.
And obviously, you're going to agree with me that things can be missed, right?
Yes, sir.
An example being, you look in a trash can, you see something, it doesn't register that it was important at that time and it gets missed, right?
Yes, sir.
Same thing can be true just for any officer can miss something, right?
Yes, it can happen.
And in this case, all the testing that's done is crime lab stuff for DNA and things like that, right?
Yes.
What about testing a sweatshirt, for example, for flammable liquid? Would that be something important to do?
Yes, that would all be, the whole sweatshirt would be sent to the crime lab for processing of what they deem necessary.
Okay. Now, since you're familiar a little bit with the timeline in this case, you are aware that there were multiple searches on Mr. Anderson's home, right?
I was aware a search warrant was executed there. I don't know the details, and I don't know how many times.
Okay. So you're not familiar with how many times law enforcement went into the home?
That's correct. I have no idea.
Do you have any idea? Well, let me ask this question. April 9th, okay? Let me take you back to April 9th. You've had the briefing on April 8th. You're going through the alley. You're looking in bins, right?
Yes.
On that day, and obviously on that day, you know which home is Mr. Anderson's home, right? It's been communicated and you've been there.
Yes.
On that, first of all, this sweatshirt was not found in Mr. Anderson's trash can, right?
That's correct.
Nor is it in a burn pit in his backyard or anything like that, right?
It was not.
When you went down the alley on April 9th,
That's correct.
Mr. Anderson's home was not surrounded by law enforcement at that time.
It was not.
It wasn't being actively processed as a search scene, right?
That's correct.
In fact, the only law enforcement there were you and Thaddeus Schimmels.
Yes.
And that was what time of day that you were going through the alley on April 9th?
It was the afternoon.
Okay. So then the morning, you didn't as a detective instruct a deputy to keep eyes on this alley at all times, did you?
No, I did not.
Well, when you try to piece things together with video surveillance, because there is some video surveillance in that alley, isn't there?
Yes.
So when you try to piece things together with video surveillance, are you able to piece together a time frame in which Mr. Anderson supposedly can you even say that Mr. Anderson put that in the trash can?
No, I cannot.
Okay, that's all.
State.
Did you attempt to figure out the timeline of when that would have gotten into that trash can?
We tried.
Did you do that by talking to the woman who lives there?
Yes.
What'd you learn?
I found out that she was in and out on vacation and used very little trash, which is why it was no garbage in there, and there was no article of clothing that she put in that garbage cart.
And did you follow up with DPW to try to figure out if they had in fact picked up that specific can?
Yes.
What'd you learn?
We learned that
I'm gonna object on hearsay grounds, what DPW said.
I think he opened the door for this.
It's still hearsay.
Any other response?
No, he opened the door to it.
I still need to hearsay exception or reasoning under.
I'll ask a different question.
Go ahead.
You talked to the DPW workers about whether or not they picked up the can that day, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree there is no video camera that captures that can?
There is not.
And so are you even aware of whether that can was actually put into a DPW truck?
I don't know.
Do you know whether their typical practice is to empty every can?
Again, that calls for hearsay.
I think that could be based on his own experience and knowledge, and I think if it's his opinion as to it, he can answer that.
They are supposed to dump every garbage cart.
Do they always do that?
No.
Nothing else?
Pence?
Yes, on the homeowner. She didn't say she put out no trash, right?
She said she had very little trash during this time frame because she was on vacation a few times.
Right, during portions of time she was on vacation, but she still had some trash, just less than normal.
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
State?
Nothing more.
Thank you, Detective Lopez.
You're welcome.
Okay.
State your next witness.
Janelle Vitt Latchhill.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be seated. State and spell your name for the record.
Janelle, Janel, Vitlatchel, Vytlaxil.
How are you employed?
I'm a forensic investigator with the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
What does a forensic investigator do?
Forensic investigator works within the forensics unit. The forensics unit is a unit that assists patrol and the Criminal Investigation Bureau with processing, documenting, and collecting forensic evidence from scenes and evidence for crimes.
How long have you worked as a forensic investigator?
Going on 8 years, but I've been with the department going on 20.
As a role of a forensic investigator, do you swab items for DNA?
Yes.
Can you just briefly discuss or tell the jury what that process entails?
So if I'm giving a piece of evidence or there's a surface area that needs to be swabbed for DNA, first I will photograph the area or the object of whatever I'm going to be swabbing. So the swabbing process, first I'll put gloves on and then we'll have 2 cotton swabs. One of them is moistened with distilled water and one of them is dry. So we'll take that moistened one and we'll swab the surface with that one and then we'll follow it up with the dry swab. So these 2 swabs are then put into a glycine envelope, which is a wax paper type envelope, and then sealed into another envelope that has the case information on it.
Did you receive a series of items to swab from that were recovered from a hoodie, namely matches and a lighter?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, you work in-house, right?
Yes, I work within our forensics lab.
There are some forensic investigators who go out to the scene and process items at the scene, right?
Correct.
You're the type of forensic investigator who the evidence is brought back to you and you're swabbing those things, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you exhibits 470 through 477. What are those?
These are my DNA swabs.
And what did you take those DNA swabs from?
So there's 8 total DNA swabs. They were collected from a Swiss Army knife, a Bic lighter. There was a small pocket keychain light, and then 3 boxes of matches.
401 is on the screen now. That's the big lighter.
Yes.
And 402. The matches and what other objects?
So this is not my photo because I did not have the sweatshirt, but yes, those are the 3 boxes of matches along with the knife.
I would move 470 through 477 in.
Any objection?
No.
They're received.
And then the purpose of you doing that is because eventually those swabs would then be sent down to the state crime lab, right?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. You're not the one doing any DNA testing on those. That's done by somebody else.
I do not analyze the swabs, no.
I have no other questions.
Cross.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, how are you all doing right now? Anybody need a break? Oh, we need a break at this point. Okay, we'll take a quick afternoon break and then we'll come back and continue.
That neighborhood in general is predominantly just residences, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the street to the north of the residence would be?
To the north is going to be Oklahoma.
And to the south?
It's going to be Euclid Avenue.
Is that location on the map here?
It is, yes.
All right. I've got my cursor. Here's 40th Street. You see where my cursor is?
Yes.
All right. And if I zoom in a little, we're talking about this block here, correct?
That is correct, yes.
This T is the alley that is in that 3100 block of South 39th Street?
That is correct, yes.
Did you also review bus video from a Milwaukee County Transit bus that travels on South 35th Street?
I did, yes.
What was the relevance of that video to you?
I was made aware that the defendant had traveled on that bus from 35th and Lisbon south all the way up to the area of 35th Street and Lakefield.
Can you, using the microphone that is next to you, which I believe you're going to have to turn on, can you get up and tell us from your review of that Milwaukee County Transit video where the defendant exited the bus?
Sure. So the bus traveled southbound on 35th Street here. He exited the bus right about here, just south of Lakefield, which is this street here. And then he traveled west on Lakefield, and then it would be south on 38th Street, and then continued west on Euclid until arriving in this area of his residence.
All right. So Lakefield here is this angled street on the right side of the screen, but this going across 35th Street would be the most logical route to take from where he got off the bus to get to his residence.
That is correct. That is what we believe.
So what area, did you search the area of the alley behind the defendant's home for video that might show him arriving back?
Yes, we did.
And could you point out on this map approximately where you found video?
Sure. So the residence is going to be 3174. It's right here, and it is a camera in the rear alley facing towards the address of 3161, South 39th.
Does it angle towards either of the north or south streets?
Yes, it angles. The camera is on 3174, and it points in a southeast direction towards. It's going to capture like the alley, and it captures Euclid, and then it just captures South 39th Street in the background.
The corner?
Correct.
Okay. The T part not depicted, right?
Correct.
Did you also become aware when you were reviewing the footage from that camera of an approximate time that Sade Robinson's car arrived in that location?
Yes.
This would have been obviously hours before the bus.
That is correct, yes.
Right. Where was that? What did you see?
So on that camera, from the front, we observe 39th Street is here. We observe the vehicle arrive at approximately 9:20 in the evening, traveling northbound on 39th Street.
And then how about that alley video? Do you see the car on that video at any point in time?
Yes, we see that car leaving the residence at approximately 12:47 p.m. on the 2nd.
PM?
I'm sorry, a.m. on the 2nd.
All right.
I apologize.
I've got exhibit 206 in my computer here.
Is it a disc?
It is a disc
Thank you.
marked as exhibit 206.
Thank you.
I'm going to bring up the first clip, these are titled for purposes of court presentation. I'm going to call this, well, let's actually go off the timestamp. So what are we looking at here, Detective? Can you just explain everything for us?
Sure. So this is kind of how I described. So the camera is on the residence here, and it is pointing in a southeast direction. This is going to be the alley here. This is Euclid Avenue here, and then this is South 39th Street in the background. So what we are observing is just the vehicle is going to be traveling in the alley here.
And tell us about the date and the time, because I don't think it's readily visible on the screen here.
Yes, so this is a cloud-based camera system, and it does not depict a date and time on there. However, if you look at the file name, the date and the timestamp, is the starting time of the video is depicted in that.
What time does this video start?
So it starts at 12:47 and 21 seconds.
AM?
AM, yes.
On what date?
On the 2nd, and it's the clip is approximately 31 seconds long.
And that's consistent with how all the files that you originally obtained were titled?
That is correct, yes.
All right, I'm going to move exhibit 206 into evidence.
Bless you. Any objection?
No.
206 is received.
I'm going to play this 31-second clip. And you said it starts at 12:47 and 21 seconds?
That is correct, yes.
What do we see?
We're seeing a vehicle traveling from the north, south, in the alley, and then at the end of the alley, the vehicle is going to turn and travel west onto Euclid.
All right, and I'm going to back it up to the beginning. Are there any distinctive features on the vehicle which lead you to believe this is Sade's vehicle?
Yes, we were made, or I was shown pictures of the vehicle, and the most distinct thing in this photo is you do observe the distinct taillights.
C-shaped?
Correct.
I'm going to zoom in slightly. Can you point out what you're talking about?
Yes. So right here you can see it, and I believe when the vehicle gets closer to the end of the alley, you can see it a little bit better.
All right, I'm going to go frame by frame.
Like right there, before the brake lights illuminate.
All right. And then the vehicle turns which way on Euclid?
It turns westbound on Euclid, and you can't see it actually, but you can see the lights through the fence line there.
The next thoroughfare, I'm pulling it back up 443 here. If you exited that alley to the south here, and you made that westbound turn on Euclid, what would be the next main thoroughfare that you would reach?
South 43rd Street.
All right, and South 43rd Street, if you go far enough north, that becomes Miller Parkway?
It does, yes.
Did you watch the same camera or obtain footage of the subject from the bus arriving back?
I did, yes.
Going to pull up another clip on Exhibit 206. And can you tell us what date and time we're looking at for this clip?
Sure. On this one, it's going to be April 2nd, 2024, and this clip starts at 8:42 and 8 seconds a.m.
On what date? Sorry.
On April 2nd.
Okay. I have it paused at 25 seconds. So you're able to see the clothing that the subject is wearing?
Yes.
All right, what kind of clothing?
The clothing is consistent with the subject that we saw exit the bus. It's a dark colored hooded sweatshirt or jacket, dark pants, dark shoes with a white sole, and then a tan backpack.
Hood up?
Correct.
I'm going to disengage the zoom and play it again from the beginning. While that's playing, are you aware of what time that subject gets off the county transit bus? Let me restart the clip.
I think it froze there.
Are you aware of what time that subject exits the county transit bus?
Yes, at approximately 8:35 a.m.
Are you aware of how long it would take to exit the bus and walk to the point where that person is picked up on camera?
I believe we did a Google Maps type thing where it's approximately 0.3 miles and walking distance estimated approximately 7 minutes.
So the clip of that person walking in the alley, that was about 8 hours after the car had left the alley and turned onto Euclid.
That is correct, yes.
I'm going to now bring up Exhibit 205. Did you go to the address of 3166 South 39th Street to obtain video, any video of relevance?
I did, yes.
Did you, what is 3166 South 39th Street?
So it's a private residence that is across the street from the target address. I observed that it had cameras on the exterior of the residence that could potentially have video.
And that would be, can you orient us again, just off of this map?
Yep, so this is South 39th Street here. So it's going to be approximately right here, and it is on the east side of the street with the camera. There were several cameras on the residence that pointed in a west direction.
Did you meet with that resident owner?
I did, yes.
What was her name?
Lydia Flores.
Did she allow you access to her video system?
She did, yes.
Was she well versed in how the system worked?
She was not.
Okay, so instead of accessing it for you, she just let you look at it yourself?
That is correct. She indicated that she wasn't very familiar.
Objection to hearsay.
It's not hearsay. It's not hearsay to ask if she was allowed to look at the video system herself.
True, but she was just about to say what Ms. Flores said.
I don't,
If
okay,
you're going
fine.
to answer it without saying what Ms. Flores said, answer it.
Can you just repeat the question?
Were you allowed to look at the video system yourself and recover video yourself?
I was, yes.
Did you check and see if the video system was in working order?
It was in working order, but I did observe that the timestamp was approximately 1 hour slow.
From real time?
That is correct.
And did you observe this to be a continuous recording stream?
So at the time of the downloading of it, the video system was set up as continuous recording. However, once we did download the files and get it back to to our police building, when I was reviewing the files, it is not a continuous recording. There are gaps within the video. Not really. It's set up to be continuous, but there were definitely gaps in the video.
What time frame did you obtain video from?
We obtained video from 9 p.m. on April 1st until 11 a.m. on April 2nd.
Why that time frame?
That was the time frame that we had been made aware of other events in the investigation. I believe it was phone records and other things like that, that we knew that was kind of the relevant time frame that we were looking at.
Were there multiple video cameras depicting areas that were really not of interest to your investigation?
There were, yes.
And describe that, please.
So there were several cameras, and I observed that only 2 of the cameras on the system would capture anything relevant. Several of the cameras were depicting the backyard, the driveway, in a direction that didn't face towards the target residence.
So what we're going to be talking about today, do you remember what cameras those are?
The ones that were working?
Yes.
Yes, Channel 4 and Channel 5.
Channel 4, I'm going to pull up a video clip here. on Exhibit 205. It's a flash drive. And what are we looking at here? It says channel 4 up in the corner.
Yep, so this is channel 4, and this camera was placed in the south, that would be the southwest corner of the residence, and it was facing in a northwest direction.
And is the defendant's residence on this camera or not?
It is not.
Okay, where would it be approximately?
It would be approximately right where the channel 4 is, kind of right here.
What are we going to see on this camera?
On this camera, we are going to see the victim's vehicle arrive.
What does it do? Stop in front or do what?
As it's traveling past, the brake lights do illuminate as it's slowing down, but then it does continue past the residence north.
And date and time.
So as I indicated, so this is April 1st, 4/1 of 2024. The timestamp on here says 8:20 and 11 seconds p.m., and that is 1 hour slow, so this is actually 9:20 and 11 seconds.
All the cameras were an hour slow, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so I'm going to start by playing this clip, but when we go to future clips and we're going through these, I'm going to ask you just to say what the real time would be, not necessarily based on what's written on the video. Does that sound good?
That's fair. Yes.
All right, 9:20 p.m. camera 4. I'm going to play this clip. What do you see?
So you observe the victim's vehicle, and as I indicated, the taillights or the brake lights do illuminate. They come off, and then the vehicle continues traveling north on 39th Street.
And it travels in the direction of what?
Where that T alley that we pointed out on the map is.
I paused it at what would be real time 9:20 and 57 seconds. I'm going to move on, detective, to camera 5. So based on that, you'd seen the victim's vehicle arrive around 9:20, correct?
That is correct.
And then if we look back at Exhibit 206, which I'm not going to pull up here, but what time did the car leave?
The car leaves at 12:47 a.m.
And what time in the other camera, Exhibit 206, did the subject from the bus come walking into the back alley?
At 8:42 a.m.
All right. What are we looking at here?
So this is so the camera is mounted in the eastern corner, the northeastern corner of the residence, and it is pointing in a western direction. And we are this right here is going to be the defendant's residence.
You have watched many hours of video footage from this camera, correct?
I have, yes.
How many hours would you estimate you've spent combing through the video footage recovered from this residence?
Upwards of 100.
Okay. We're going to look at a lot of clips that are going to require us to look at minute details. Is that fair to say?
It is, yes.
Can you describe for the jury what we're going to be focusing on as we go through these clips and why it might be important for us to start with a daytime video?
Sure. So this is in the nighttime video, it's raining and it's dark and there's a lot of shadows and it is from a distance, so it is difficult to see. But in this daytime video, you can see that this is the defendant's residence, and you have which is an upper-lower duplex. The defendant occupies, we knew that the defendant occupied the upper of this residence. This is the front bay window or picture window, if you will, where we do see movement in there. And then over here to the left of the screen, which is going to be the south side of the residence, you're seeing a fenced area, and then you see this overhang here. The entry door that is the only door that leads to the defendant's unit is here. There is a second back gate there that leads to that alley that we saw before.
Are we going to be spending some time looking at that back gate?
We are, yes.
Okay. I am going to play the clip I have queued up. What is the date and time in real time?
Sure, it's going to be April 2nd, 2024 at 8:42 and 56 seconds a.m.
And where would this pick up in relation to the clip we watched from the alley of the person from the bus walking up the alley?
So where they're walking up, that person is continuing north and in the direction of where this camera is.
What are we going to see?
We're going to see that same person that we see in the alley, and they're going to come through this gate here. You're going to see the gate open. You're going to see the subject consistent with that same person that we saw in the alley.
Playing this clip from 8:42:56 a.m. real time. Is that the gate opening?
It is.
What do you see?
And you see the person enter wearing the black or dark hooded sweatshirt with the hood up, and then you can see the person is wearing that tan backpack.
All right, I'm going to back it up to the beginning, playing it again. Is he in the backyard still?
Yes.
I'm going to go to the next clip. Where does this one pick up?
So it picks up where the last one left off, and that person still is in the backyard, and then I believe they enter the residence here.
Judge, at this point, I'd like to ask if the court can ask the jury if they're all able to see this clearly, and if we need to dim the lights, because we're going to be going to the nighttime view of this as well.
We can definitely dim the lights. Is everybody in a position to see? Does anybody on the end want to come up into the front seat, in the front, very front row, or are you all good? They all sound good. Okay.
All right. So this clip picks up at what time, real time?
8:43 and 38 seconds in the AM.
And do you see that subject anywhere?
Yes, so you see that you first saw the door swing open and then the subject entered the door.
And this one picks up at the end of the last clip, correct?
Yes.
So based on these videos, Detective, when can you conclude the person who got off the bus arrived back at Mr. Anderson's residence?
At 8:42 AM.
You've seen the bus video, right?
I have, yes.
Do you know who's on the bus?
Yes.
Who?
Maxwell Anderson.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 487 as that clip plays out. Is that just a still frame from that video?
It is, yes.
And if you could, just write on it the correct time at the top. I'm doing 487 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Thank you. I can take it. So the arrival back to the residence 8:43:05 a.m. would be this timestamp.
That is correct.
And right in here, hard to see, that's the subject with the backpack.
That is correct.
I'm going to play this clip again. During the daytime portions of this video, are you able to actually see the door opening and closing?
In this, yes.
Okay. When we go to the nighttime, and I'm talking about this side door here.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. You see it there?
Yes.
When we look at this in the nighttime, are you going to be able to see that door opening and closing?
No.
Are there times where there's a light?
Yes.
Okay. But if there's no light, you're not able to see it opening and closing?
That is correct.
How about this back gate?
Yes, you'll be able to see that opening and closing.
I'm going to, so I've got if you see in the lower right here, there were 527 clips from Channel 5 that you reviewed, correct?
Correct.
And that was what time frame again?
That was from 9 p.m. on April 1st, 2024 until 11 a.m. on April 2nd, 2024.
All right, we're going to go back to the night before. April 1st, what time?
At 9:20:08.
And what do you know from the other camera happens here?
The victim's vehicle drives past the front.
Right there?
Yes.
Minutes later, what do you see near the gate?
You'll see a motion light illuminate in the back alley there, and then you will see the gate open.
All right, so now we're in the nighttime, so it's much harder to see. So why don't you point out for us where we want to be looking here?
So this is going to be that gate area, and then this is the front window area.
And there's a window up here where I'm circling that you can't see right now because it's off.
Correct, right now.
Does that eventually turn on?
Yes, it does.
And what time are we at here?
We're at 9:23 and 29 seconds.
Playing that clip. Tell me if you see any movement.
That's where we see the motion light activate.
This light right here?
Correct.
And
And then
what-
the gate just opened, and then you see human figures moving into the gate.
Okay, I'll back it up a few seconds. Tell me when the motion light goes on.
Right there, you see the light illuminate there. And then you see the gate swing open, and you see human movement into the gate.
What kind of movement?
Human, or you see silhouettes, I guess.
Okay. As I move this clip ahead, the gate has closed.
Yes,
Are you able to see whether those people go to the door, or can you just not see it?
you can't really see.
That clip is finished. Next clip, we're picking up at what time, Detective?
It's going to be 9:25 and 15 seconds p.m.
Shortly after the last clip.
Correct.
And where do we want to look now?
In this clip, you're going to see that the lights come on in the upper.
Tell us when.
Right there, you see a background light come on first, and then you see the main light come on in the front window.
Did you see movement across there?
Yes.
Backing it up 10 seconds, light on?
And then you'll see a human silhouette move through that background light.
Okay. Would that have been consistent or inconsistent with them arriving at his residence around this time?
It would be consistent with that.
You watched these clips throughout the entire night, correct?
That is correct.
Focusing on not only the area over here where I'm circling near his backyard, but also the upper area near that front window.
That is correct, yes.
Next clip. I'm gonna play this one sped up. What time is it?
It's 9:27 p.m.
And a car drives by at what time?
At 9:28 and 40 seconds.
Next clip. What are you looking at as you're watching these clips?
I had to go through them twice and watch, the door one time and the upper window the next time through, because it's hard to watch both locations at the same time. In this particular clip, there is just human or silhouettes moving in the upper unit.
That you can see?
Correct.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
All right, where is it?
Right here.
Okay.
And then it just moved out, and then you do see it in that background light as well.
Does that movement consistently occur on that upper unit for a period of time?
It does, yes.
About what period of time?
Between the time of the arrival and when the vehicle leaves.
Okay. Next clip, we're picking up at basically 9:30.
Correct.
What are you seeing in the upper?
So you're seeing human movement in the upper.
Next clip. Picking up where the last one left off, 9:30.
Yes.
Okay. What do you see?
You continue to see the movement, the silhouettes in the upper unit, in that front window.
All right, this clip ending at 9:32:15. Next clip. We're not going to watch all of these, but essentially, while they're in the upper, you were just looking at that upper window, right?
That is correct, yes.
Do you see more movement?
Yes, you continue to see movement. Appears to be human silhouettes interacting.
Can you tell what's going on or no?
No.
What is causing you to think human movement?
Just based on the silhouettes, the outlines, it just appears as, and like, I guess the height of where it is, it appears that that it would be consistent with somebody standing and the outline of a person as opposed to an animal.
Next clip picking up at 9:35:07 p.m. We're looking at the same window?
Yes.
Okay. Next clip, 9:36:33. That car that's been parked out front is what's happening there?
That car has, the car has moved and is traveling south away from the residence.
As I'm playing it in fast forward, you can kind of see the movement a little clearer. Would that be fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Could I just for the record ask what clip we are looking at?
It starts at 9:36:28 p.m. real time.
Sorry, 9:36. Do we have a file name?
Yes, it's up at the top. It's like 30 characters long.
Just give me 1 minute, please. For the one
All right, I'm going to go on to the next clip. Time is 9:38:30.
Correct.
What do you see?
Again, you're still seeing movement in the upper. The silhouettes aren't directly in the front right now. It appears that they're kind of in that background light right now.
They moved sort of to the left?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
And now they've moved back into that main front window area.
Next clip. 9:40:40.
Yes.
What are we seeing?
And then this one, again, they're kind of in that background to the left of the main window area. You see the movement.
Next clip picks up at 9:41:20.
Correct, yes.
What do we see?
You still see human movement up there.
Anything happening in the side yard during all of this time?
Not at this time, no.
Does that change?
Yes.
Next clip picks up, I'm sorry, I didn't announce it. Let me back up here. 9:42:20 p.m. Still human movement in that upper window?
Appears to be, yes.
All right, one more clip from this time frame, picking up at 9:43:55 p.m.
Yes.
What are you seeing?
It appears that there's still human movement in the upper window.
Which side, the right side or the left side?
The left side. And then right there, this is the first time that we pick up movement in the side yard again.
Okay. What time was that?
Might have to go back, I'm sorry. That's approximately 9:45:08.
And as that's happening, are you seeing any movement in that upper?
It appears that there's still some shadowy movement in the background there, in the left side.
Are you able to discern if that's human movement or not?
I am not.
Gate did not open though, correct?
That is correct.
You would have been able to see if the gate opened?
Yes.
Okay. And again, if you're looking at the back door, clip cut out, but let me go all the way to the end of it there. I have it queued up to 9:45:57, and we zoom in the back door area. Are you able to see whether or not this door is opening or closing in the nighttime?
You are not.
Okay. So that movement you saw right where my mouse is, the gate never opens, but you see sort of somebody about the size of the fence or slightly higher than the fence.
Objection, leading.
I'll ask her what she can see. What can you see?
Sure. So you can see a subject out there. It's a human silhouette that does appear to be about the same height as the gate.
As the fence?
As the fence, I'm sorry.
You said gate, sorry. Okay, thank you, detective. I'm going to go ahead. Pick up at 9:57:44. What do you see?
In the left side of the upper window, you're seeing human movement up there.
All right. Pausing it at 9:58:14. I want to just call your attention to Exhibit 312, which will come up on the screen in a second here, hopefully. All right. So if we're looking out towards 39th Street, that movement in the window on the video that's to the left side, it would be where here?
It would be here on the right side.
Okay, near that red couch?
That is correct.
And then when we're seeing that movement in the brighter area on the right side of the front window, what area would that be?
That would be more consistent with over here.
Above that ottoman?
Correct.
Going back to Exhibit 205. Next clip picking up at what time?
9:01, I'm sorry, 10:01:17.
What do you see?
You're seeing movement on that left side.
Can you point it out when you see it?
Right in there. You're seeing what appears to be somebody that's a little bit taller moving through that area there.
Speeding it up. Next clip picking up at 10:03:19. Go back to the beginning. All right, what are you seeing and point it out, please?
So you're seeing that movement over on the left side there? And then the movement is moving closer over into that area in the middle. And here you're still just continuing to see the movement back and forth between the two areas there.
Next clip, picking up at 10, just before 10:10, 10:09:50, right, Detective?
Yes, that is
All right.
correct.
Let me play it from the beginning. It's only 30 seconds long.
And again, in this clip, you're still seeing that human movement that's a little bit.
Right at the end of the clip?
Correct.
I'll play that last part again.
Right there.
All right, I'm going to go all the way ahead. What time are we at now?
We're at 11:25 and 11 seconds p.m.
And up until this time, Detective, what we've watched and what you observed on all of those clips, including the ones we've skipped, can you summarize it? Where's the movement you're seeing?
And those ones, you're seeing the movement in the upper unit in that front window.
And then there's one point, there appears to be movement in the side yard, correct?
That is correct, yes.
But that gate doesn't, it never opens?
Correct.
All right, where does this clip pick up?
So this is at 11:25 and 11 seconds p.m.
11:25 and 11 seconds. All right, playing from the beginning. What do we see?
And you see the gate open there, and what appears to be a human silhouette go out of the gate, and then in the background, that motion light does come on again.
Motion light comes on?
Correct.
All right, I'm going to go back to the beginning. The silhouette that you're seeing going out the gate there, or at the gate there, I should say, do they appear to be the same height as the fence?
Yes.
Or shorter?
The same height as the fence.
Okay. Do you see any other lights go on? Or any lights, I should say?
No.
Just this one, I paused it. This one right here?
Correct.
And it's paused at 11:25:21. Does that appear to be the same motion light that went on when the subjects arrived in the back at just after 9:20 p.m.?
Yes.
All right, playing again.
And then there you do see another light go on, kind of in the background a little bit more.
Near where the garage would be?
Correct.
What do you see now?
Now you see the gate opening.
Now what's happening at the motion light?
Kind of appears as if it's being, like there's movement in front of it that's distorting the view between the video and where the light is coming from.
Now what happened?
Now the light is out.
Okay. So that time that the light goes out would be what, approximately?
11:26 and 17 seconds p.m.
Does it come back?
It does not.
So at around 11:26 p.m., the motion light behind the house is turned off or deactivated?
It appears that way, yes.
Play that clip out. Ending at 11:26 and 27 seconds p.m. I'm going to go ahead up to 11:42 and 10 seconds p.m. In that intervening time, is there really much going on at all?
No.
What are we going to see here?
This is the one time that you do see the back door open, and you're going to see the light on in the back door there.
Does it appear someone goes in?
It does, yes.
And that happens at 11:42?
That is correct, yes. 11:42 and 39 seconds.
So 11:25, it looks like that someone goes out that back gate, right?
Correct, yes.
And then at 11:42, in the back door with the light on, right?
That is correct.
Okay. The motion light never goes back on in between that time, right?
No.
Next clip is going to go to what time?
It's going to be 11:56 and 44 seconds PM.
And let us know what we're looking at here.
Right there, you see the gate starting to open.
And then the clip ends. I'm going to pick up the next clip, 11:57:19.
Correct.
Okay. What are we seeing here?
So you're seeing that, seeing the gate.
I'm going to go back to the beginning.
The gate is opening further there. And then the motion light is on there.
Motion light's back on?
Correct. And then you do see a human, or appears to be a human silhouette moving through there. And now it appears that that light is being messed with again. Then you do see the human movement back there again.
Does that human appear to be, again, the same size as the fence?
Yes.
Next clip, 11:58:55. I'm going to go back to the beginning here. What are we seeing?
So you're seeing human movement in that back gate area.
Now what?
Again, it appears as if somebody's over by closer to that motion light and messing with it. And you're seeing movement again by the gate area.
And the next clip that we pick up with here starts at what time?
It starts at 12:01 and 54 seconds PM.
And where this one picks up, now the motion light is completely off, right?
Yeah, and I apologize, it's now going to be 12:01 AM.
Sorry. Okay.
Yep.
Does the back gate appear to be ajar?
It does.
Next clip I have up here, this is what time?
It's going to be 12:03 AM on the second. And in this clip, the light is out in the front window.
The front window light has gone out.
That is correct.
Okay. The back gate over here still appears to be ajar.
That is correct.
All right. What are we going to be seeing?
You're going to see some shadowy movement in the upper unit, but you can't really tell what it is because the light is out.
Where are you pointing? Where are you referring to?
Right in there. There
Okay.
appears to be like a gap, and there might be some light in the background coming through that's picking up that movement, but the main light is off.
Now the gate is closed?
Correct.
All right. That gate, to your knowledge from watching these videos, does it swing kind of
Yes, it does.
in the wind?
Correct, yes.
All right. And you know that from watching what clips?
From watching the daytime clips where you can see that there's nobody there in the yard, but the gate is moving.
The very next clip we pick up, that light is back on, correct?
That is correct.
And again, there are minor gaps between some of these clips.
Correct, yes.
This is at, 12:04 a.m.?
12:04 and 49 seconds AM on the second now, yes.
The next clip we see picking up at what time?
It's 12:05:22 AM. And here you're seeing more distinct human movement again in that front window.
So 12:05 a.m., again, you're seeing noticeable, what you would consider to be human movement in the front window?
Correct.
Yeah, I saw it, I read it. I'm bringing this clip up. It's 12:06 and 59 seconds a.m. What are we seeing?
So in this one, it appears that the gate is open on this one, and then we are seeing what appears to be some human movement. The lights are kind of changing in this one.
All right, I'm going back. The gate appears to be ajar, right?
That is correct.
Are you seeing a person back there or no?
No.
All right, the human movement is where?
It's in the upper front window.
Next clip picking up at 12:09:14.
Yes.
I'm actually going to play the last one more time, and I want you to describe what kind of movement you're seeing in this 40-second clip.
Sure. So in this one, again, the back gate is ajar, but there is no movement back there. And in the front upper window, you are seeing what appears to be human movement moving around up there. And here you're seeing more lights illuminating. And the second light comes on.
Next clip picks up at 12:09:14. Back gate still ajar?
Correct, yes.
And what are we looking at in the front window there?
And you're seeing just movement in that area in the front window there.
I'm going to go ahead. This is picking up at what time? 12:49?
Correct, 12:49 a.m.
Okay. And why don't you narrate what you see as we play through this clip? And now the gate is closed again.
The gate appears to be closed right now, yes. And there you start to see the gate open. The gate's opening further there, and it does appear that there's human silhouette movement there.
Right in here?
Correct.
At the gate?
Correct.
The person is kind of in the gate doorway, so to speak.
That is correct, and it appears as looks like they just bent down there.
Duck down?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to go back and play that again. Backing it up to 12:13:15 a.m.
You're seeing the movement there. And then there kind of appears as if they've bent down.
Gate is now what?
The gate is still open there.
This clip is coming to an end at what time here?
So can you move the box just a little bit? It's right on there.
Sure.
It's 12:14 and 40 seconds a.m.
Next clip picking up at what time?
12:14 and 42 seconds a.m.
Right when that last one
Correct.
ended off. Okay. And what are we seeing? Or why don't you narrate it as it goes through?
Sure. Right here, it looks like the gate is still open there.
That clip ends right around what time?
That is at 12:15 and 45 seconds a.m.
Going up to 12, 16, 10, what are we going to see in this one?
It appears as if the gate is open, and then you can see it kind of swinging because you don't see human movement, but the gate is moving.
Point it out when you see it, please.
Right there is where you see the gate moving.
Don't see a human silhouette near it
That is
at
correct.
that time? Okay.
That is correct.
And this is at 12:18?
Correct.
All right. Is there going to come a time, Detective, where all movement ceases at the human movement in the upper and in the side yard?
Yes.
About what time?
Approximately 12:45 a.m., I believe.
I'm at 12:32:28 a.m. right now. What's happening?
So here you're seeing the gate moving, and you are seeing human movement out there as well.
All right, I'm going to zoom in and start this one over.
There you see the gate open. Now you see the gate opening further there, and you see a silhouette there.
Gate appears to be open or closed now?
Right now it appears closed.
Now what's going on? We're at 12:33 and 42 seconds. What's going on in the upper window there?
I'm sorry, you're seeing human movement up in the upper again.
Never saw the back door open and close though, right?
Correct.
Because it's dark?
Correct.
So the human movement would have been by that brown ottoman that we had in that picture 312?
That is correct.
Okay. Picking up the next clip at 12:42 and 32 seconds a.m.
There you're seeing that human movement again in the left of where the ottoman is.
All right, and this clip is coming to a close at what time?
At 12:43 and 42 seconds.
All right. Next clip picks up at what time, Detective?
12:43 and 53 seconds.
What are we going to see here? Or I guess why don't you narrate it when you see it, please?
Sure. So there you're seeing the gate open again.
Oh, I was moving the
that's
camera. I'll back it up. Sorry about that.
That's okay. There the gate is opening again, and you are seeing the human silhouette movement through there.
Comparable height to the fence or no?
Correct.
Gate is, where's the gate at?
The gate is closed right now. Now it's reopening again. The movement is coming through there again. The human movement, I apologize. And the gate is still open right now. We're not seeing any movement right now.
All right, let me back it up slightly to when the gate opens. So the gate's opening now?
Correct.
Now what are you seeing?
You're seeing the human movement through there?
In the gate doorway area?
Correct. Now it appears there's a little bit of shadowy movement behind the gate as well.
Did you see anything just then?
Yes, it appeared as if there was like a flash of light in the
Um,
back alley back there.
How many blinks of light?
Appeared to be two.
2 blinks.
Correct.
Like someone hitting a key fob?
Correct.
And back it up. Tell me when you see him.
Right there, 1, 2.
And what time did that happen? I can back it up slightly.
So that's at 12:45 in approximately 20 seconds.
All right. Is there any more human movement that you see on these cameras after 12:45, that clip we just watched?
No,
In the upper unit or in the side yard?
not that I observed, no.
Until when?
Until when the defendant returns home.
Okay, and that was at 8 what?
8:42 a.m.
Okay. You've watched the entire night's clips?
Correct, yes.
And I have it advanced here to 12:52 a.m. We saw the lights at 12:45, and what time, again, remind us when we saw her car going out of the alley onto Euclid?
At 12:47.
All right, and then, but you do see the gate move at various times, right?
That is correct, yes.
Playing at 12:52 and 14. What do you see?
You see the gate swinging there, but you aren't seeing any human movement associated with it.
And you know from watching these that the gate can move with the wind?
Correct, yes.
Do you see throughout the night anybody coming through the front area, through that front gate, as if to go through the front gate to get to the side door?
No.
And no one appears to enter through the back gate?
Correct.
All right, and at some point, the lower neighbor is outside smoking?
That is correct, yes.
This would be at 5:41 a.m., right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, I'm playing that clip here. You see him outside on the front porch?
Correct.
Did he go in and out the front door?
Yes.
And then if we go all the way up, 8:42 a.m., this would be the clip we started with, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Coming through the back gate there.
Correct. The subject is coming through the back gate.
After the last movement at the 12:45 a.m. hour, that upper front light over here stays somewhat on, right?
That is correct, yes.
And you watched the entire night's worth of video footage that you could watch, and you never see any human movement?
Objection leading.
I'll rephrase it. Did you watch the entire night's worth of video?
I did, yes.
How long did that take you?
Several hours. I watched it several times.
And do you ever see human movement in that upper front?
I do not.
All right, you can have a seat.
Thank you.
You got one other video related to this, correct?
I did, yes.
So after the,
You know, it's 4:41.
Sure.
It's probably like the perfect time, do you think?
yes,
Okay, we're going to stop here for the day. Okay, so remember, no talking with family or friends, no investigation, no research, no reading of the social.
At the same time, and all these messages and these requests for service hit, for example, you got a collision, and then people aren't going to have the standard of service that they expect.
and what, I guess you're kind of getting into it there, why are the phone companies?
I do. People, please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Rachel, R-A-C-H-E-L, Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
All right, good morning, Detective. Where we had left off yesterday, we were wrapping up with the video from 3166 South 39th Street. You had watched clips overnight from when they arrive at the house through the next morning, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And that was through, what time did you watch through? The very end, the last clip.
The very end, it ends at approximately 10:55 a.m.
All right, and then when we were watching the clips from the nighttime, there was this white car that was in front of the house. Do you recall seeing that car?
I do, yes.
Were you able to discern from the video whether that car was affiliated with Maxwell Anderson's house or some other house?
We were able to watch the video from Channel 4, and we were able to observe that people come from a residence, I believe it's one residence north of Mr. Anderson's residence, and enter that vehicle.
Do they ever go to Mr. Anderson's residence?
They do not.
All right, I'm going to play a clip from Channel 4. It picks up at what time, Detective? And let's go real time.
Sure, it's 12:10 a.m.
And as a refresher, how much is this clock off on the video screen?
The clock is off about an hour.
Okay. What'd you see?
You see the headlights blink as if somebody is using a key fob to unlock the doors.
And now what are we seeing?
You're seeing movement coming from that residence that I believe is one north. You're seeing people coming out of that residence and approaching that vehicle. Excuse me.
What do they all do?
I believe they all enter that vehicle.
All right. Does that vehicle remain there or does it leave?
It leaves.
Without ever interacting with Mr. Anderson's house?
That is correct.
Pausing it at 12 a.m. We had also discussed the movement you were seeing in the upper front window. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
When you were going through those video clips throughout the entire night, starting around the 9:20 p.m. hour when that light first goes on, were you distinguishing between what you could discern as human movement versus some other movement?
Yes, I attempted to do my best to distinguish any sort of human silhouettes or movement that was a little bit higher that would not be consistent with, let's say, a dog or any sort of movement that you're capturing from maybe blinds moving, curtains moving, plants in that area.
And there was a tree in front of the house, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you aware of whether Mr. Anderson had dogs?
Yes.
So the last human movement that you observed on the video from either the upper window or the side yard was at what time?
I was at 12:45 a.m.
I want to focus on about the 5:30 a.m. hour. Do you remember when we watched that clip of the person smoking a cigarette?
Yes.
And I'll bring it up here. This clip starts at what time, Detective?
It starts at 5:41 and 53 seconds.
Around that time and up into the 6 a.m. hour, 6:15, 6:30, do you ever see any movement in the side yard near Mr. Anderson's residence consistent with someone coming out of that door?
I do not.
Got this clip up now at what time here?
That's going to be 8:42 and 57 seconds a.m.
And which clip is this again?
This is going to be the clip where the person that was on the bus that we believe to be Maxwell Anderson arrived home.
You can see the tan backpack there?
That is correct.
So prior to this, that last clip where there's movement in the side at 12:45 a.m., when we watch those clips and you see human movement in that back area by that back gate, what about that motion light that we were seeing in the tree earlier on in the night?
Yes, in that last, I believe it's the last two clips actually, you do not observe that motion light come on during that time. So as I indicated, that it appeared as if that motion light was being tampered with because it did illuminate any other time that there was human movement in that side yard or towards the gate. Then in the last clip where we do observe human movement, we do not observe that light being illuminated. That's why we believed it was being tampered with.
I have it queued up to what time?
That's 12:42 and 48 seconds.
Okay. And as I fast forward through this clip, where do you see movement here?
Right now you're seeing movement up in the upper window.
And then the very next clip, what time is this?
This is going to be 12:43 and 55 seconds.
I'm going to speed that up. And do you see the gate moving?
Yes.
All right. Let me back it up and play.
And that's the gate moving, and you do observe that human movement, and there is no motion light illuminated in this video clip.
Does that motion light ever come back on throughout the night?
Not that I observed.
And then I'm going to go to that last clip. What time is this?
This is going to be 10:54 and 46 seconds a.m.
On what date?
On April 2nd.
What are we seeing here? Hold on, let me zoom in.
Yep. I'm just going to stand up if that's okay.
Sure, let me get you a mic.
I've got it.
What's the status of that back gate?
The back gate is open at this time. And then right now you're observing that side door opening and somebody exiting that side door.
Does it appear that person manually closes the door?
Yes.
Okay, and where's that person going?
And that person is going through the back gate and they appear to be wearing a green hooded sweatshirt.
Not what the other person was wearing who came in the back gate, who you've said is Maxwell Anderson, right?
That is correct.
What do you mean by manually closing the door? I'll play it again here. If you can just describe what you're talking about.
Sure.
And point it out as you're seeing it, if you could.
So you're seeing the door swing open there, and then it appears as if they push the door to close it.
Rather than just letting it slam?
Correct.
Are you aware of whether Maxwell Anderson, what he did on the date of April 2nd?
Yes.
What do you do?
He went to work.
Where?
At dugout 54.
And did you attempt at some point to go to dugout 54 to see if they had video from the date of April 2nd?
I did, yes.
Did you speak to the manager?
I did.
Was his name David Grycan?
It was.
And do you recall the date in which you went there?
I believe it was April 8th, but I don't know for sure.
It was several days after this, correct?
That is correct.
And were you able to obtain video from Dugout 54?
No, there was no longer video.
What happened to it?
It had gone beyond the retention period.
Okay. Now, we had discussed the video from the alley. That was the first video you and I went through yesterday. It shows Sade's Honda Civic leaving the alley onto Euclid at what time?
At 12:47
How long after the last movement we see on the 3166 video would that have been?
About 2 minutes.
Okay. When we see those two blinking lights?
That is correct, yes.
And then 2 minutes later, the car is going out of the alley?
That is correct.
Did you attempt to get video from anywhere after that period to discern where that car traveled to?
Yes,
Did you find video that depicted her vehicle after it departed that alley?
I did, yes.
Can you describe what you did and what you found?
Sure. So the city has a program that's called Operation Impact, and there are cameras that business owners share with the Milwaukee Police Department that we are able to access via an app called High Connect. And because of the district that I formerly worked in, I was familiar with a camera that was on the intersection of 35th and Greenfield, and it was believed that Mr. Anderson traveled in that direction.
I'm going to object to Mr. Anderson. He just asked about a Civic.
I'll sustain that objection, and Detective, I'd ask you to just rephrase.
Sure. It was believed that the Honda Civic traveled in that direction. So I was able to go onto that app and access those cameras that are there. They're located at 3429 West Greenfield Avenue, and there are several different cameras on that business that I was able to view, and I was able to observe that Honda Civic traveling north on South 35th Street.
I'm going to pull up the map so you can describe what it is that why you were looking in a certain area. Zooming in here, why don't you orient us if you could? Stand up with the microphone, please.
So again, this is the area where Mr. Anderson's residence is on South 39th Street, and this is the alley that we last observed the vehicle traveling. It was going south in the alley and then west on Euclid. The most natural, I guess, way or the most thoroughfare is going to be South 43rd Street here. And then I believe based on phone records, we believe that the vehicle actually traveled down Forest Home here, and then it went north on South 35th Street, and that is why we looked in those areas.
So you had shared with you certain location information about Sade's phone, right?
That is correct.
And that led you to believe that her phone was traveling on 35th Street?
That is correct.
So your specific focus on 35th Street wasn't just a random guess. It was based on information developed in the investigation?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Okay. Well, I'll move on. And then why don't you tell us where this camera is located in relation to Mr. Anderson's home?
So the home is, sorry, I lost track of where we were here.
I zoomed out on you, I'm
Yep.
sorry.
So the home is going to be in this area right here. And then the location of that camera is, you're going to have to come down a little bit. Right here on 35th and Greenfield.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I have on a disc marked as Exhibit 207. And as that's loading, what time period did you capture this video from?
I started watching at 12:45 a.m. because we knew that the last movement of the Honda Civic from the area of Mr. Anderson's home was at 12:47 a.m. So I watched from 12:45, and I was able to find the vehicle on these cameras at approximately 12:53 a.m. on the 2nd.
All right, I'm going to bring up the video file. It's a long title. The first one is identified as camera 3. Let me get off the zoom here. All right, is this the video the footage that you captured?
It is, yes.
What intersection is this?
So this is going to be 35th and Greenfield. This is South 35th Street, and the camera, you can see that the camera is pointing in a southwest direction. This is going to be West Greenfield Avenue.
Can I get an exhibit number on this, please?
207. I'm going to move 207 into evidence.
Any objections?
No.
Received.
I'm going to play this clip. However, I'm going to advance it to 44 seconds. And before I play, what real time are we looking at here?
We're looking at 12:53 and 39 seconds.
Are you familiar with whether or not this would cover the approximate time it would take for the vehicle to drive from the alley onto Euclid to this intersection?
I am, yes. Again, we did a Google Maps, I guess, a simulation of how far it would be. It's approximately 2.6 miles from the residence to this intersection, and it estimated approximately 7 minutes.
Playing at 12:53 and 39 seconds a.m. And that's not the vehicle there?
Correct.
Okay. I'm sorry, I need to go back. I'm playing it from the beginning. So this is 12:52:58.
Correct.
What do you see?
This is the Honda Civic that we believe to be Ms. Robinson's vehicle.
And what do you notice about the windows, if anything?
So they appear to be fogged up or a heavy condensation on the windows.
And what direction does the vehicle travel after going through that intersection?
The vehicle continues north on South 35th Street.
Okay. I want to back it up and ask you which windows are you noticing this condensation on?
The windows that are visible in this clip or this view, I see that the windshield and both passenger windows, as well as you can kind of observe it on the back window.
The front passenger mirror, does that look normal?
It does, yes.
Okay, not broken.
Correct.
And then I'm going to play camera 1. Advance it to 20 seconds. Before I play it, we're just looking where now?
So this angle, this camera is actually going to be on the north side of the building. This camera is facing in a west direction. So this is going to be West Greenfield here, and this is South 35th Street here.
Playing from 20 seconds, 12:53:20 a.m. What do you see?
You're observing that Honda Civic approaching the intersection and stopping.
As we zoom in, are you able to observe the windows in this clip as well?
Yes, they are. They also appear to be condensation or a fogging on the windows.
What's happening now?
In this view, the vehicle is continuing north on South 35th Street, and that's where you're able to observe those distinct taillights, that reverse C distinct taillight that the vehicle had.
Paused it at 53 seconds. All right, okay, thank you, Detective. You can have a seat. I have no further questions.
Cross.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So can I start by asking you on the videos that you got from across the street, the 3166, that's across the street from Max's house, right?
That is correct.
And the way you got those videos was to literally go knock on the door and speak to the homeowner.
Correct.
Lydia Flores.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And Ms. Flores, you would agree with me, was not particularly familiar with the intricacies of her camera system.
That is correct, yes.
Because I think what I heard you say before was she wasn't sure how it was set up or anything of that nature.
Correct.
And what day did you go to her house?
And that was Sunday, April 7th.
Now, you know Max was arrested on April 4th, right?
That is correct.
So it was 3 days after he was arrested, you went to Ms. Flores' house.
Correct.
So at least as of April 7th, she still had video going all the way back to April 1st.
Correct.
How much further back than that did the video go?
I don't recall.
But it was for sure at least April 1st, and you sort of zeroed in on that because you had a timeline already in your knowledge at that point, right?
That is correct, yes.
And you didn't know what you were going to find when you went to this house and asked about the system, obviously, right?
We did not.
And obviously, you also looked at video from the alley, whether there was video in the alley as well?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So you go to the house, she gives you access to the system, and you download what you choose to download.
That is correct.
Which was what set of data? In other words, the dates that you chose to download.
Sure. We chose to download at that time based on the knowledge that we had. We downloaded from 9 p.m. on April 1st, 2024 to 11 a.m. on April 2nd, 2024.
Okay. And so then anything after 11 a.m. on April 2nd is gone.
That is correct.
You've never gone back to ask her for additional footage after 11 a.m. on April 2nd, have you?
We did not.
How long have you been a detective for?
I've been a detective approximately 4 years.
Going on 4 years?
That is correct.
So 3 years and some number of months.
I was promoted in October of 2020. So actually, I'm over 4 years, going into my fifth.
And then before you were a detective, what type of officer were you?
I was a patrol officer in District 2.
How did it come to be that you were assigned this particular task?
At our
daily briefing, tasks just get assigned, and I was familiar with the South Side area, so I chose to go look for the video over there.
Okay, because you knew the neighborhood, for example.
That is correct.
All right. And I think you talked about Max getting off a bus and going home. The route that he walked was the normal route to walk home, right?
We believe it was, yes.
You don't know the exact streets necessarily because there may not be video of every street, but he went west to his house, right?
The most logical route, yes.
Okay, and it sort of matches up with the times of when you can see the video of him coming home, right?
That is correct.
Because have you yourself actually walked that route to roughly check it?
I have, yes.
Okay, and you can see when he comes home, he obviously has his backpack on, right?
Correct.
So the backpack hasn't been disposed of.
That is correct.
What's in the backpack?
I don't know.
He has his jacket on, you saw that, right?
Correct.
And the jacket has not been disposed of either.
I'm not aware.
Okay, you can see the video that he has it on, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Yes, when he is in the video, yes, the jacket is still on his person.
Right, gets off the bus, backpack and jacket on, comes home. When he gets off the bus and comes home, it's the same clothes on, right?
That is correct.
And nothing's been tossed in the garbage can, right?
Correct.
And you don't see any video of anything like that happening.
That is correct.
Now, the videos, the camera system actually, as we were watching a bunch of clips yesterday, we're not going to do that today. Let's go straight down sort of the walkway down the side of Max's house, right?
That is correct.
And you said that you got this assignment because you're familiar with the area, so either it was told to you or you decided you'll go knock on doors and see what videos you can collect.
Correct.
It wasn't given to you because you are the department's video expert, for example, right?
That is correct.
Not that you have any specialized training in how to interpret videos, right?
Correct.
You have no such training.
That is correct.
Your training is no different than any member of the juror or any other person of the public in terms of interpreting videos.
Correct.
And you would agree that the system Ms. Flores provided to you, I thought what I heard you say yesterday was that it was a continuous system. That's what she had thought.
Correct.
But it turns out it wasn't set up as a continuous system.
Correct.
Meaning that there are significant gaps.
Yes.
Between clips, right?
That is correct.
We could see on the screen hundreds, I believe, probably hundreds of clips, right?
Correct.
There's no rhyme or reason why it picks up one portion of a day or no, not a portion of a day, right?
Correct.
And that's different than some camera systems where you can make sense of why it picks up at a certain time, right?
That is correct.
So what you're left with is footage as it exists with significant gaps throughout the footage, right?
Correct.
And we don't know whatsoever, obviously, during those gaps what happens.
That is correct.
Now, where's the microphone, Jay? You still using the microphone?
I think the one right next to it.
Testing 1, 2. I'm going to show you exhibits 316 and 317, okay?
Okay.
And Ian, could you take down the video?
Do you want it on the Elmo?
Yeah, please. Do you see those exhibits?
I do, yes.
And those have been previously admitted into evidence. Do you recognize these?
This is the first time I'm viewing them.
Okay.
Well, I viewed one yesterday, I apologize, but yes.
You recognize that as what?
This is the inside of Mr. Anderson's residence.
Okay. Meaning, and Judge, okay if I publish exhibits that have been admitted, right?
What numbers are they again?
316, 317.
Yes, go ahead.
So,
And they have been already admitted, yes.
okay, so again, exhibit 316, before I ask you about this exhibit, you would agree that yesterday you were looking at what you believe to be silhouettes and drawing some conclusions based on that, right?
Correct.
And you are, as you've said, have no expert training in such a field, right?
That is correct.
You're not offering that as a scientific assessment or analysis, right?
I am not.
And you would agree that exhibit 316, which you just identified, is a picture of the interior of Max's upstairs.
Correct.
I should just say Max's residence that he lived in, right?
Correct.
And what we have here is on the right side, a couch, and on the left side, a circular chair, right?
Correct.
And then a table directly in front of that window, right?
That is correct.
And then plants hanging all over the place.
Correct.
At least 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't know. Can you estimate how many plants are hanging in front of the window? Give it a count if you want.
I would say it appears as if 4 are hanging in the window, and then there are some on the table at the table level.
Yeah, it looks like at least on the right side, some sort of a tree, and then on the left side, maybe a shrub as well.
That is correct.
All of which are sort of in front of that front window, right?
Correct.
And then there's I don't know if I covered this, there's also a credenza, an end table of some sort right up against the window.
That is correct.
That would not be, other than the chair on the left side by that window, one would not sit, one would not imagine that they sit on that credenza thing, right?
That is correct.
It doesn't look like it's designed for people to hang out on.
No.
And in terms of room to get around, so then with exhibit 317, that's just, what is that?
It's just a closer up view, it appears.
Of the clutter?
Yes.
And it's really sort of, the blinds are off to the side. It appears that there's, at least on top of the credenza, maybe 8 or 9 additional plants on top of there as well.
Correct.
And the quality of the videos that you have looked at are extraordinarily poor,
That is correct.
as opposed to other video of better quality, such as bus footage, where you can clearly see faces and gender, right?
That is correct, yes.
Now, why wouldn't you, since you made a decision to get the footage through 11 a.m. on April 2nd, why wouldn't you get footage from April 3rd and April 4th, up to the day that Max was arrested?
At that time, that was the only footage that we deemed that was the most valuable.
Okay, so that's your thought at the time, but now looking back on it, it would obviously be helpful to have additional footage, right?
Correct.
But that's been lost to time.
Correct.
It is important to be thorough, though, isn't it?
Correct.
Especially on an intentional homicide case.
That is correct.
Now, another question I wanted to ask you is this. When you get these videos, obviously they're in electronic form, right?
That is correct, yes.
And you can, as you said yesterday, you can spend whatever hours you want looking at them and drawing whatever conclusions, right?
Correct.
And you've testified, obviously, Mr. Anderson had dogs.
Correct.
We know Sade, or we believe Sade went to his house with him, right?
Correct.
You've seen the video, they leave Dukes together and get in a vehicle, right?
Correct.
None of this is new information to you. You've been able to, you know the case, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And so there's nothing on, to be clear, any of the videos that you've watched that ever shows Max Anderson driving Sade's car.
That is correct.
Even the ones you just testified to this morning where you had said Max, in fact, all you can determine is that a Honda Civic left Max's house.
That is correct.
You can't say that Max actually drove that car.
Correct.
Okay. And when you talked about a light blinking twice, consistent with a key fob being pushed, you have no opinion whether that's Sade clicking a key fob or Mr. Anderson clicking that.
Correct.
Or some other person.
Correct.
Because what we saw in the video, although it's not good quality, is the gate opening and closing, right?
That is correct, yes.
And for sure, we could see a gate opening and closing at times when there's no human movement out there.
Correct.
Which, to you, maybe it's wind, or maybe you don't see the person.
Correct.
And we don't know, do you know whether there's people lurking in that alley? Can you see in that alley?
We cannot.
Or behind the garage?
Correct. We cannot see that.
Certainly, alleys can be a dangerous spot.
Correct.
Dark areas, late at night.
Correct.
Now, you do as a detective, you can use your eyes to watch things, but you also have a crime lab, right?
Correct.
And what a crime lab can do is provide additional services to you to help interpret video evidence, right?
Correct.
There's access to FBI crime labs, and there's also local crime labs here in Milwaukee, right?
That is correct.
And in fact, this is even the type of case because of the nature of it where FBI assistance was asked for and provided, actually.
Correct.
Did you ever ask the FBI to do any video analysis in this case?
We did not.
I just want to know if you did.
I did not. I apologize.
And did you ever ask the state crime lab? Did you ever ask the state crime lab to do any video analysis?
I personally did not know.
What would be important? Well, you were asked questions yesterday about height. Remember that?
Correct.
Whether a silhouette appears to be the same height as the fence or not the same height as the fence.
Correct.
Did you ever ask, you do know that the state crime lab in Milwaukee can provide a height analysis?
I was not aware if that was one of the features specifically, but it wouldn't surprise me.
You didn't know that they can do that?
I did not.
Therefore, you never asked them to do a height analysis?
That is correct.
Because you didn't know they could?
Correct.
So, well, since you played such an important role in viewing video evidence, did you ever receive any report from the crime lab? Did you ever receive any report from the crime lab attempting to analyze the video footage?
I did not.
As you sit here today, did you ever review such a report?
I did not.
Are you aware that such a report exists?
I am not.
You've never been told that?
Correct.
Would it be helpful for you if you were to learn, okay, if you were to learn that the state crime lab looked at this footage, looked at clips, okay, and that they were specifically asked to do a comparative height analysis?
I'm going to object. It's assuming facts, not in evidence, and asking her to speculate.
I'm allowed to ask hypotheticals. She's spoken about the footage.
She indicated that she's unaware of whether or not the crime lab has the ability to do this. You indicated in your questioning you believed it was possible, but she's indicated she doesn't even know if it's a possibility. So based on that, I think I'm going to sustain the state's objection.
Okay.
Next question.
We can come back to that if it's appropriate, okay? Okay. Now, the movement that you talked about yesterday, silhouettes and things like that, you've offered an opinion, but again, not a scientific opinion, just your lay opinion, right?
That is correct, yes.
That sometimes you think it's human and sometimes you don't think it's human, right?
Correct.
But you don't know whether it's really a dog that jumps up, it might be a big dog, or it's a human, right?
That is correct.
And clearly, obviously, we've established there were dogs in the house, right?
Correct.
And no special software was used. Did you use any special software that provides you the ability to do something with the footage that we didn't see here in court?
I did not know.
Dugout 54 is I believe you said a bar here in Milwaukee.
Correct.
You went there.
Correct.
When did you go there?
I believe it was April 8th.
No footage anymore, right?
Correct.
It was gone?
Correct.
But regardless of whether there's footage or not, you spoke to the owner, David Grycan, you said, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Grycan confirmed Max showed up to work on April 2nd,
He did, yes.
worked his shift,
Correct.
which is an important day in Milwaukee in particular because it's opening day, right?
That is correct, yes.
And dugout 54 is right by the stadium.
Correct.
With foot traffic galore walking to the stadium and the bars, right?
Correct.
And you were able to confirm with Mr. Grycan that on April 2nd, Max Anderson showed up to work at what time?
I believe it was 11:12 a.m.
Is that in what we do? And we do have footage, right? Or do we have footage in your review of what you believe to be Max leaving his house to go to work?
That is correct, yes.
Is that when we saw the green jacket? Is that what you were offering the opinion that that's Max?
Correct.
So you can see him going to work.
Correct.
And clearly he's not carrying a backpack.
Correct.
Nor is he appear to be running from the home, right?
Correct.
So whatever backpack was being worn, presumably is in the house, right?
Correct.
You never saw it get disposed of.
I did not know.
Same with the jacket.
I did not.
And Max goes to work at 11:12
Correct.
and works, and then opening day is noon or 1, right?
I believe so, yes. I don't know the exact time.
Okay, but he works through his shift.
Correct.
Normal.
Correct.
And then we don't have any footage of him coming home or any activities after that because you ended at 11 a.m.
That is correct.
That's all.
Steve?
At the time he would have left to go to work, that would have been, that was shortly prior to 11 a.m. on the 2nd, right?
That is correct.
And so then he arrives at work at 11:12, right?
Correct.
At that time, was your unit even aware that Sade Robinson was missing? On April 2nd?
On April 2nd, I don't know what time the missing was reported.
Her leg hadn't even been found yet, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you know, or knew at the time that you got that video from 3166 that Sade was deceased by April 2nd.
Correct.
And does that play a role in why you focused in on that time period?
Yes.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for the movements, who was coming and going at that time.
And how many hours have you spent combing through that video?
Asked and answered.
Thanks for clarification. You're able to answer it.
As I indicated yesterday, close to 100 hours.
Have you ever used the crime lab's imaging unit or whatever it is called?
I personally have not, no.
Okay. Nothing else.
Thank you. And
I'm sorry, did you say nothing further? I didn't hear you.
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
thank you. In the close to the 100 hours of time you've spent watching that footage, you never once see somebody being strangled, right?
Correct.
Or stabbed.
Correct.
That's all.
State.
Nothing.
Thank you, Detective
Thank
Smith.
you.
State your next witness.
Detective Daniel O'Connell.
It's open. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Daniel O'Connell, D-A-N-I-E-L, O''Connell.
Are you a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department?
I am.
How long have you been a detective, or how long have you been with the department, I should ask?
10 years.
And how long a detective?
Approximately 3.
What unit are you assigned to?
Homicide Division.
Did you assist in investigating the disappearance of Sade Robinson in early April 2024?
I did.
Was one of the roles that you played in investigating her disappearance to look for video that might be relevant around the area of Maxwell Anderson's residence?
It was.
Did that include looking for video in the T alley that borders his residence?
Yes.
Did you find any video that showed anything of note?
I did.
In that T alley?
I did.
What did it show? It just summarized. We're going to watch it, but.
I located at 3120 South 40th Street, which is faces, the rear of the house faces to the east. What we'll see is Ms. Robinson's car traveling north in the 3100 block of North 39th Street. It's going to pass the entrance to the alleyway, back up, and then proceed west through the T, or the east-west portion of the alleyway, and then turn south on the T alleyway, and out of view of the camera.
What time did this occur at?
9 p.m., 9:16 p.m., roughly.
All right. On what date?
April 2nd. I apologize. The camera will show 9:16. It's actually slow by 4 minutes, so it's actually 9:20 p.m. Real time.
All right. I have on the screen here, Exhibit 443 is going to come up hopefully shortly. So are we talking about this T alley here?
Correct.
All right. And the camera footage shows what, the entrance?
It will show the entrance from 39th Street.
Okay.
And the alleyway running east-west, and then just the north portion of the north-south portion of the alleyway.
I'm going to pull up a disc that I have marked as Exhibit 208. And I'm going to play the file that is, the end of the file name is 5958_part1. All right. Now, at the top here, there's a date and time stamp. Is the date accurate?
It is accurate.
Okay, and in this particular instance, the month and the day are in reverse order, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so the one in the beginning is the 1st of April, right?
Correct.
All right, and you said the camera's how much off?
4 minutes.
I'm going to go, I'd move Exhibit 208 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
I'm going to advance the video 4 minutes and 32 seconds. All right, kind of hard to see because of the glare here, but what time is this?
It's 21:16:25, which would be 9:16 p.m. According to camera time, and real time would be 9:20 p.m.
Was there a specific reason you were looking for this time period?
That's the approximate time that we believe that she arrived at Mr. Anderson's house.
Do you know what that was based on?
It was based on various phone records, applications.
I'm going to play this clip until, well, I'm going to play about 20-some seconds of it. Oh, actually, before I do that, just orient us a little bit.
Sure.
What is this where my mouse is going?
That is South 39th Street, 3100 block.
This right here where my mouse is now?
The east-west portion of the alleyway between 39th and 40th.
And here?
That's the north-south alley.
His residence would be where in relation to this?
It would be south, out of the view of the camera.
To the right side?
To the right side, correct.
And it plays in fast forward, right?
It does.
Okay. What are we seeing?
You're seeing Ms. Robinson's car drive past the entrance to the intersection, or the alleyway, and then stop, reverse, and then enter the alleyway before going south through the north-south portion.
All right, it happens quick, so I'll play it again. I'm pausing it at 4:58 on the video player timestamp, and I'm backing up to 4:32. And tell us when you see it again.
Her car is just entering the frame. It's now reversing and turning into the alleyway, and then it'll turn south here shortly.
I have it in slow motion here. Next clip is the file ending 10000_part1. I'm going to advance this to 4 minutes 33 seconds into the clip. Where are we looking now?
This is the garage. This is at the north end of the north portion of the alleyway, basically the T. Ms. Robinson's car will be entering the camera frame from the top, which will be the east, and then it'll turn south to the right off the camera view.
Right there?
Correct.
All right, one more time since it plays in fast forward. Heading in the direction of Mr. Anderson's home?
Correct.
Okay. I have nothing else.
Just 1 minute, please.
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, actually, I do have more. Sorry.
It's good timing then.
Perfect, go ahead.
You got another camera, right?
I did.
And you were focusing on a different time frame at this point.
I was.
Tell us about that.
This was a time frame after, this would be on the 2nd of April, where we believe Ms. Robinson's car and maybe traveling north on South 43rd Street.
After departing Mr. Anderson's residence?
Correct.
Did you find a video on South 43rd Street?
I did at 3119 South 43rd Street.
If I bring the map back up here, we're looking right where my mouse is here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. This is going to be a disc marked Exhibit 209. Where did you get this video from?
I got this from 3119 South 43rd Street.
And where would that be on this map here?
It would be in the same 100 block as Mr. Anderson's house, just 3 blocks over in the main thoroughfare there, just south of Oklahoma Avenue.
So right around where my mouse is?
Approximately, yes.
And what does it depict?
It depicts Ms. Robinson's car traveling north on South 43rd Street towards Oklahoma Avenue. There's 2 camera frames, one sort of facing to the south and one to the east, which captures the northeast direction.
All right. Is this the clip here?
Yes, this is the northeast direction. West Oklahoma Avenue would be just off the left side of the screen.
I'm going to advance this clip to 9 minutes. So we're looking at what time in real time here?
This camera is accurate to real time and accurate to the date as well. So it's 12:49:10.
And were you aware that the vehicle left the alley around like 12:47?
Correct.
Action meeting.
I'll withdraw the question.
Okay.
Do you know what time? Well, why were you looking at this time period?
We're looking at this time period because we had information that the vehicle would have been traveling somewhere along this route to the north side of Milwaukee.
Playing at 9 minutes. The timestamp is 12:49:10 a.m. on April 2nd, 2024. And let us know when you see anything that was of note to you.
That vehicle right there would be Ms. Robinson's vehicle.
Do you see anything about the taillights that was distinct to you?
Just the shape of them for that year of the vehicle was distinct in that manner.
I'll zoom in and play it again since it happens kind of quick.
And that would be her vehicle traveling north on South 43rd Street.
And through what intersection right there?
It would be approaching West Oklahoma Avenue.
Okay, I paused it at 9:13. The time on the camera is 12:49:24 a.m. And now I have nothing further. Oh, I'll move 209 in.
Any objection?
No.
Proceed.
Good morning.
Morning.
You were actually, before we talk about this, you were also involved in a search of Galena Street Park area, weren't you?
I was.
So if I ask you questions about that area, you'll be able to answer them, right?
Correct.
When we're talking, the reason you had gone to the Galena Street Park, we're talking about the park at 31st and Galena, aren't we?
In that area, yes.
It's a little pocket park in the neighborhood, right?
Correct.
That neighborhood is south of Lisbon Avenue.
Yes.
And it's the park itself is a nice little kids playground almost, right?
Correct.
And at the east end of the park is the wooded area, and then there's a path that goes down to train tracks down below, right?
Correct.
Give me 1 second. So when if I can explain it, as you would walk through this little pocket park, if you were to go through the park, that's where you would get to the wooded area, right?
Going east, yes.
Going east. And then as you get into that wooded area, there's sort of makeshift trails, if you will. You can even call them trails or walking paths.
Yes.
Not even really trails, because they're just sort of like foot traffic over the years, right?
Correct.
And it's a muddy area.
At that time it was.
Well, at that time, because it had been raining for days, right?
As I recall, it had been raining on the whole for how long, but yeah, it was muddy at that point.
And your job was to canvass that area with other detectives to canvass the train track area, right?
Yes.
So to get to that train track area, you walk through that park, through the trails, down the hill.
Yes.
And the way you get down that hill is you just walk down one of those walking paths. There's a fence, there's an opening in the fence, and then you walk through that opening and you're down by the train tracks.
Yes.
And when you did that search, what day did you do that search?
Don't recall the specific day. It was early April as well.
Yeah, if I said April 6th, does that sound about right?
Yes.
And you know that you were with numerous other officers at that time, right?
Correct.
And you actually call it the 31st and Galena Playground, right?
Yes.
The purpose of that search was to look for any evidence that may have been missed on earlier searches.
Correct.
In law enforcement, because things can be missed, obviously.
Correct.
And so sometimes we do sometimes law enforcement does multiple searches to make sure, to see if they missed something.
Correct.
And were you aware of the fact that citizens had been finding things that law enforcement missed?
I had been, yes.
You were aware of that?
We were aware of things that they located.
Yeah. And so then that area to get down to the train tracks again, you to be clear, at that time, very muddy area.
Yes, we eventually started moving to off the path to take a less steep angle to avoid the muddy path.
Right, and actually down along the train tracks, you recovered a long bone, didn't you?
I did not know.
Or identified a long bone, right?
Not me personally. I was there when one was identified.
Okay.
My partner Jose Flores had recovered one.
I'm sorry, you didn't recover it, but you were there when it was
I was there,
recovered.
correct.
And that was your partner?
Correct.
Okay. With respect to this footage from the alley that you've looked at, is it just that little snapshot of time that you collected, or did you collect footage from hours earlier?
Not hours earlier. I believe the clip was, I think that one was maybe 15 minutes long, or 12 approximately, from the 3120 South 40th.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said the address was 3120 South 40th. I believe those were like 12-minute clips maybe.
Okay, I was having trouble. You collected one clip, is that what you're saying?
From 2 clips from the 2 cameras. They were spread over the time. I'm not exactly sure how long they were.
Okay, but the one we were watching of the Civic leaving the alley was at what time?
I didn't capture any video of the Civic leaving the alley, just arriving.
Or just arriving?
Just arriving.
I'm sorry, just driving?
Driving through the alley towards Mr. Anderson's house.
At what time?
That would have been approximately 9:20 p.m.
Okay, and that's just those clips from that time frame is all that you obtained?
There's some on either end of it, but no amount of time longer than like 30 minutes, I believe.
Okay, that's all.
State. Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
Deputy Tim Schwan.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Deputy Timothy Schwan, Timothy. Schwan is SCHWAN.
Are you a deputy with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I am.
How long have you worked for the Sheriff's Office?
I've been a deputy for approximately 5 years.
Did you assist in a video canvass related to the disappearance of Sade Robinson in April of 2024?
Yes, I did.
Did you locate any video that depicted Sade's car?
Yes, I did.
Where was that from?
It was from the intersection of 35th and Lincoln at Badger Ham.
If you could look to your right, I have a map that's already entered as Exhibit 443. Tell us where you got this video from. If there's a mic next to you, could you grab it? Not that one.
Oh, right on the counter.
So Badgerham is located right in this intersection here.
And what is the video that you found show it?
The video shows a dark-colored sedan with characteristics similar to a Honda Civic driving northbound on 35th through Lincoln Avenue.
All right, in the direction of Mitchell Street, here, Burnham Street, and Greenfield?
Yes.
And what time does that vehicle pass through that intersection?
The vehicle passes through the intersection at approximately 12:51 a.m., 12:51 and 29 seconds.
I'm going to pull up exhibit 210. It's a disc. You can have a seat. Is this the video clip you were just referencing that you collected?
Yes, it is.
Move 210 into evidence and ask to play it?
Any objection?
No.
Received and go ahead.
All right, I'm going to advance this video to 35 minutes, 45 seconds in, and play from there. Tell us when you see anything of note, Deputy.
That vehicle right there.
Okay. Going north?
Yes.
I'll play it one more time. Paused at 35:56. Is it the vehicle over here on the right side?
Yes.
Are you able to notice anything distinct about the vehicle or unique?
The rear taillights, the red rear taillights, kind of form two C's facing each other, and that's consistent with a Honda Civic.
Specifically the model of Honda Civic that Sade Robinson had?
Correct.
I'm going to zoom in. You able to notice anything about the windows?
The windows appear to be fogged up or obstructed by something.
And remind me, Deputy, what time did the vehicle pass through that intersection?
It passed through at 12:51 and approximately 29 seconds a.m.
You were also one of the individuals, one of the law enforcement officers that were part of searching Mr. Anderson's residence, correct?
Correct.
Did you measure the fence of Mr. Anderson's residence?
Yes, I did.
How tall was the fence?
The front gate was 6 feet even from the tallest point of the fence to the ground, and the back gate was 6 feet and 5/8 inches from the tallest part of the fence to the ground.
I have nothing else.
Cross.
Yes, since you were at that house, you also saw that there's a home directly next door that's 2 stories, right?
I don't remember which specific house is 2 stories, but I did. That home was flanked on each side by 2 houses. Yes.
Yes, both of which were 2-story homes, right?
Yes.
Okay, that was my question. The fence that you measured was along the one that runs along the backyard, right?
It would be, while looking at Mr. Anderson's residence, the front gate would be on the left side of the house, and then directly to the back where the backyard is was the back gate.
Exactly. And in that, did you go in the backyard to do those measurements?
Yes.
Okay. And that fence between, that fence runs within a foot maybe of the neighbor's home to the left as you're looking at Mr. Anderson's house. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So it's right up to that property line.
Yes.
And that house right to the side, and that side of the house is the door that you come in and out of. There's a side door right there, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. In terms of the windows on the Civic, you said they were either fogged up or obstructed, one of the two?
Yes.
In other words, you can't see anybody who's driving the car when you looked at the footage, can you?
Correct.
Gender, race, anything?
Correct. And could not tell anything about who was operating the vehicle.
Okay, that's all.
State.
Nothing else.
Thank you, Detective. Or Deputy, excuse me. State your next witness.
Going to recall Detective Vandertye.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record, please.
I am Detective Matthew, M-A-T-T-H-E-W, Vandertye, V-A-N-D-E-R-T-I-E.
Detective, you've testified already in this trial. Did you also participate in this investigation by receiving video footage from poll cameras, specifically plate reader cameras in Milwaukee?
Yes.
Did that consist of images as well as video?
Yes. I believe there were 2 license plate reads from Milwaukee Police Department, and then there was also poll camera video.
I have on the screen Exhibit 211. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this a poll camera?
It is.
And where's it from?
This is the poll camera that is at the intersection of West McKinley and North 4th Street.
Move 211 in.
Any objection?
No.
211's received.
I'm also going to show you exhibits 488 and 489. Do you recognize those two images?
Good, numbers one more time, please.
488 and 489.
Thank you.
Yep. Exhibit number 488 is a license plate read from Fond du Lac Avenue, also known as State Highway 145. It's listed as 145 off-ramp median camera or camera A2. This camera faces east on Fond du Lac Avenue or State Highway 145.
And how about 489?
Exhibit number 489 is another license plate reader image. This one is titled 24324 left right, 1 left right, LPR camera _ right.
And on 488 and 489, who are those plate reader cameras? Whose license plate are they depicting?
This license plate is ASP 1171. That is the Honda Civic registered to Sade Robinson.
Okay, I'd move 488 and 489 into evidence.
Any objection?
1 minute, please.
I received.
Now, you had contacted the Milwaukee Police Department to obtain this video and then those two images, correct?
They were provided to me by the Milwaukee Police Department.
Why were you interested in these? Excuse me.
Obviously, we wanted to know where Sade's vehicle had been during the investigation.
Were you aware that the city had cameras that were capable of capturing license plate images?
Yes.
And so did you make a request for this?
I don't know if I specifically made the request, but it was provided to me by Milwaukee Police Department.
And I'm going to pull up one of the plate images that's in front of you. Is this 489?
Yes, this is exhibit number 489.
And this is a plate reader image, right?
Yes.
Are you aware of where this location is?
This is the 1000 block of North Water Street, which is approximately 1/2 block south of Water and Juneau.
Which is what bar is at the corner of Water and Juneau?
Duke's on Water.
And it's date and time stamped what?
It is date and time stamped April 1st, 2024, 7:38:43 p.m.
Are you aware of where Sade Robinson was at that time?
Based on records in the investigation, yes.
Was she at Duke's?
Yes.
Okay. Her car was parked on Water Street?
Yes.
And this would be in the lower left here. What is that?
That is the image of the license plate read.
That license plate read, is that the yellow square that I'm circling here?
Yes.
Okay. 488, I'm going to bring up next. This is another license plate read capturing on the lower left whose license plate?
Sade Robinson, or ASP 1171, the vehicle that is registered to her.
So as we're looking at these, is it that the picture of the plate in the corner is from the image that's in the middle that I'm circling?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, that's how the plate cameras work, basically?
Yes.
How is it that you're able to tell where this was beyond just looking at the image itself?
In the top left corner of the image here, it states the location.
And are you familiar with where this location is?
Yes.
I'm going to bring up 443 here. Let me zoom out. Can you indicate on this map approximately where that image was taken?
May I step off the?
As long as you use the microphone, yes.
This license plate reader camera, I believe, is on State Highway 145 or Fond du Lac Avenue, approximately here. So between North 8th Street and North 9th Street.
What is this thoroughfare that I'm going over with my cursor here?
Interstate 43.
Is there an exit from Interstate 43 onto 145 there?
There is.
Okay. Zoom out here. And then why don't you tell us where that video, I haven't played it yet, but I had the clip up. Where's that video going to be from?
That video is from West McKinley Avenue at North 4th Street.
Pulling up the image again of the plate reader. So when is her license plate captured on this plate reader camera according to this image?
This image shows April 2nd, 2024 at 1:02:30 a.m.
So at 1:02:30 a.m., according to this image, her car is going in what direction down McKinley?
It would be eastbound on McKinley.
Point that out on the map, please.
From the west to the east.
Consistent with having gotten off on that exit?
Correct.
Now, did you do any independent analysis or investigation, if you will, to try to figure out if this timestamp on this image is accurate?
I did review other data sources and compared them to this image.
And were you able to
timestamp on this image?
Were you able to determine whether this timestamp was accurate or off by any amount?
I would believe it to be fast or ahead of real time.
By how much?
Approximately 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
tell the jury what you did in order to figure out that this timestamp is off approximately 3 minutes, 20 seconds.
I again reviewed the Verizon cellular records that I had previously received via exigency or search warrant. There were cellular records in the area of Interstate 43 and the West Fond du Lac or 145 off-ramp just before 11:59 or 12:59 a.m.
Whose records were you reviewing?
Sade Robinson's records or the Verizon records.
And how about the Life 360 records? Did you look at those too?
Yes, there was a Life 360 data point just east of the freeway shortly after 11 or 12:59 a.m.
Would it be fair to say that you're basing that calculation about the time on an assumption that the phone, Sade's phone, is within this car?
Yes.
Okay. Traveling with the car, if you will.
Yes.
All right. So as I see it, you have this being just before 1 o'clock a.m., 12:59 and some seconds on April 2nd.
Yes.
The video clip I have up here, is this going to capture the vehicle driving?
Yes.
Is this video clip from before or after the image that is on the screen 489?
This will be after. It is further east on West McKinley Avenue.
And briefly before I play it, just tell us where that image is versus the video again and what we're going to see.
The license plate reader camera, again, located approximately here on State Highway 145 or West Fond du Lac Avenue, east of Interstate 43. And the video is West McKinley Avenue at North 4th Street.
And what direction is the vehicle traveling?
The vehicle is traveling eastbound.
Can you just do it with your finger on the map?
From the west to the east.
Thank you. Playing the video clip. It's 21 seconds long. I'll back it up to the beginning. Paused at. Is that the vehicle there?
Yes.
As the vehicle enters the frame, are you able to notice anything about the windows?
It appears the windows have a lighter tone to them.
Okay. I have nothing else.
Cross.
So you can't actually see any of the windows, right?
That is correct.
To see in any of the videos you watched, right?
Correct.
And the poll cams, they're all over the city, not just these locations you've testified to, right?
That is correct.
A lot of the major roads actually have the poll cams up and down them.
It's my understanding, yes.
Or the Elpers reader system that you testified to, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
Anything else, State?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective. State, your next witness.
Detective Spittelmeister.
This is Vander Guy. That's Vander Guy.
Oh, I'll take it.
Oh. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Nathan Spittelmeister, Nathan Spittlemeister.
Good morning, Detective. We had previously discussed other topics, some related to video recovery near Warnemont Park, right?
Correct.
Did you also assist in trying to find video that captured Sade Robinson's car driving after departing from Maxwell Anderson's house?
I did.
And did that search lead you to the Lower East Side of Milwaukee?
It did.
Were you able to find video of her car?
Yes.
And where?
Lakefront Brewery.
I have 443 up on the screen right now. It's a map. What brought you to, well, first of all, can you identify on this map approximately the location of a Lakefront Brewery? Please use the microphone that's on the ground or on the desk there. Isn't there a handheld one?
I see it now.
Okay, turn it on.
Yes, it's on North Commerce Street and would be in about this area.
What drew you to looking for video in that area?
I was aware that the Sade Robinson's vehicle traveled past her apartment at approximately 1:05 a.m.
And in doing, her apartment is where in relation to Lakefront Brewery?
Directly south.
And based on what information did you have? Why did you know that? How did you know that?
Based on the Life 360 data.
That would be going up North Commerce Street here?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to pull up Exhibit 212 on the screen. What is this?
This is a view from one of the cameras on Lakefront Brewery. This is the west side of Lakefront Brewery, and it faces southwest. The street right here is Commerce Street.
Faces northwest, right?
I believe southwest.
Okay. This is Commerce Street, where my mouse is?
Correct.
And Ms. Robinson's apartment is where?
Directly to the south.
Okay. I'm gonna, move this video to 11. So there's a timestamp up here, right?
Correct.
Okay, is that timestamp accurate or wrong?
It is 2 hours low.
Gonna advance the video to 16 minutes.
What's this number?
This is a disc marked Exhibit 212, and I would move it in.
Any objection? Thank you. It's received.
All right, I have it queued up to 16 minutes, 3 seconds on the video player. We're looking at what time on the screen?
We are looking at 11:06 a.m. or 11:06 p.m. according to this timestamp, but it is 2 hours slow, so adjusted, that would be at 1:06 in the morning.
Was this consistent with the time that the Life 360 information you just discussed showed her car going by that area?
Yes.
Playing at 16 minutes, 3 seconds. Tell us when you see her car.
Her vehicle is entering now, and it is traveling north.
Can you notice anything about the windows?
As the vehicle passes the camera, you can see that the windows are fogged.
I'll back it up and play it again, playing from 1619. Pausing at 1630, and it's off camera. The timestamp on the video or on the screen is 11:06:42 p.m., but that would be what time?
That would be 1:06 a.m.
And if you could just, with your finger, trace the route that you just saw the vehicle driving.
Coming from the south and then traveling north up Commerce Street.
If you were to go to the River West neighborhood traveling that direction, what would be the logical place to go?
North.
All right, and on to what street?
Probably Humboldt.
Where's Humboldt?
Right here.
All right, so why don't you trace the route from Commerce into River West there?
From starting in this area and up Commerce Street to about Humboldt.
And then Humboldt north?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Ross?
Sade Robinson lived on Commerce Street.
Correct.
Her Honda Civic drives directly past her residence.
Correct.
And you did an investigation in this case and looked into the history of it, right?
I did.
And you can have a seat if you'd like. You can't tell who's driving that car,
That's correct.
but it leaves Maxwell's home and it goes directly past her apartment building.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, on May 3rd, on that date, you reviewed video footage that was recovered by the Milwaukee Police Department from a residence located at 3166 South 39th Street.
I reviewed multiple videos by MPD. I can't tell you exactly which ones.
I'm showing you a police report. If you could review it and tell me whether that refreshes your recollection.
It does.
Okay, so on May 3rd, what did you do?
Reviewed that video footage, and it showed that the vehicle had fogged up windows.
So I'm showing you a report. Are you the author of this report?
I am.
Okay, your name is at the bottom?
Correct.
And on May 3rd, did you review video footage that was recovered by the Milwaukee Police Department for 3166 South 39th Street?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And that video footage was video footage that filmed from a camera at across the street from 3161 South 39th, correct?
Correct.
And that footage captured the side of 3161 South 39th Street, including the fence line and the southwest fence.
Yes.
And the video footage was initially reviewed by the Milwaukee Police Department homicide detectives and showed a subject walking through the fence gate on April 1st and 2nd.
Correct.
And the reason why you reviewed the footage on May 3rd was because Detective Donner requested a comparative height analysis.
Correct.
And because she made that request, you reviewed the footage and uploaded it to a database.
Correct.
And then you had full access to all the clips, right?
Correct.
And then you picked out a number of the clips from that footage and you provided a digital copy of those video files to Detective Kayla Bierke.
Correct.
So that they could be uploaded to the State of Wisconsin Crime Lab.
Correct.
Right here in Milwaukee.
Yes.
You put them into it's called a share file system, right?
I believe myself or Detective Bjarke did that.
Thank you, that's all.
State anything?
No.
Okay, thank you. State your next witness. Oh, actually, how are we doing? Anybody need a break? Okay, we need a break. So we're going to take our morning break at this time. Please leave your notebooks on your seat. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
First name is Kent, K-E-N-T. Last name is Gordon, G-O-R-D-O-N.
Are you a detective with the City of Milwaukee's homicide unit?
Yes, I am.
Did you participate in I'll say April 2024, in a video canvass around the City of Milwaukee looking for video of Sade Robinson's car?
Yes.
What area did you focus on searching?
The area that I focused on was in the 3300 block, approximate area of Gordon Place.
I have a map, Exhibit 443, next to you, showing part of the Lower East Side here. Can you tell us where that is?
It's going to be in the River West neighborhood.
So let's start here. This is Commerce and Humboldt.
Yep.
You see that?
Yes.
Okay, where my mouse is. So which way? North?
North, yep. And then it's going to be continue north. And then right there by that Pleasant Valley Park, that little area, just east of Humboldt.
All right. And Dousman, you actually see Dousman Street right here, correct?
Yes.
Why were you searching in that area?
That was the location that the sheriffs had given us as one of the points where they knew that they had tracked her, Sade Robinson, to.
Were you the only person searching for video in that area, or were there a number of you trying to find video?
There were a number of people trying to find video over there.
All right. I'm going to show you Exhibit 226. It's a disc. Do you recognize what you're looking at on the screen here?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is video that I had recovered from the location of 3361 North Dousman Street.
Move 226 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
And how is it that you received this video?
So I ended up receiving a phone call from an officer at District 5 on April 13th, and she informed me that there was a woman in the neighborhood over here at 3361 North Dousman that had video that she wanted to try to pass along to us. She was aware that officers had been canvassing the area, so she was trying to reach out to somebody to get this video too.
How extensive was this video canvas?
Quite extensive. It was all around the area. It was people went up and down Dousman, they went up and down Gordon Place. To the south is Concordia. They searched over there. Just north of that is Townsend. They went up and down Townsend, and then continuing all around the area. My partner and I personally went up and down Humboldt as well.
Focusing on the area near Pleasant Valley Park?
Yes.
And was this the only video that you could find that captured what appeared to be Sade's Honda Civic?
Me personally, yes.
I'm going to play the first clip. It's labeled clip April 2, 2024 at 1:34 a.m. And is that the time that this clip's depicting?
Yes.
What are we going to see, just so we know where to look? And if you have to get up and use the handheld microphone, I encourage you to do so.
Okay. So off to the left is going to be to the north. The cross street there is going to be Townsend. And then what we're looking at right now is we're looking to the east, and we're looking at the 3300 block of Dousman. A vehicle is going to be traveling southbound on Dousman. It'll pause briefly in front of this residence, and it'll continue south on Dousman towards Concordia.
Where would the river be in relation to this camera?
The river is further east, so the next block over to the east is going to be Gordon Place. Down south of here, like I said, is Concordia. Concordia ends up connecting to Gordon Place. Gordon Place is kind of a U-shaped street that connects to Townsend to the north, and then Concordia to the south. And then where Gordon Place connects with Concordia is an actual access point for Pleasant Valley Park. There's a trail that leads down towards where the Milwaukee River is, which is over to the east of there.
Would that be this dotted line here?
Yes, that's correct.
Were there efforts to search, to your knowledge, up and down Pleasant Valley Park?
Yes, to my knowledge, there were. I was not personally a part of those. So.
All right. I'm going to play this clip. It's 21 seconds long. Tell us what we're seeing as you see it.
So you'll see the dark colored sedan enter the frame here from the north, like I said. It'll pause here just momentarily, and then it'll continue to drive off. And then it'll eventually exit the frame as it continues southbound.
Can you see the unique taillights?
Yes.
All right. So as I play the clip again, the vehicle, does it actually come to a stop even?
Not really a complete stop. It just kind of pauses and then continues driving.
And this is at 1:34 in the morning?
Correct.
Next clip I'm going to play is titled Clip 2, April 2, 2024. And what time is this clip from?
This is going to be from 1:35 a.m., so just shortly after the first clip that we just saw. I believe the exact time on here was 1:35 and 35 seconds. That first clip was 1:34 and 5 seconds.
What do we see here?
So what we'll see here is looking up towards the north again. This is going to be at the intersection of Dousman and Townsend. It just captures a motion clip here briefly where the vehicle is going to be observed doing a U-turn at that intersection. It's initially going west, and you'll see it turn to the south and then angle towards the southeast towards the home that's going to be on that southeast corner of Dousman and Townsend. So it looks like it's doing a U-turn to turn back around.
All right, very, very brief clip, right?
Yeah.
I'll play it again. You want to use the handheld mic and point out what you're talking about? Because I know it's a little hard to see. I can
Sure.
zoom in as well.
Yep.
Do you see the car now?
Yes. So it'll be right up here, like I said, at the intersection of Townsend and Dousman, facing west initially.
I'll play it.
And then as you observe the headlights, you'll see them point towards us briefly, and then they continue to move back and then point towards the southeast. And you can see the reflection as it's pointing towards the house over there as well. So it's consistent with a vehicle that's doing a U-turn at that intersection to turn back around and go the other direction, which it came from.
What intersection is this, if you could point at the map?
They'll be right here, Townsend and Dousman.
I have nothing else.
Ross?
No.
Thank you. State your next witness.
Detective, I'm going to recall Detective Pushnik.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
First name Jake, J-A-K-E. Last name is Pushnig, P-U-S-C-H-N-I-G.
Detective Pushnik, did you assist in an additional manner in this investigation by trying to locate poll camera from the route that Sade Robinson's car was believed to be traveling?
Yes.
Can you tell us where you tried to get poll camera footage from and why you chose that location, or why that location was of interest to you?
I was in communication with Special Agent FBI of the FBI, George Reinhardt, who advised me that Sade Robinson's cell phone was in the area of 27th and Capitol at around 2:06 a.m. and later on, a couple minutes later, it was in that area too.
I have 443 up next to you. It's a map. I haven't touched it yet from the last witness, but I want you to tell us where Capitol is in relation to this. And if you need to get up and use the mic, please do so.
So, Capitol.
I think it's off. Sorry.
So Capitol is up. So this is Humboldt right here. Keefe is right there. So Capitol is northbound. This is looking northbound. So Capitol is northbound.
Where is it? Is it on the screen?
It is right there.
All right, this gray street going east-west here?
Yes.
I'm going to zoom out slightly. And then where's 27th?
27th Street is going to be right there.
Okay. What time frame again were you interested in?
Around 2:06 a.m. and around 2:16 a.m.
I'm going to pull up exhibit 227 here. It's a disc. You had prior knowledge that there's a poll camera on 27th and Capitol?
Yes,
Is that why you sought this particular camera footage out?
that is correct.
Pulling up the only video that's on exhibit 227. Let me get out of the zoom. Okay, Detective, orient us, please.
So this is the poll cam on 27th and Capitol. If you look at the top right corner of the poll cam, that is the Clark gas station. If you're looking directly over here, that is going to be eastbound on Capitol. And if you look at this direction is going to be southbound on Capitol.
On 27th.
Oh, sorry, on 27th.
What time frame is this video from?
This time frame is from approximately 1:59 seconds to approximately 2:30 a.m.
Okay, so right before 2 a.m. to 2:30 a.m. on what date?
on the April 2nd.
Move 227 in.
Any objection?
No.
227 is received.
And what time were you of the belief that Sade's phone was putting her around this intersection?
Around 2:06 a.m. and around 2:16 a.m.
So that would be 6 minutes into this video?
That is correct.
Try that again. I'll go 5 minutes, 30 seconds into the video. And when you reviewed this, did you in fact see what appears to be her vehicle at that time?
Yes, it's consistent with her vehicle.
Where are we going to want to be looking?
The first clip, you want to look eastbound, so the vehicle's going to be traveling westbound over in this general area.
Towards the camera.
Towards the camera, yes.
Playing at 5 minutes, 30 seconds. You see it?
Yes.
Point it out, please.
It's this vehicle right there. That's all foggy.
What's all foggy?
The windshield.
Okay. I'll back it up 10 seconds. It's at 6:04, so I'm going to 5:54. It's off screen?
It's off screen now, yes.
Pause it at 6 minutes, 7 seconds. The way it was driving, it continued in what direction?
It continued westbound.
And then you became aware that the phone put her near this intersection at a different time, right?
Correct.
How long after this?
Approximately 10 minutes later.
I'm going to cue this video up to 16 minutes, and 35 seconds. Now what are we going to see, Detective?
You are going to see the Honda Civic now traveling eastbound on Capitol, coming from this direction.
If you're going eastbound on Capitol Drive from 27th Street here, would you eventually hit a freeway?
Yes.
What freeway?
It would be I-43.
Playing at 1635 to about 1703. Tell us when you see it.
Right there.
All right.
And I know that that's a Honda Civic because it has the unique taillights that look like a C and a backward C.
Paused at 1650. I'll take it up to 1703. It just continues east?
Yes.
Okay, let's back it up. At 16 minutes, 44 seconds, are you able to notice anything about the windows here? Let me zoom in first.
Yes, they also look foggy.
Nothing else?
Press?
Isn't it true that weather conditions contribute to foggy windows?
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
Anything else, Dave?
No, thank you.
Thank you. State your next witness.
Detective Todd Rosenstein.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Todd Rosenstein. That's Toddrosenstein.
Good morning. Are you a detective?
Yes, I am.
With who?
With Milwaukee County.
The sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
25 years.
Did you assist last April 2024, that is, in an attempt to recover or review video related to the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
Yes.
Did you review videos in the area of Interstate 94 near College Avenue as well as the airport?
Yes, I did.
And you were looking for what?
We were looking for Sade's vehicle to pass certain cameras at certain points.
And what time frame were you focused on in that part of town?
I believe the time frame we were looking for was like 2:38 a.m. on the 2nd, and then like between 2:30, 2:50-ish in the morning.
Why were those times of interest to you?
Because of cellular phone downloads and Life 360.
Phone records and Life 360?
Correct.
What about those records?
They were in the area at the time, those times in the morning.
So if I understand you correctly, it's that those records suggested her phone was in those areas, so you were trying to see if her car was there?
Correct.
I have 443 up on the map here. I'll zoom out. Do you recognize this, first of all?
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
It's a overview of where the airport is, south side of town, College Avenue, the freeway.
What am I circling here?
That's the Milwaukee Airport.
And the street that I'm running my mouse along here?
That would be College Avenue.
So College Avenue is the street that borders the airport to the south?
It is.
Okay, and then what's this right here?
That would be Interstate 94, 4194, both north and southbound.
And if I zoom out from here, downtown Milwaukee is where?
Is where you're circling with your mouse.
Okay. So you were in this area or reviewing video from this area from around 2:30, after 2:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Before 3 a.m.?
Yes.
Were you aware of any times related to Sade's phone being at Warnemont Park?
I believe I was told 2:30. I don't know about the times at Warnemont Park, but looking at this was around 2:38.
Would that have been, to your knowledge, before or after being at Warnemont?
Before.
On the way to Warnemont?
Correct.
Okay. I have up on the screen, give me 1 second. This is going to be exhibit 228. It's on a disc. What are we looking at? Do you know what this camera is?
It's the camera, the Wisconsin Traffic Operations Center camera at College Avenue.
And you're familiar with this camera operating system?
Yes,
Is it because the sheriff's office is responsible for patrolling the freeways?
that's exactly
Okay.
right.
What direction are we facing?
Right now, it's facing northwest, and it's indicated by the NW on the top of the screen.
And what time, date and time?
It is stopped at 2:10:04, and that's 4/2 of 2004, or 24.
So if I advance this video, let's go up to just prior to let's go to right around 2:38 a.m. if I can. Oh, I think I got it. All right, so this is queued up to 2:38 a.m. on April 2nd. Did you see that?
I do.
Is this the video you reviewed?
Yes.
I'd move 228 in.
Any objection?
No.
228 is received.
And this ramp right here, what is that ramp?
That's going to be the southbound College Avenue off-ramp from 4194.
What are we going to see?
We'll see a vehicle that is consistent with Sade Robinson's vehicle.
Exiting? Or
Exiting.
going on the freeway?
It'll be coming towards us, looking to the right is north, so it'll be coming from the right and moving towards the left off screen, or off frame.
So it would be exiting the freeway at College Avenue?
Correct.
All right. And it's in the distance, you can't tell from the video alone what kind of car it is, fair?
Fair.
Okay. Playing at 2:38:02. Do you see it?
I do.
Where?
On the off-ramp.
I paused it at 2:38:24. Is it where I'm circling here?
It is.
Does it appear that it goes off screen to be in sort of the leftmost lanes or the rightmost lanes as the car is traveling?
As it's traveling, it appears to be moving towards the leftmost lanes.
And did you review and yourself recover a video clip from College Avenue?
I did.
Where is that video?
It's going to be the eastbound College Avenue underneath the airport freeway. They have cameras underneath in the tunnel there.
Is that location depicted on the map I have up here?
It will be where it looks almost like a shaded blue box on College Avenue.
Right here where my mouse is?
Correct.
That's the shade? Okay. I have exhibit 229, that's a disc I'm going to put in. And did you observe footage showing a vehicle consistent with Ms. Robinson's vehicle?
I did.
Was that video footage from before or after that vehicle exits on College that we just watched?
It was after.
Do you know by approximately how much?
4 to 6 minutes-ish.
I'm going to bring up on exhibit 229. There's 2 video clips. I'm going to start with the one that has East in the title. Very blurry video, right?
It is.
All right. Is this the video showing the tunnel?
It is showing the tunnel, correct.
And can you orient us a little bit? What direction are we looking at?
So you're looking at the eastbound lanes of College Avenue, so being going east through the tunnel, and the camera is slightly faced west on the east end of the tunnel.
So the traffic that we're going to see on this camera is going to or away from the lake?
It's going to the lake.
Playing it at 5 minutes, 50 seconds, and I want you to tell us when you see what was of significance to you. What do we have there?
It's a white SUV, or a white vehicle moving through lane number 1.
Not Miss Robinson's car?
No.
Okay. What do we see here?
A vehicle consistent with Ms. Robinson's vehicle, passing eastbound through the tunnel.
I've stopped it at 6:23. I'm going to go to the camera footage that's, the video has the word center in it, and orient us related to the last video here.
So in relationship to the last video, this one's going to be in the center of the tunnel. This one is fixed, so you're going to see more of a rear view, and traffic should be going from the left to the right. Also, the eastbound lanes of College Avenue going towards the lake.
Playing at 6:50, or excuse me, 5:50.
That's the white SUV that came through on the other camera.
What are we seeing there?
A vehicle consistent with Ms. Robinson's vehicle.
Going east?
Correct.
And you said this, how long would this have been in relation to that car getting off at College Avenue?
I think it's approximately 4 to 6 minutes, depending on like once it leaves the screen at 2:38 on the other camera, we have about 4 to 6 minutes to get here.
The way that that vehicle exited the camera frame eastbound, would that, pull up 443 here, zoom out a little bit. How would you get to Warnemont Park once you're off that camera?
You would continue to go eastbound on College.
Can you actually use the mic and show us what the most logical route is? There's a handheld mic, I think, next to you. You can point it out on the screen.
So getting off the interstate, you'd be coming through here. This would be the tunnel. Then you continue to go eastbound on College, and then come around onto the street right here, and then you can turn into Warnemont Park.
And that street, it says right here, 32nd Division Memorial Highway.
Right.
And then where's Warnemont Park?
It's going to be right here.
Nothing else?
Cross?
No.
Thank you.
Did I move 229 in? I think I did, but if I didn't, I would.
If you didn't, we don't object.
229 is received at this point. State your next witness.
Deputy Sexton, Maxwell Sexton.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Deputy Maxwell Sexton, Maxwell Sexton.
Are you a deputy with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
I am.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
It'll be 9 years in August.
Did you participate in the investigation of the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
I did.
Was one of the roles you played in that investigation to look for video in a certain part of the county?
That's correct.
What part of the county?
Between College Avenue and on Lake Drive, all the way to about Botsford, all the way to Warnemont Park.
I have Exhibit 443 on the screen next to you. Is the general area you're describing depicted on this?
It is.
Could you use that handheld mic and point out the areas that you were responsible for, well, not responsible for, but that you tried to get video from?
So College Avenue is right here. So we have College Avenue right here. So Lake Drive, we're looking. So this would be Lake Drive. So from College Avenue all the way to Warnemont Park.
All right, and
Go up
Lake
here.
Drive is also called something else, right?
Yep, 32, Highway 32.
The 32nd Division Memorial Highway?
Correct.
What kind of buildings or structures are along that stretch?
So there's houses there. There's Cudahy's Police Department's there, the office, the high school. There's churches and yeah, a couple of residences as well. And a hospital.
Okay, and a hospital. Okay, so this area of College Avenue, let's say we're talking all the way over to the freeway I-94 43 there. Is it 43 or 41?
41.
Over College Avenue, over to the lake, and the area you just described, is that all in Milwaukee County?
It is.
Is that all in the city of Cudahy?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Correct.
What hospital is over there?
St. Luke's South Shore.
As you went up, that would be South Lake Drive, what blocks did you cover?
I believe it was from College to all the way to the park, but it was from South Shore. You see Henry all the way to Ramsey.
Did you notice any houses that appeared to have cameras on them?
I don't recall any houses over there that had cameras on them. There was one house near Layton, but he wasn't there when I was.
Let me ask you this, were you able to get any video footage from any residences around that area?
Just one person, and the timestamp was off, so.
All right, and then was there anywhere else that you got video from?
St. Luke's, South Shore.
Was that the only video you retrieved that was of note to you?
Yes.
And what did that video depict in summary?
So the time frame that I was looking at was between 2:45 and 2:55, and what it depicts at 2:51, dark colored sedan matching Miss Robinson's vehicle passing South Shore, heading from the south to the north towards Warnemont Park.
Can you point out on the map exactly what you're talking about?
Yes. Okay, so can we zoom in a little bit?
Sure. So if you see where it says Aurora St. Luke South Shore here?
There we go.
And College Avenue here?
So the cameras that South Shore has, it faces south and north. So it catches Henry Avenue here. You see a vehicle at 2:51 past Henry Avenue heading towards Watermont Park. And then you see that another camera that's facing going northbound passing Ramsey. So you know that vehicle went from Henry Avenue past Ramsey Avenue.
Okay, on Lake Drive.
Correct.
Not coming off of Henry, but coming up Lake Drive?
Correct.
Okay, so it wasn't driving on Henry.
It was not, didn't make a turn from Henry. It was coming from the south going north.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 230. It is a disc. Let me pull it up here. I'm going to pull up the clip that begins with the title Exterior East Roof. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this the video you recovered from St. Luke's South Shore?
This is.
What are we looking at? What's the street here?
So this is right here is Lake Drive. What you're looking at here is Lake Drive. This would be Henry Avenue.
And where would College Avenue be?
College Avenue would be more south, so it'd be that direction.
What's the date and timestamp on this?
April 2nd, 2024 at 2:51:24.
Move 230 in.
Any objection?
No.
230 is received.
I'm going to play this clip. It's 24 seconds long. And tell us what you noticed and if you could point it out as it's happening.
So you notice headlights coming into frame. So you see a vehicle that's that's heading northbound on Lake Drive.
I'll start it over since it skipped.
All right, and then you can see that it's a dark colored four-door sedan.
Next clip is going to be exterior east south side. I'm going to play it from 6 minutes, 14 seconds.
So again, you see headlights starting to come into frame. That's why you know it's not coming from Henry Avenue, it's coming more south. Crosses Henry, and you can see it's another dark colored sedan, as from the first video.
A vehicle getting to Warnemont Park, what direction would it be traveling?
It would have to go north on Lake Drive from this view.
And what direction was that car going?
That car was going north.
In the direction of Warnemont.
Correct.
Nothing else?
Cross?
No.
Thank you. State your next witness.
Detective Andrew Sullivan.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? If you can please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record.
Andrew Sullivan, ANDREWSULLIVAN.
All right, you had previously testified in this trial, correct?
Yes,
One of your roles in this investigation was to search for video near the area of Warnemont Park, is that right?
correct.
And can you tell us what areas you searched and what time frames you were searching for?
I was able to retrieve video from 4531 South Lake Drive from 4:35 in the morning of April 2nd.
I have Exhibit 443 on the map, or on the screen next to you. Are you able to orient us as to where this video was recovered from that we're going to talk about?
It should be South Lake Drive and East Armour Avenue.
All right. So I have it up. You see where I'm circling Armour?
Yes,
All right. And is this Lake Drive where my mouse is now?
correct.
So this would be near what park?
Sheridan,
And then right to the south of Sheridan Park is what park?
Warnemont.
And why were you looking around the area, or excuse me, around the time frame from 4:35 a.m.?
Through the course of the investigation, it was learned that Sade's cell phone data was in that area,
Going in what direction?
northbound on South Lake Drive,
So towards or away from Warnemont Park?
away,
And to be clear, we're talking about what day?
April 2nd.
I have Exhibit 231, which is a flash drive in the computer right now.
235, you said?
231.
Oh, 231, thank you.
Do you know whether this date and timestamp on this was accurate?
The home surveillance footage was 23 minutes ahead of real time.
Okay. I'm going to pull up camera one. The building that this is, what kind of building is it?
It's a single-family residence.
What are we looking at?
That would be the front of 4531 South Lake Drive. And then it faces eastbound, so it captures north and southbound traffic on South Lake Drive.
This street in front of the camera is Lake Drive?
Correct.
The person who lives at this address, he's got quite a bit of lawn art, right?
Correct.
Okay. Which direction would be towards Warnemont Park? You can get up and use the microphone if you have to. There should be a handheld one there. I think it's off.
This way is going southbound, and then that should be going northbound.
So what are we going to see here? You can have a seat.
You're going to see a dark-colored sedan coming from the south, going north on Lake Drive.
I have the video queued up to 1 minute in. Can you tell us what the date and timestamp on the upper right corner reads?
It reads April 2nd, 2024. Then it says 4:58 and 33 seconds a.m.
But that's inaccurate?
Correct.
So what would be the real time that we're looking at?
It would be 4:35.
I lost the connection on one TV. Well, that's fixing. How did you figure that out, that the time was off?
I utilized my cell phone. I initially looked at the live stream video to see what the time was. I calculated it on my phone and observed it was 23 minutes ahead of real time. I also utilized my partner, Detective Matthew Vandertij's cell phone, and we were both able to figure out it was 23 minutes ahead of real time.
I'm going to move 231 in.
Any objection?
No.
231 is received.
And what are we going to see, Detective?
You're going to see a dark-colored sedan coming northbound on Lake Drive.
Did you think that that sedan belonged to someone in particular?
I believe that was the vehicle in question we were looking for.
Okay. Playing at 1 minute. Is that the vehicle there?
Correct.
And it's traveling in what direction related to Warnemont?
Northbound.
Away from it?
Away from, yes.
At what time?
4:35 a.m.
Nothing else.
Cross.
No.
Thank you. State your next witness.
Detective Joseph Blancher.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
Joseph Blanchard, Joseph, Blanchard, Blanchar.
Detective Blanchard, did you try to assist in tracking Sade Robinson's vehicle on video after it would have departed from Warnemont Park?
I did.
And in what area did you go look for video?
On Howard Avenue, near the Cudahy Police Department.
Why? Why that time, or why that location?
For tracking the movements that the vehicle was taking, trying to see where it went. I guess the furthest would have been west. Trying to track its further movement.
Was there a particular reason you chose that location?
It was a government building. I know that they have cameras in that area, and the vehicle would have had to travel north. That would have been the closest area to the freeway, I believe.
What made you think the vehicle had come to this area, the area of the police department?
There's other videos that we were tracking that it was further. It kept getting further east and then going further west. So I decided to go to that location to see.
Was there phone information?
There also was phone information and GPS, things like that, as far as
Okay.
tracking that course.
And what time were you looking for video from the St. Francis Police Department?
4:30-ish in the morning, I believe. This timestamp on the video I found was about 4:38 in the morning of the second.
Would this have been after the vehicle left Warnemont Park?
Yes.
On what date again?
The morning of the second, April 2nd.
April 2nd.
Yes.
Were you given access and did you review the St. Francis Police Department video?
I did.
Describe the video system if you can.
The video system was antiquated. It hasn't been updated in the way that it recorded its snapshots of the video. Like normal video would be real time. You could see the numbers going up with time relative where you're looking. The video would only save a second or second and a half at a time. And the cataloging system that it had in its file system was very not precise. So we had to look through pieces at a time, basically 1 second videos for whatever, an hour, half an hour, 45 minutes, what we're looking at. So it wasn't it was video, but it was just coded differently, I guess, if I'm speaking.
As a result of the condition of the video system, were you able to collect motion video or did you just do something else?
I did something else.
Okay, did you decide to take screenshots?
I did. That was the clearest option for this video system.
I want you to look at 443 on the screen right now, and if you can stand up and let us know where the St. Francis Police Department is on this map in relation to Warnemont Park. Okay. There's a microphone, a handheld one next to you that you can, nope, on the
there it is. Hello.
shelf. Thank you.
Okay, so Warnemont Park down here to the south end of what we're looking at. And to take the video that we were tracking is north from Warnemont Park on the first available roadway here that goes all the way through. It looks like it's 32 marked on this map. And then it would have taken a westward direction here.
What street is that?
This is Howard Avenue, running east and west.
If you turn west on Howard from Lake Drive there, would you eventually hit a highway?
You would hit a highway, which would be 794.
And where is the police department?
Police department is somewhere in this area. There's like 3 government buildings kind of lined up.
Those are for the municipality of St. Francis?
Yes,
Okay. This is still Milwaukee County, right?
it is.
So those municipal buildings that you're referring to, those are between the highway and Lake Drive?
Yes, they are.
Did you, you can have a seat, thank you. Did you obtain a screenshot of what you believe to be Sade Robinson's vehicle?
I did.
Showing you 232? Is this that screenshot?
It is.
Move 232 and ask to publish?
Any objection?
No.
It's received. Go ahead.
All right, this very grainy screenshot here, what are we looking at, Detective?
It is Sade Robinson's vehicle traveling westbound on Howard, approaching 794 at the west sort of side of the structure on a furthest camera angle.
Did you watch a number of cars pass by this camera on Howard Avenue?
I did.
And were you able to distinguish parts of those vehicles from other parts of this vehicle that made you think that this was Sade Robinson's?
Yes.
Size?
Size, particularly the way the headlights were projecting further down road as they're normally supposed to do, so you can see oncoming traffic, things like that, versus what we see here in this picture and other descriptors on the vehicle.
All right, and you to be clear, you were able to watch this in a motion video format?
Yes, a rather short, segmented things, but it was motion with it. Yes.
And what time on April 2nd is this still framed from?
This is 4:38, and I believe 38 seconds on April 2nd.
4:38:38?
Yep.
Nothing else?
Cross?
No.
Thank you. State your next.
Recall Detective Donner.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
Detective Joanne, Joann, Donner, Donner.
All right, Detective Donner, you, at some point you reviewed the bus video footage depicting Mr. Anderson, right?
I did,
How did he get on and pay for the bus?
with cash,
And how did he get the cash?
out of his wallet.
Okay, I'm going to show you 493.
I don't object to that exhibit.
Have the number one more time.
493.
It's admitted.
Is this an image from that bus video?
It is.
Move 493 and ask to publish it.
Already received and go right ahead.
Thank you. And obviously, you were almost instantly aware that when Mr. Anderson was arrested on April 4th, correct?
Yes,
And you learned that his wallet had been recovered from him?
it was.
I'm showing you what's already in evidence is 453. Did you make an effort to discern whether the wallet, Exhibit 453, had similar characteristics to the one that he entered the bus wearing?
I did.
Why don't you tell the jury what you're talking about, and if you need, would you like to open the wallet? Okay. Do you want gloves?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Explore it further, speculating. Okay, Detective, using Exhibit 493 here on the screen, as well as if you could show the jury what you were able to discover.
I first noted this small dark area, and I determined that it was a label that matches this wallet that was retrieved from Maxwell Anderson.
All right. What part in particular?
It's right here in the lower corner. It has the same one right here.
Okay, thank you. You can bag that back up. And while you're doing that, Detective, you've observed all the video footage from Dukes and Twisted Fisherman. Is that a fair statement?
It is.
Mr. Anderson's hair, is it different in those videos than it appears to be in Exhibit 493?
Yes.
How so?
His hair is down in this photo, whereas at Duke's and at Twisted Fisherman, he has it pulled back. Yes.
All right, and you've been in here the bulk of the day as we've discussed videos of the vehicle travel. Are you able to summarize for this jury the route of travel of the vehicle once it leaves Maxwell Anderson's home?
I am.
All right, I'm going to show you 490, 491, and 492, which are maps. These all maps you printed off.
That is correct.
Okay, move 490 through 492 in. It's fine.
Did you say, I said 491 and 492, is it 490?
90, 91, and 92.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
They're received.
And if you can, Detective, I guess the easiest way to do this would be to have you draw on it, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Can the witness come and use the Elmo?
Sure. Do you need a Sharpie?
I
Do you
have
one?
one.
Okay.
I have a black Sharpie and a red Sharpie, whatever might be better visually. Let's go red.
So this is Mr. Anderson's residence right here. We can track her vehicle going east or west on Euclid, north on 43rd. Based on the records, we believe it went then down Forest Home to 35th Street. From there, they went north and presumably got on the freeway, since the next time that we see the vehicle, it's then exiting at McKinley. Sorry, it's just right up here. Oh, I'm sorry. So eastbound on 94, then north on 43, where it exits at 145 onto McKinley.
All right, I'm gonna stop you there. Just to be clear, we don't have video of the vehicle on I-94, right?
That is correct. It's just the most logical route.
Was that video beyond retention period when you figured this out?
That is correct.
Okay. There's an entrance from 35th Street onto Interstate 94. Is there one?
There is.
And you indicated the next time after 35th Street that it's on vehicle video is where?
After it exits at 145,
Point to that, please.
that would be right here.
And is that where the license plate reader camera captures her plate?
That's correct.
All right, why don't you continue from there?
So after it exits 145, continues down downtown, up onto Commerce, which is where it passes Lakefront Brewery, presumably to Humboldt, because again, where it's seen next is up in this area, and that's that North Dousman.
Do you recall what time that Dousman video was?
Sorry, not off the top of my head.
Okay. The timestamp of the plate reader camera, do you remember which that one was?
Yes, approximately 1 a.m.
All right.
From this area, we believe that it then went up to Capitol, went west, where it was captured here.
What street is that?
That is Capitol and 27th Street. It then proceeds further to approximately just past, I believe it was 145 Fond du Lac Avenue.
But we don't have, you didn't find video of that?
Correct.
What are you basing that on?
That's based off of cell phone records in Life 360.
Then where is it on video next?
It comes back going eastbound and captured again on 27th and Capitol.
After that?
From there, again, this is speculation just using cell phone records in Life 360. According to those records, it travels along 43, going southbound through downtown Milwaukee. I'm sorry, I don't have these connected up very well. So from downtown Milwaukee, and here it goes for a while going west, where it then stops and turns back around. We weren't able to determine exactly where the phone turned back around.
Were you able to get freeway video from those locations?
No, the freeway video was past the retention date.
Okay, then when's the next time we get it?
It goes back eastbound and then follows southbound 94, where it exits at College. And that's where we have that video right there. That was at approximately 2:38 a.m.
238?
Yes.
Okay, then what? When do we get it next on camera?
Then it goes eastbound till it gets to this location. That's where that airport tunnel is. And that's approximately 6 minutes later. From there, continues eastbound, making the turn to go north, where we then see the vehicle again on camera at St. Luke's in this area,
That was at what time?
2:51.
And from the way back last week, when we were looking at the videos from Warnemont Park, what time does it enter Warnemont Park?
I believe that was at 2:53, if I recall correctly.
All right.
Oops, I'm sorry, I turned too quick, right up there.
So where you drew that last circle, 251, and then Warnemont, 253.
That's correct. right
Okay.
there.
From there, when is the next time we get the vehicle on camera after departing Warnemont Park? And what time does it depart Warnemont Park?
It's at 4:34, I believe it was. It then takes this route, where it is again spotted on camera on Layton and Armour.
That was the house with all the lawn stuff?
That is correct.
Okay.
Continues north up to Howard, where it then goes west. Here is the St. Francis video, and this is where we lost her phone. It died.
And the TV turned off right then as well, so. All right, it's back on. So based on the phone records, the last place you were able to track the phone to was approximately where?
794 and Howard Avenue.
And then are you aware of where Detective Braunreiter found the vehicle on North 27th Street and Wisconsin or Wells?
I am.
What time was that at?
That was approximately 10 minutes later.
I want to go back to one other map here. I've got 491 on the screen here. When the vehicle is on camera, passing the plate reader here, and then it goes up Commerce Street, and you're aware that Ms. Robinson's residence, her apartment building was on Commerce, right?
Yes.
Through your review of the videos, both from Lakefront Brewery as well as from her apartment, does her car ever stop back at her residence?
It does not.
And from your review of those Life 360 records, does it appear that she makes a stop on, that her phone makes a stop on Commerce Street?
No, it does not.
Nothing else?
Cross.
You would agree, good morning again.
Morning.
You would agree that some of this is based on assumptions that you're drawing, right?
Based on the cell phone records and the Life 360 routing.
But also based on some assumptions that you make, right? Like when you say, for example, we think it took this freeway, that's an assumption, right?
Again, based on the cell phone and Life 360 records.
Because you're trying to piece it together is what you're saying.
The Life 360 uses GPS and it's pretty accurate at dotting the route and it follows along those freeways.
Okay, well then, why didn't we just rely on that data? Why even bother and go pull camera footage?
Just to verify that her vehicle and her cell phone were together.
Got it. And when we say her vehicle, obviously you've sat through and watched all these tapes. We can't see who's driving her vehicle.
Correct.
So the car, when the Civic leaves Max's home, the Civic goes in a direct route to Sade's Commerce Street that she lives on. Fair to say?
Yes.
From point A to point B.
Yes.
Is there was Sade's ID card found in Max's residence?
It was not.
Is there this was a first date, wasn't it?
Yes.
No evidence from anything you looked at that Max had ever been to her apartment.
Correct.
Because there's footage from that apartment and interviews that were done of people who work there, right?
Correct.
There's no evidence at all that Max had ever been there,
Yeah, none.
or even that he knew where she lived.
I don't have any evidence that he knew where she lived.
Okay. Now, the footage that was pulled from buses, we saw video footage. Is it fair I'm sorry, strike that question. Is it fair for me to just call you a lead detective, right? We've
Correct.
sort of established that. When footage was pulled from the bus video of Max going south on 35th Street, right?
Correct.
Was any order put out by you to pull bus footage from earlier that morning heading up towards Lisbon Avenue?
On the same bus route?
Yes.
No.
Was any other Milwaukee County Transit footage obtained other than the one sequence of footage where we have Max going from Lisbon Avenue south on 35th Street? Did any other bus footage get pulled?
Other than the footage that was on Lisbon, no.
And finally, we've mentioned this a little bit earlier today, you were the detective who instructed that a comparative height analysis be conducted in this case, right?
Yes.
For the video footage of the yard.
Correct.
Filming into Max's backyard.
Correct.
And you're aware of that based on your order that be done, or your directive that be done, the State Crime Lab did in fact do that analysis.
No, they did not.
Okay, they didn't do that analysis?
No, they did not.
Should mark this. Where are we at for exhibit? Celeste, can you tell me where we are at for an exhibit?
820. No problem.
I'm just showing you exhibit 820 and just ask if you've seen this before.
Yes, I have.
Okay, and that is, what is that?
It is a report from the crime lab regarding the video that was submitted.
And that's sent to you? Or
Yes.
Danita Ball?
Right, in care of me. It comes to me.
Danita Ball being the head sheriff and you being a detective, obviously. And then, would you agree with me that on exhibit 820, this is a report from the State Crime Lab, correct?
Correct.
In that there's 4 video files and 1 JPEG file. The videos were copied and the analysis was completed.
Yes.
And that the footage is even from a channel 5 with the descriptions of video that we had watched yesterday from 3166 39th Street, right?
Correct.
And the summary of conclusions is that there is a figure going through an open area, but one can't determine what or who this figure is. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that's correct.
That is the conclusion.
Yes, that's what it states.
So when you said that the analysis wasn't done, what you meant was they were not able to make any determinations, right?
No, the height analysis was not done.
Okay, well, what type of analysis was that?
They attempted to clear up the video image a bit more, and they were not able to.
So in other words, the crime lab wasn't able to make the footage any clearer.
Correct.
They concluded that this is the crime lab concluded one can't determine what or who the figure is.
Correct.
Enhancements were made to the video, but it's still, despite those enhancements, no conclusion.
That's correct.
And because of that, they couldn't do a comparative height analysis.
No, they do not do height analysis.
Oh, so you asked them to do something they don't do?
Correct.
Does the FBI, why did you ask them to do something they don't do?
I didn't know that they didn't.
Did you seek FBI assistance for that?
No, I did not. I did not, obviously, you have the report. I did not get that information until late October, and that would not be enough turnaround time.
October 16th.
I actually didn't get that until, like, I think it was after October 21st is the date that it was reviewed and signed.
Yes, October 21st, and now we're out in June, or trial started in May.
Right, but initially, with the initial trial date, there was not enough turnaround time
And then
for
when the
that, and quite frankly, it slipped my mind to even consider sending it to a different lab to try to analyze.
That part slipped your mind.
Yes, that's what I said.
Move exhibit 820.
Any objection?
No.
820 is received.
I spoke for you.
No objection. So if there was a suggestion earlier that you didn't try to get the height analysis done, that would be incorrect, right?
That would be incorrect.
You tried to get that video footage from 3166 clarified, and they just couldn't do it.
Correct.
Okay. So you had indicated, I think, in your cross-examination that you were looking to see, the reason you didn't just rely on Life 360 in the phones is because you were looking to see if the vehicle and the cell phone were traveling together throughout Milwaukee County overnight that night, right?
That's correct.
And what did you find?
I found that it was.
Okay. And you had been asked of whether you had recovered evidence that Mr. Anderson was aware of Ms. Robinson's apartment, right?
Yes.
But you are aware that they were hanging out, talking at Twisted Fisherman and Duke's on Water all night, right?
Yes, they could have easily talked about it.
Nothing else.
Defense?
Sure, could have, would have, should have, but we don't know that they did.
Correct.
Okay, that's all. Because one of the people in those conversations is no longer with us, right?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Well, that's one reason. Another reason is there's no evidence that they talked about it.
Because she said, and I can't ask her.
Okay.
State?
Nothing.
Thank you, Detective Donner. State, do you have a quick witness?
I do, actually.
Awesome.
Brian Morgan.
You want to call that?
Over here.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
You can please be seated. State and spell your name for the record.
It's Detective Brian, B-R-I-A-N, Morgan, M-O-R-G-A-N.
You're a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
I am.
And how long have you worked in that capacity?
With the Sheriff's Office for 23 years and as an investigator for the better part of 14.
Last year, 2024, were you involved in attempting to obtain a DNA sample of a family member of Sade Robinson's?
I was.
And what was the purpose of trying to get that DNA sample?
There was a missing person that was entered into the system about the same time as human remains were found. And there was enough of a match where we thought it's potentially the same person. So we wanted to get familial DNA so we could compare for identification purposes.
Who did you get that DNA swab from?
From the victim's mother, Sheena Scarborough.
Can you spell it for the record?
I cannot.
Okay, I will. It's SHEENA-SCARBROUGH. I'm going to show you Exhibit 494. Is that the DNA swab that you obtained from Sade Robinson's mother?
It is.
Move 494 in.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Received.
Were you also involved in transporting swabs, DNA swabs obtained during autopsy from the various body parts recovered and examined by Dr. Decker to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for DNA analysis?
I was.
Nothing else.
Cross? Thank you.
Thank you.
Another short one by chance?
No, I do not have another short one.
Okay, it's 11:50. It's probably a good time to break for lunch then. Okay, remember your admonitions. Keep it all in mind. Put this case out of your mind till you come back this afternoon. This afternoon, we can kick up at 1:30. Right, Celeste? Or 1:45? 1:30. So we'll do 1:30 this afternoon, okay? So have a lovely lunch. Leave your notebooks on your chair, and we'll see you back at 1:30. Thanks, everybody. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
It is George Reinerth, Rienerth.
How are you employed?
I'm currently a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been with the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Approximately 10 and a half years.
What's your current assignment?
I am a special agent based here in Milwaukee.
What is CAST?
CAST stands for the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. It's a group of approximately 100 special agents and task force officers within the FBI that have received extensive and continued training and experience in analyzing cell phone cellular records, as well as other location records.
And how do you become a member of CAST?
For me, it was approximately three and a half years. It's multiple internal and external courses, teachings from both academia, including the Florida Institute of Technology, as well as instruction from the cell phone providers themselves. So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So for example, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and then US Cellular here in Wisconsin.
Have you done something called cell site analysis in the past?
I do it on a daily basis.
Can you tell the jury what the cell site analysis is?
Yes, cell site analysis are taking records that are generated from your cell phone as it interacts with the network. All those interactions are recorded by the provider and then able to be analyzed. And they include information such as dates, times, numbers, and locations of where that device is. So when locations throughout the US, Wisconsin, wherever it may be, and then it's visually depicting that on a map at a time or around a period of time.
Have you used in the past historical records to locate fugitives or missing persons?
I have.
And
Just a minute, we're going to address this noise so it doesn't distract people.
this one is off, so.
I think it's a hearing device out in the gallery is where I think it's coming from. There's an amplifier in the gallery. Yeah? Okay, please continue. Sorry for that.
All right. Have you given trainings in historical cell site analysis before?
I have, and I am an adjunct faculty member in this field within the FBI.
And have you been qualified and testified as an expert in this field before, the field of cell site analysis?
I have.
How many times?
Just over 50 times across approximately 7 states and 22 different state and federal courts.
All right, related to the historical cell site analysis, can you just discuss with the jury or explain to the jury how a cell phone works and communicates with the cellular network?
Yes, your cell phone is basically a modern day two-way radio. So as you, for example, want to call your sister in California, and we're here in Milwaukee, you dial those numbers on your phone connects with a cellular tower, and that cellular tower facilitates that call. That information is all recorded. So it would be the number for your sister, it would be the date, time that occurred, and then the cell tower and the side of the cell tower that actually facilitated that interaction so you could talk to your sister.
And what records are maintained and then subsequently can be provided to you related to that activity?
So just sticking with that specific activity, it would be the date, the time, the number you dialed, the unique identifier for that cell tower. Every cell tower across the providers each has their own unique number, and then the side of that tower that was used.
And are you able to tell who is exactly using the phone based on those records when a voice or a text message is done, voice call or text message?
I cannot.
Okay. Are you able to provide an exact location based on your analysis with just the data that's provided to you?
I cannot.
Why do phone companies keep those records that you've explained that you're analyzing?
For the main purpose of billing as well as managing and optimizing their network.
I want to talk about timing advance and data records. Are there records kept by the phone companies that may show an approximate phone's location without necessarily a voice call or a text message happening?
There are.
What are those records called?
So they can be called timing advance, or there's also data session records or data records from the cell phone companies.
The data records, are you able to, from the records alone, able to see what is actually being done on the device, such as what website is being viewed or social media app loaded? Are you able to tell that from those records?
I cannot, and just to explain a little bit, so when I talked about calling your sister, as your phone would just be sitting on your desk or sitting at home or work, wherever you may be, there's all the apps and everything else that's going on in your phone in the background, just talking to the network, that's captured on the data side of the records. So it's not necessarily user-generated activity, but things that could be going on in the background. But even with that, I still can't say from the records what's actually being done, what apps are visited or anything like that.
So does a user actually have to be doing something on the phone and able to generate a data record?
They do not.
My phone could, like you said, just be sitting on the desk and data records could be generating without even me touching the phone?
Yes.
Okay. With those data records, do you still get time and tower information?
You do. So you're still going to get a date, time, and that unique tower identifier inside of the tower that was used for that.
So in other words, you're able to get that information even if a phone is not being used?
Correct.
Okay. I want to move on to timing advanced records. Can you tell the jury what those records are and the information that it contains?
Yeah, so timing advance, the main reason time advance exists is to synchronize and align your phone with the network. As you can imagine, there's a lot of people that have cell phones out there, and everyone's trying to talk to the tower at the same time. Everyone needs to have their individual time slot when they communicate, and that's what timing advance does. It adds one additional piece that the cell phone, for example, when you called your sister, that's not in there, and that provides the distance from the tower your phone is located at that time. So again, not necessarily any user interaction as your phone's just sitting here, but you're getting the date, the time, the tower, the side of the tower, and then the distance that phone is at that time.
How is the distance measurement obtained by the phone companies?
So it's similar to a radar gun. So it's a signal that's sent out from the tower and back. And based off the time that signal takes, a distance is able to be calculated.
Does every cell phone provider call it timing advanced, or are there variances?
There's different names. For example, Verizon calls it RTT, but they're still providing that tower, that time, that sector, and that distance.
So same information in regards to distance of the device from the tower.
That's correct.
But again, not able to say exactly where the phone is.
So it will refine the location because, well, just a voice record is going to give me that tower and sector. And with that, I can just identify you're in this area, in this general geographic area. However, when we have the distance, it can refine that. For example, let's say we're in an area where towers are spaced really far apart, and I get a distance measurement of a quarter mile from that tower. That drastically refined that area of where that device is because it's that approximate quarter mile from the tower versus a lot larger area.
And just to clarify, when we're talking about this, these records, the person who has the phone may not even be using it at all.
Correct. The phone just needs to be powered on and communicating with the network.
Okay. What is the purpose of why timing advance is used in the cellular network?
The main reason is to manage the phone's communication with the tower. So again, that timing and synchronizing that phone with the network.
So is the network trying to make sure everything is operating correctly?
It needs to be operating correctly and at the right time. Because if everybody tried to communicate with that tower at the same time and all these messages and these requests for service hit, for example, you have a collision, and then people aren't going to have the standard of service that they expect.
And I guess you're kind of getting into it there. Why are the phone companies keeping this information, or how do they use it?
So the timing bands they're using a lot for managing, evaluating, and troubleshooting the network. So the engineers may use that to actually dive into an area. Let's say, for example, a customer calls and says, I keep dropping calls. The engineers could go and look at that tower and get more details about what's occurring on that tower to troubleshoot, manage, and improve that area for potential service.
How does the distance from the tower measurement help you when you're forming your opinions?
As I mentioned a little bit before, it's really for the purpose of refining my conclusion as to where that device is. So when we're asked to analyze these records, we're providing the visual depictions of that data to identify where it is, and that distance allows me to refine that conclusion as to where that phone is at that specific time.
So would it be fair to say that you could potentially identify a lot smaller geographic area that the phone could be in based on these records?
That is correct.
Let's go back to looking for, say, a missing person. If you were looking for a missing person or needed to locate someone imminently, would these be the types of records you would want to use?
They would.
And why?
Because it goes to giving me that most specific location of where that phone is. And a lot of times, if a phone might be in an area for a period of time, you don't just have one distance, you get multiple distances that start intersecting. And those intersecting distances, again, further refine that conclusion to potentially take it down to, let's say a half block or even smaller, depending on what you have.
Have you used records like these before this case for that purpose?
I have.
Okay. And were these the kind of records that you primarily used for this case?
Yes, both the timing advance as well as the data records.
So you're talking about cell phone records. We were talking about cell phone records here, where you provided other location information records?
I was giving location data from a Life 360 account.
So summarize what all information were you provided before you did your analysis?
I was provided records for a Verizon cellular phone, an AT&T cellular phone, and then a Life 360 account.
I have Exhibit 285 on the screen next to you, and I'm going to show you the hard copy of it. You can page through it if you need to. And just let me know when you're done.
I'm done.
Do you know what 285 is?
That's the number on the front of the slide.
Do you know what is Exhibit 285?
Oh, I'm sorry. It is my report that I created for this case.
Okay. I moved 285 in and asked to publish. I'm going to put it on the TV screen in a digital form.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
The information that you just discussed that you used for this case, it's on the front screen there, correct? This is just the title page?
It is.
And specifically, you were looking at which phone numbers and from what networks?
So the first is a Verizon cell phone, 414-510-4769. An AT&T cell phone, 262-416-4874. And then the Life 360 account associated with 414-510-4769.
And that was Sade's Life 360, Sade Robinson's Life 360?
That was the name of the return.
Okay. Oh, that was it from the records. It was Sade.
It was from the records.
All right. And you did this report, this final version on November 19th, 24?
Correct, and the right is just an internal case number for this case.
All right. So we've talked about the types of records that you've used. I want to talk about what conclusions that you can draw from these records. Are you able to see if the phone's location information is consistent with being at those areas around the times that you're asked to look at?
Yes, I can.
And can you use the records to get a sense, in a sense, create a timeline to show where a phone went at certain periods of time?
Again.
Or over a period of time, I guess I should say?
Yes, over a period of time, you can identify if the phone was in a similar area for that time or if there was movement and where that movement was.
And were you able to use this information to determine whether multiple different devices were consistent with being in the same location as one another at certain times?
I was.
Were you able to identify whether the phone records were consistent with the phone being in a single area for an extended period of time?
Yes.
Or moving from one area to the next?
That too.
And while you can't give an exact location of the phone, which you've already testified to, are you able to get information that shows the location consistent with where that phone might be?
Yes, in addition to these phone numbers, I'm given locations as well in dates and times. So I can identify if records are consistent with being in the area of one of those locations that I'm asked to look at.
Again, you can't say who is using the individual devices at these specific times based on the records alone, right?
I cannot.
Okay. I should have probably asked this before, but is it safe to assume that in order for you to even get these records, the individual phone has to be on and functioning at the time?
Yes, the phone needs to be powered on and communicating with the network to generate these records.
Are you able to then determine from these records whether there are times when the phone is not connected to the network?
Yes, based on the data sets that I had here, you can identify when a phone is no longer on the cellular network.
How can that be done using these data?
Both data sets, we talked about timing advance or the RTT for Verizon. So on the AT&T records, the main way is by looking at the data sessions. Again, as I mentioned, data sessions are always occurring. Your phone is communicating with the network. In those records, if you see the data session stop and there are no data sessions open for an extended period of time, that is consistent with the phone no longer on the network. Similarly then to the Verizon phone, on the RTT or the timing advance where you get the distance measurements, when those records stop and are no longer providing distances, that is then consistent with that phone also no longer being on the network. So analyzing the records, going line by line through the thousands of lines of data that are within there and seeing when there is activity and when there's not.
Could the phone going off the network be caused, for example, by the phone's battery dying?
That could cause it to go off the network and then it would no longer communicate and generate records.
Because the phone turns off?
Because the phone is powered off, there's no power.
But you are not able from these records to tell the reason why a particular phone goes off the network?
I cannot.
Let's say I drove around Milwaukee all over the place and didn't touch my phone throughout doing so. Would there be, and my phone was on, would there be records from the phone company that you could use to identify the approximate movements of my phone?
Objection, speculation.
I think he's laid that foundation already. You can answer it if you're able.
Yes, there would be records for that.
All right, so we've talked about the call detail records, right? And the data and RTT. Is there any other records? Anything else you need to start your analysis?
And the timing advance, which is similar to RTT. It would just be the dates, times, and locations that I'm requested to analyze.
All right, let's go through the PowerPoint here. First of all, when you completed this PowerPoint, did you have somebody peer review your work?
Yes, all of our reports are peer reviewed by another CAT certified agent. They take the same raw records, they use a different mapping software and verify that everything is accurately depicted on the maps that I created.
I'm gonna go to page 2, and for the record, the pages are down here in the lower left-hand corner. So what are we going through? Let's go through this slide by slide.
Yeah, so it's a lot of words. It's the most words that will be on any slide, but it just summarizes a lot that we already talked about. The first is the numbers that I was given and the information and how I was asked to analyze these records. The second just talks about the methodology. So for the phone records, it's taking those cellular records and mapping that up against a tower list. We didn't mention the tower list, but that's a list of where every tower in the entire US is located. So then mapping that and visually depicting that. The last line on paragraph 2 talks about the Life 360 accounts. Those are mainly latitude and longitude coordinates of locations, and they came with varying accuracy readings between approximately 4.7 and 61.1 meters. So that was the information that was overlaid with the cellular records. 2.1 is those cell site locations that I just referenced, so mapping those up against the phone records. And then 3 is just talking about visually depicting that, or 2 and then 3 are talking about visually depicting that on a map and illustrating that.
Next slide, what do we got?
These are just sample cell towers that you'll see out there in the real world. These aren't ones used for this case, but just to illustrate what they may look like. On the right is a pole that, for example, could be out in a rural area, big metal structure with antennas, and you see the antennas mounted on there. Not everything looks like that. Here in downtown Milwaukee, you may see antennas on top of buildings, inside steeples, any crevice that may be out there, or they could, for example, be hidden in a flagpole or any other structure.
Slide 4.
When I talked about not only the tower, but the side of the tower, the side is referred to as a sector. So every tower generally has 3 sectors or sides. Not every sector or tower is, not every tower is oriented this way, but every sector generally covers 120 degrees. So for example, if this tower was used and use this tower, sector 1, you'd be using a sector that provided coverage north of that tower. So using that direction that the primary signal is being sent out from that tower helps me identify and draw my conclusions as to where that phone is. As I show this here in terms of 3 sectors, not every tower has 3 sectors. There are antennas that may be called omnidirectional, which means they have one sector that provides 360 degrees of coverage.
Okay. Slide 5, this is about the RTT and timing advance that we discussed?
Yes, this is just illustrating what that's going to look like on the map. So in addition to the tower and the side of the tower, the sector, that distance. So that black dotted line that you see right there, that would be the distance for that record. You then see that arc that is drawn to illustrate that record and that measurement of where the phone was at that time.
Okay, so and then obviously when we're looking at the maps, you're not going to have the image of a tower like you have here, but this sort of pie piece here will come to a point when we're looking at the maps at the location of the actual cell tower itself, correct?
Correct.
This shaded area that I'm circling with my mouse here is not meant in any way to suggest that the phone is within that shaded area, right?
No, that shaded area is just kind of closing out that, referred to as a wedge, just so you can see it on the map and understand kind of where those sector arms are.
The RTT timing advanced information, the distance from the phone from the tower is demonstrated by the arc, is what you're saying.
That is correct.
Let's go to slide 6.
This is just an example of the slide illustrations that you will see. All the records are going to have information about that interaction, which is on the top. So for example, on the left, there'll be information regarding the unique cell number. So in this case, it's 509.061 and 306.753. That one was an omnidirectional tower, which is why you see that 360. And then there's going to be the times of those interactions that are depicted on the map. They will be color coded. So the AT&T phone is going to be blue and the Verizon phone will be red. And on the right, for any Life 360 records, it's going to be noted by a box with a green time. So that's taking the time from the Excel sheet with the coordinates and then displaying that. What that looks like beneath, starting on the left, that's similar to that RTT example you saw on the prior slide, just what it's going to look like. So as Council had just mentioned about how you're not going to see the tower, that's an image you will see. And on the right, for a data record, for example, you're just going to see that tower and sector because there is no distance inherently in that data record.
Okay. Slide 7.
This is an overview of the Verizon network throughout the kind of greater Milwaukee area that's shown here. And on the right are all the locations that I was provided when I was asked to do the analysis. So it included the Pizza Shuttle, which is the purple P, located at 1827 North Farwell Avenue in Milwaukee.
Where I'm circling?
That is correct.
Okay.
The Twisted Fisherman with the yellow and the T, 1200 West Canal Street, also in Milwaukee. Maxwell Anderson's residence with the red R at 3161 South 39th Street in Milwaukee. Dukes on Water with the blue D at 158 East Juneau Avenue in Milwaukee. And then a location of the leg, I was given exact latitude, longitude coordinates, which are pinpointed down there with the orange box.
All of the locations you just discussed are in Milwaukee County, Wisconsin?
They are.
All right. You can continue.
And then just the red dots are just all the different Verizon antennas throughout this area.
A lot more Verizon antennas in the downtown area than, say, over where I'm circling now, right?
Yes, generally speaking, you're going to have a higher concentration of antennas in the downtown urban environment. And as you get outside from that urban environment into more rural areas, as you kind of see here going down towards St. Francis, or even larger, if you were to drive west towards Waukesha, they're going to be less dense and more spaced out.
Next slide is slide 8.
The exact same location information, but this time for the AT&T network. And those blue dots are the AT&T antennas in this area.
And no additional pin drops, same locations that we're focused on, right?
Same locations.
All right, let's get into what you mapped out. And again, just to start, at the very top here, we've got Sade's phone is going to be depicted by the red markations on the maps, right?
Yes, by the red arcs or circles, basically,
Okay.
RTT measurements.
Maxwell Anderson's phone is blue.
That is correct.
And it's serviced by AT&T, right?
Correct.
And then the green dots up here, you have it labeled for Sade's Life 360, right?
That is correct.
Okay, let's go through this, and why don't you take it from, I guess, top to bottom.
Yeah, so top to bottom, we just went over that very top line, but all the substantive slides are going to look like this. The phones or the Life 360 account will be noted on top, and then the date, so April 1st, 2024, and the time of 4:55 p.m. through 5:15 p.m., that's the summary of what's displayed beneath. And then based off of looking at those records, we're able to identify what's happening during that time. So in this case, just starting with Sade's phone, the Verizon phone, It starts up in the area of the Pizza Shuttle at approximately 4:55 p.m., also with a Life 360 record, and has records consistent with travel down towards the area of the Twisted Fisherman, with records moving over here to the right, beginning around approximately 5:05 p.m.
All right, so the green dots here that are kind of in a line, and then they head west, and then it looks like they head south on 6th Street here. Those are the Life 360 points, and what was the, do you recall the accuracy of those again?
They vary between approximately 4.7 and 61.1 meters.
Would you be able to use the microphone, and I'm gonna, the stand-up one, sorry.
Sim.
Yes, and it's a little harder to see, but tell us what the Verizon.
Here's a handheld mic right there.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you.
may have to turn it on. If you could point out the direction of travel for those Life 360 as well as the Verizon records. And just to be clear, before you do that, these black arrows, do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Those are not representative necessarily of the location of the phone, right?
Correct. Both the black arrows as well as the circles with numbers are merely to illustrate the sequence and general direction of travel. It's not meant to give you an exact route that the device traveled, just to help orient through the slides and see the sequence and directions. So starting up here in 1, going to 2, 3, 4, the green dots continue west, then south to 5, and then west to 6.
And that would look like the phone was in the area of Twisted Fisherman by what time?
The first record in that area depicted here is approximately 5:05 p.m.
And then what is it? It goes to 5:12 p.m. there as well?
Yes, so from approximately 5:05 through 5:12, consistent with being in the area of the Twisted Fisherman.
And if there had been video of Miss Robinson arriving at Twisted Fisherman shortly after 5 p.m., would these records be consistent? Excuse me, I should rephrase that. If Miss Robinson had gone from Pizza Shuttle to Twisted Fisherman in that time frame, would these records be consistent with that movement of her car?
Yes.
Okay. How about Maxwell Anderson's phone?
We start down here with the blue 1. The first time there is approximately 4:57 p.m. And then going in sequence 1, 2, 1 and 2 are both intersecting. So as before I talked about, you may get intersecting arcs, and you see them intersecting right in the area of the residence here towards the top. So 4:57, and then 3, 4, 5, and 6, arriving in the area of the Twisted Fisherman with the first record here at approximately 5:14 p.m.
And then how about this little box in the corner here?
This is just a zoomed in version of what we have right here, where both the phones and the Life 360 converge in a sense in the center of the slide. So zoomed in, you see the arcs from the timing advance and the RTT, as well as the Life 360 pin or locations that were provided. So 5:05, 52, 5:05, 37, and 5:05, 22, all 3 devices consistent with being in the area of the Twisted Fisherman around that time.
And all 3 consistent with traveling from other locations to the Twisted Fisherman between 4:55 and 5:15.
That is correct.
Let's go to slide 10. Take us through this one.
Still the same 3 accounts at the top, moving forward in time, still on April 1st, 2024, but between approximately 5:15 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. You'll see multiple distances off that tower. You'll see multiple arcs for both the Verizon phone over here, and then there's a Life 360 record at the 6:29 p.m., showing that all 3 of these devices have records consistent with remaining in that area during that time.
If there were video of Sade and Mr. Anderson inside the Twisted Fisherman during the 5:15 to 6:30 p.m. hour, would these records be consistent with those videos?
They would.
Slide 11.
Again, same 3 identifiers, now moving forward in time, where we left off before in the area of the Twisted Fisherman, going in sequence, the first blue record here at approximately 6:30, 6:30:01. Then we have a Life 360 record right there as well. Then the Verizon record, 1, 2, 2, 3, and then 3, 4. Again, starting in the area of Twisted Fisherman, consistent with leaving there and heading towards the area of Dukes on Water.
And if there was video of Sade Robinson's car parking on Water Street across the street from Dukes at about 6:33 p.m., would these records be consistent with that?
They would be.
Now, between 6:30 and 9:05, it looks like both phones arrive in the area of Dukes on Water around what time?
The first record depicted for the Verizon phones around 6:36, the AT&T phone around 6:39, and the Verizon phone has records through approximately 9:04, and the AT&T through 8:56 p.m.
And those last times you talked about, they're remaining in the area of Dukes on Water?
Yeah, they're consistent with remaining in that area
Okay.
at that time.
Let's talk about what happens after 9:05 p.m.
Still same identifiers, still April 1st, 2024, moving forward in time from 9:06 through 9:23 p.m., starting where we left off in the area of Dukes on Water. Both cell phones and the Life 360 have records consistent with traveling away from Dukes on Water to the area consistent with Maxwell Anderson's residence during that time.
Are you able to even tell an approximate route they took?
Based off the Life 360, you'd be consistent with taking the freeway south and then going west towards the residence and then north.
Okay. So if there were video of Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson leaving the Twisted Dukes on Water around 9:06 p.m. and driving away towards this freeway, would these records be consistent with those videos?
They would be.
And if there was video of Sade Robinson's car arriving in the area of Maxwell Anderson's residence at 9:21 p.m., would these records be consistent with her phone moving to that same area?
It'd be consistent with arriving in that area around that time.
Okay. After 9:23 p.m., I'm going to move to slide 13. What do we see?
This is still the same three accounts. April 1st, we now go into the second because we'll be past midnight, looking from approximately 9:22 p.m. through 12:47 a.m. The various RTT or time advance measurements for both phones, as you can see here, another illustration of them intersecting in a similar area. Again, refining my conclusion that they're consistent with being in the immediate area of that residence throughout that time listed here. So we have records ranging from beginning about 9:22 for both phones and through approximately 12:46 a.m. for both phones on the cellular side.
After 12:47 a.m., what do we see happening?
Starting with down here, we'll start with is there a certain phone you want me to start with?
Let's start with Mr. Anderson's phone.
So we have cell site down here being used. We had a data record handoff at approximately 12:46:14, and then the last data session runs from approximately 1:30:56 through 1:35:58. So at some point between approximately 1:30 and 1:35, that cell site is used by Mr. Anderson's phone, and then after 1:35:58, it is no longer on the cellular network, and that is why you do not see anything else mapped for the remainder of this time.
Going off the cellular network there, would that be consistent with, say, had the phone died from battery loss?
If it had no battery, then it couldn't communicate with the cellular network, and these records would be consistent with that.
And just to be very clear, are these data records at the one between 1:46 and 1:30:56? And then I think you said the tower use is between 1:30:56 and 1:35:58. Are those at all, from your viewing of the records, are you able to see whether that's phone use?
It's, again, they're data records, and as I mentioned earlier, I cannot say what's happening during those data records, just that there is a data session open, and that phone is communicating with the network during that time.
And again, data sessions can be non-human interaction with the phone.
Correct. I'll refer to it sometimes as passive usage, so not necessarily user activity, just sitting there.
Could you give some examples of that?
So as I mentioned before, your phone may be sitting on your desk. You get an app notification, maybe you have a ring home alarm, or you get a news alert, or your Gmail box is populating, or a Facebook, Instagram notification. All that's happening in the background, and you need an open data session for that to occur. So while that's going there, if I looked at anybody's records from here, I couldn't say whether it's Instagram, Facebook, or any of those other things I mentioned, just that your phone's on, communicating with the network, and it's utilizing that cell site around that time.
So if the phone had been left behind but on, would these records be inconsistent with that?
No, they'd be on past what time?
I guess prior to 1:30:56.
Yeah, so as I mentioned here, I can only say that this cell site is used sometime between that 1:30:56 and 1:35:58. After that, there's no more records of that phone on the network, so it is not communicating with the network in one way or another.
And nobody had to be with that phone for it to communicate with the network at that time?
I can't infer any user activity during that time.
All right, let's move to Sade's phone.
This one we do have movement on, and again, numbers giving you the sequence in addition to the Life 360. Starting in the area of Maxwell Anderson's residence around 12:47, 12:48 a.m., consistent with traveling north, east, and then kind of northeast, ending up here where number 12 is, with records between approximately 1:33 a.m. and 1:59 a.m.
Are you able to tell from the Life 360 an approximate route on what street?
Based off of here, I believe I see 35th Street. There's a record there, continuing north and then going east.
So if there were video of Sade Robinson's car driving northbound on 35th Street in the 12:50 a.m. hour, would these records be consistent with the movement of the phone? Or excuse me, would these records be consistent with that video?
They would.
We have, I want you to look at number 6 here. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, what time would that be about?
Approximately 12:58:48 a.m. for number 6.
If there was an image of Sade's vehicle exiting the freeway at that location around that same time, would these records be consistent with that video?
They would be.
It appears over here, if we move forward 7, 8, and 9, that they're traveling in what direction?
In a northeast then northerly direction.
And number 12, as you're going up into the River West area, what's going on up there?
I'm sorry, I'm going to move to strike the last answer. I heard him say they. I don't know what they means. He asked about a phone.
Do you want to re-ask the question
Sure.
to clarify the answer?
I can do that.
Thank you.
What direction does the phone move after that 12:58?
The phone records are showing movement northeast and then north during that time.
Towards River West?
Yes.
Okay, and then what goes on between about 1:07 and 1:59?
There are records both kind of in this lower area And then we have records up here, number 12, between that 1:33 and 1:59 a.m.
And you have this arrow right here it's very small, but it's there, right?
Yes, it's just to illustrate the arrow that showed east and then north from this area up towards number 12.
At what approximate times is the phone appearing to be in the area that I'm circling here, marked off by numbers 11 and 12?
So 11, the time for number 11 is approximately 1:14 to 1:16, but based off the phone's movements, it goes up towards that area and then has records consistent with moving back south and then north in that time, where the final area is up towards number 12 between approximately 1:33 and 1:59 a.m.
So if there was a video from an address on Dousman right up here by number 12 showing Miss Robinson's car, would these records be consistent with that video?
They'd be consistent with that area, yes.
Slide 15.
Still moving forward in time, we're now on April 2nd between approximately 2 a.m. and 2:29 a.m. The AT&T phone is not shown here because it is still not on the cellular network. Starting where we left off in the previous slide, records consistent with moving north towards Capitol, west on Capitol, back east in that direction, and then south through here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So the phone appears to depart the River West area going westbound on Capitol?
It's consistent with that. One of these Life 360s is a 2:06 a.m. We then, approximately 2:06, we have a 2:11, and then 2:17, so out and then back.
And when you were looking at all of these, prior to mapping it all out and everything, were you in communication with Detective Jake Pushnik about the Capitol Drive area?
I was. After reviewing these records, I directed him to look up there around those times for video.
If there were a video of Miss Robinson's vehicle going westbound on Capitol Drive at 2:06 a.m., would these records be consistent with that video?
They would be.
And if there were a video of her car going eastbound on Capitol Drive at 2:16, would these records be consistent with that video?
They would be.
And then after coming back eastbound, are you able to tell from the Life 360 whether the car or the phone appeared to travel consistent with the interstate?
Yes, both the Life 360 as well as the Verizon records. So based off of the latitude, longitude of where it is, you see it on the freeway, but also just looking at the timestamps, approximately 2:22 and then 2:27 down here. So you get from here to here in 5 minutes would be consistent with the freeway.
Okay, based on the speeds, right?
Correct.
So by 2:28 a.m. on April 2nd, we're looking way down here south of downtown Milwaukee in the area consistent with the freeway.
That is correct.
Going to move on to slide 16. What happens after that time?
Continuing where we left off, the first record here at approximately 2:28, the second, third, fourth out here at approximately 2:33.
Actually, I want to pause you. I want to go back. I forgot to ask one thing. When we were talking about going down Capitol, about how far west did it appear that the phone went?
It would be, this arc here was the closest one depicted here, so that'd be consistent with getting towards Fond du Lac.
Okay, Fond du Lac Avenue and Capitol Drive?
That's correct, around that general area.
And then before moving back east?
Correct.
All right, sorry about that. Let's go back to ahead, I should say, to slide 16.
So back where we were, here at approximately 2:28, 2, 3, 4 at approximately 2:33, back to 5. 5 was at approximately 2:35, and then 6, 7, so consistent with travel west, east, south, and then east as we continue 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then 12, consistent with the area of the location of the lake.
Okay, so there's a Life 360 point over here at 2:32 a.m., right?
Correct.
Does this appear to be as far west as the phone records show that it went?
Yeah, that area would be consistent with where that point is in that northeast thoroughfare.
And then it appears the phone, the records are consistent with the phone moving back east after that?
Correct.
And then what time would those records be consistent with the vehicle exiting at, say, College Avenue?
Sometime around that 2:38, so we have this 2:38 record. Don't have all the arcs illustrated or else you would not be able to see clearly what is going on. And then we're here at number 8 at approximately 2:42.
So I'll just stop it right there. And so if there was a video of the vehicle exiting the interstate at College Avenue at 2:38 a.m., would that be consistent with what the records show?
It would be.
If there was a video and then the phone moving eastbound on College Avenue, and if there was a video showing the car over here at St. Luke's South Shore at 2:51 a.m., would that be consistent with what the records show?
It'd be consistent around that time, yes.
And then how about after that?
We then have these multiple arcs and distances off tower number 12, as well as a Life 360 point. So these records consistent with being in the area of the lake location between approximately 2:52 a.m. and 4:33 a.m., and then a Life 360 record at approximately 3:24 a.m.
Are you able to tell from the Life 360 records whether that the phone is stationary in that position?
One of the tabs that Life 360 have is they have what they call a dwell, which Life 360 says in their glossary is when a phone is at a location for a period of time. So this is the start of or a time that includes a dwell period in that area.
So the these three arcs we're seeing here, they're all seemingly intersecting with the orange pin drop that you put in there, correct?
They're in that area, so that first one is intersecting there. The other two are just a little bit past it, but consistent with that general area.
So if the phone were at the location of the orange pin drop from about 2:53 a.m. to 4:34 a.m., would these records be consistent with that?
They would be.
After 4:34, we're going to move on to slide 17. What happens after 4:34 a.m.?
We have records consistent with movement away from the last known location in the area of the lake location. So 1, and you see these arcs getting closer and closer to that travel, which is consistent with movement. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that 7 at approximately 4:36 a.m. is the last RTT record for the Verizon phone.
Would these, if there were video of Sade's car heading northbound away from Warnemont Park on Lake Drive, where my mouse is here, after 4:35 a.m., would these records be consistent with that movement?
They would be.
And then over here on Howard Avenue at 4:38 a.m., would these records be consistent with that movement?
Around that general time, yes.
All right. And then after 4:36 a.m., what happens?
There are no more records for that phone, so it's consistent with that phone no longer being on the network.
No more Life 360 records?
No.
No more Verizon records?
No.
If the phone had died, would that be consistent with what you're seeing from the records?
It'd be consistent with that.
And Mr. Anderson's phone during this time period is where or what?
There are no records of that phone on the cellular network at this time.
Slide 18.
This now is only looking at Mr. Anderson's phone for April 2nd between approximately 1:30 a.m. and 9:31 a.m. So that 1:30 a.m. range was around the last data session prior to it, consistent with going off the network. And then the first record of it coming back on the network is around 9:59 a.m. when a data session opens and is shown on the records. And then we have a timing advance measurement at approximately 9:36 a.m. consistent with the area of the residence.
So this 1:30, this box over here, 1:30:56, basically it's off the network from 1:35:58 a.m. to 9:36 a.m., correct?
So sometime in that 1:30:56 to 1:55:58, it goes off the network, and then the first record is 9:19:59.
And again, the record that tells you that requires absolutely no human interaction with the phone, right?
Correct, it's the data record. So again, that passive activity that I can't tell you whether it's user interaction or not, just the phone could be powered on.
And then by 9:19 over here a.m., a data session comes back on?
Yes, that's the first record illustrated there using that tower, the 9:30 a.m. for the record there, and then the 9:30:36. Again, you see them intersecting consistent with the area of Maxwell Anderson's residence.
Would all of these records be consistent with if Maxwell Anderson's phone was at home during the 1:30 a.m. to 9:31 a.m. time frame on April 2nd?
So I can just tell you where the phone is at these times. So in that 1:30, 1:35, and then again, that 9:19 when it comes on the network.
Okay, nowhere in between because there are no records whatsoever.
Correct, I cannot tell you where that phone is with no records.
I want to go back one slide and ask you one more question about this one. And all of these slides we're seeing with Sade's phone moving around, are any of these points that you've mapped out here, do they require user interaction with the phone?
They do not. These records are generally just the phone being powered on. And again, it could be sitting there with no user interaction and you would get all this data.
Similar to the example I gave before about driving around the city with the phone in my pocket.
That's correct.
All right. All right, and then slide 19 here, that's the last slide. I just have a few more questions. Agent Reiner, are you aware of the last text message, the time of the last text message from Sade Robinson's phone?
Upon reviewing the records, yes.
What is it?
That was an outgoing text at approximately 5:18 p.m. on April 1st, 2024.
And who was it to?
That was to Mr. Anderson's phone.
Are you aware of the time of the last connected call from Sade Robinson's phone?
Yes, the last incoming call with duration, yes.
And what time was that?
That was at approximately 4:26 p.m. for 131 seconds.
So in the times that we've talked about throughout this entire slideshow, there were no other calls from Ms. Robinson's phone?
Past that, 5:18 text, no.
I have nothing else.
going to take a break right now for the afternoon, so you can stretch your legs a little bit, get some water, and then we'll come back shortly. Okay, thanks, everybody. So we had concern that the jury was looking a little sleepy at points, and that there was one juror that shut his eyes for a period, but then popped right back up. And the idea was that maybe taking a break and letting them stretch their legs a little bit might be a great idea, which I fully agree with. And State indicated that they think they have approximately 10 more witnesses left, approximately. Anything you'd like to add to that sidebar, State?
Just that I noticed it too, but then when I looked back, the juror was back and paying attention. And I did actually mention it while I was questioning Agent Reiner.
I do think that the jury has been really attentive. This jury's been really good. They've been taking a lot of notes. They've been paying attention. There is one juror I do notice that does look down a lot, but I think they've been really attentive, to be honest.
I agree.
Defense, any record you'd like to make? Okay, then we'll just take an afternoon break.
Thanks.
Do you think there's going to be more videos you're showing for the remainder of the day? Or maybe I can even open up one of these things so it's not so dark and dim in here. Or do you have more videos?
I have one, but it's not one that's going to require
Dimming the lights or anything?
careful. It's not going to require dimming of the lights, but we will have photographs. I don't know if that would.
We'll try it. And
Okay.
if it is a glare, we'll shut them again. Okay, then we'll take our afternoon break, everybody. Exhausted by it. If anybody feels exhausted and wants to stand up, you can stand up and stand to the right, to your left of the jury box, and you can do that without asking permission. So if you feel like, boy, I just got to stand up and stretch my legs, or if you're in the back row, feel free to stand up if you want to stretch your legs at any point. Okay, because I know that we just keep going. All right, let's proceed at this time. Cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just a few topics. So first of all, with respect to the final topic you were asked about, phone calls or text messages, obviously there's other ways that one can use data on one's phone.
Such as?
Instagram.
Yes.
There's other ways to communicate is a better way to say it besides just text or phone calls, right?
Correct.
Especially with the younger generation, 19, 20-year-olds, right?
Yes, social media, anything.
Many may not even use text messages all that often.
Possibly, yes.
And to be clear, with all this data we're looking at, when we're talking about data points, I want to emphasize that can be a person using the phone, or it can also be the phone operating in the background, right?
In terms of the data that we talked about?
Yes.
Well, so from the phone records, from what I can testify to, I can talk about usage in terms of voice or text. But then whether it's the data records or the RTT or timing advance, I can't tell you whether that's somebody using it or just sitting idle.
And you said that for Ms. Robinson's phone, the last phone call was at what time?
The phone call was at approximately 4:26 p.m. that had duration.
And then a text message at what time? 5 something?
The text message was an outgoing text at 5:18, and those were user ones. So looking at somebody actually originating a text or answering a phone call.
Okay. But what about Instagram messages after 5:18 p.m.?
I have no information about any of that.
Or Facebook messages or Snapchat messages?
I have no information about any of that.
Why do you not have any information on that?
Because I'm just looking at the phone records from the cellular providers, and they would not capture that activity.
So one would need the actual phone and a different type of expert to answer those questions?
Potentially, if that was there, but that would be somebody other than me.
Okay. Now, with the data you selected, were you the one who chose this data to look at, or was it provided to you? The date ranges specifically.
Oh, the date ranges were provided to me.
So this material, when you compiled your PowerPoint presentation, this material came from someone else, right?
The records came from the cellular providers, and then the dates and locations came from investigators.
Okay, so investigators say, we want you to look at April 1st and April 2nd, and then you plot all the data, right?
Yes, and they give me locations, and they ask what did the phones do or where were they at during that time.
And I have up on the screen page 16 from your PowerPoint presentation. You can see the number in the bottom corner, right?
Yes, sir.
You said something before on direct examination about Life 360 providing, I think you used the expression dwell periods. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
What is a dwell period?
So per their glossary, they referenced the dwell when a phone was in a period, I don't recall the exact time range, but when it was in a location for a period of time.
Stationary.
All I can say is dwell is because that's what they call it, so I can only say dwell.
Okay, but when we were looking at slide 16 specifically is when you mentioned the dwell period from Life 360. Why did you mention that at this point?
So it was a question about remaining, I believe, in an area, and that was according to the Life 360 information. That's what they informed as a dwell period.
Okay, so any of these numbers we see here can be incorporate dwell periods.
No, there were 4 areas and locations related to dwell over the time frame of my analysis.
And which 4 would those be?
Those would be the area of Twisted Fisherman, Dukes on Water, Maxwell Anderson's residence, and as well as the lake location.
Now, with respect to that lake location, you're talking about the one down by Grant Park, Warnemont Park, down in that area?
Yes, that orange dot with those coordinates I was given.
And early in your presentation, you were showing us the cell towers that exist because obviously the cell providers have put towers in popular areas, right?
They build their network to meet their business needs and satisfy their customers.
So like slide 7, for example, numerous cell towers throughout downtown Milwaukee, and then lesser and more rural, less populated areas, right?
Yes, they kind of vary. There's a cluster there in the middle, kind of around the residence, and less dense in some of those other areas, yes.
And then Warnemont Beach, that orange circle, right?
Yes, that box there, yes.
Now, could you go back? I want to ask somewhat of a hypothetical. You have Max Anderson's phone number, obviously, right?
According to these records and the information I was given, yes.
Yeah, you have his number?
Yes.
Okay. And you can contact the cell provider and get records, right?
Yes.
And those records can then show you, and you can go back months and months and months.
Depending on the provider, they have different retention periods, and it could cover months, yes.
Spoke a little fast there. Different providers have different retention periods.
Yes, and they would go back. All of them would be able to, let's say, have it from 3-4 months ago at least, and
Okay.
longer.
So if we wanted to see, for example, does Max Anderson go to Warnemont Beach area as a regular habit or a regular basis? Does his phone go there regularly? You could go back historically for months and look at that, right?
If I had the records, you could go back and look for that, yes.
You could plot out really sort of one's daily routine in a way, couldn't you?
With the right data sets, yes.
Yeah, if you go back 3 months and plot it all out, you might start to see patterns that develop.
Correct.
And that's something you've done in your work with the FBI. I think you were speaking about it right out of the gate, that sometimes you want to do a profile and go back and develop someone's pattern.
Yeah, I would refer to it as a pattern of life, yes.
It's a better expression, pattern of life.
Yes.
Phone goes from this home in Madison to Milwaukee. It seems like every day from 8 to 9 a.m. they're going this distance, might draw an inference that they commute to work, for example, right?
Correct.
So did you ever go back and look at whether Max Anderson's phone has any pattern of life going to Warnemont Beach?
I did not.
Well, we know obviously, I mean, what this data tells us today is that obviously for April 1st, April 2nd, Max Anderson's phone and Sade Robinson's phone were in similar places, Twisted Fisherman and Dukes, for example, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, nobody disputes that.
I'm not sure what's being disputed, but I agree with your past statement.
And then Warnemont Beach, there's no evidence of Max Anderson's phone going to Warnemont Beach April 2nd, right?
In these timeframes that I analyzed, there's not.
There is a data entry of 130 to 135. What slide should I have been looking at for that, if you remember?
That slide would be, that's going to be slide 14.
Okay, I'll just put it over here. Okay, so just to recap this point, on slide 14, from 130 to 135, there's a data session with Mr. Anderson's phone, right? That's what you testified to?
That is correct.
Could be that the phone is, it certainly means the phone is on, right?
Correct.
Which is important. That means someone didn't shut it off. It's on.
It's on at some point during that time, yes.
And then the phone had some activity during that time, right?
Correct. There was data transfer between the phone and the network.
Could be by a user using it.
It could be.
Right, it could be. Or it could not be.
Correct. I can't tell you either way.
But in any event, you know for sure that phone is down in that area where we have the number 1, right? The blue number 1.
Yes, at that point between 130 and 135, as you mentioned, yes, sir.
Slide 14, blue number 1, phone down there, right?
Yes.
Which is consistent. If one has their phone on them, it's consistent with a person being in that area.
It's consistent with a phone being in that area.
Were you given information about Max Anderson's home address, for example, to look at that as part of your analysis?
Yes, it's denoted by the red R on the map.
And this blue one that you have down here at the bottom is in that area, right?
Yes, between that 130, 135 as you referenced.
One minute, please. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
State?
Just very briefly, the record, when law enforcement wants phone records for you to analyze in this fashion, you have to get a court order to do so, right?
A search warrant.
You didn't do it yourself here, the sheriff's office did it, but that's how the records that you received were compiled, right?
Yes, they were obtained via legal process, a search warrant, and then provided to me.
And when counsel asked you on this slide whether this was what I'm circling here, the data, it says data handoff, when he said that's indicative of some activity, you are not testifying that that is user activity. Is that a fair statement?
I can't tell you what kind of activity, just that it's communication between the phone and the network.
That'd be a question for somebody else?
Yeah, somebody else that would have other data sets or information,
Perhaps information from the mobile phone itself?
potentially.
Nothing else?
Defense? No. Thank you.
Okay.
State your next witness.
Recalling Ethan Stout.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
Deputy Ethan Stout, ETHANSTOUDT.
Deputy Stout, at some point in April of 2024, while you were investigating this incident, the disappearance of Sade Robinson, did you learn that Maxwell Anderson had worked at Victor's?
I did.
Where's Victor's?
Victor's is located at 1230 North Van Buren Street in the city of Milwaukee.
Did you attempt to get video footage from Victor's?
I did.
Did you go to that bar?
I did.
Club or whatever it is? Okay. Were you able to get video from the video system itself there?
I was not.
Did you get video from there?
Yes.
How'd you do that?
The manager of the bar at the time had short clips on his cell phone that were, I guess, recordings of the recording, if that makes sense. He used his phone to take a video of the computer screen that was displaying the video.
And how many clips did you recover?
There were 2 clips.
I've got Exhibit 280 on the screen right now. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
That is the entranceway or front entrance, I guess, for Victor's Bar nightclub.
This is one of the clips you retrieved?
It was.
Move 280 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
All right. On these 2 clips, what are we going to see in some?
In one of the clips, we will see Miss Robinson enter the bar and then go off screen. And then in another clip, we will see Mr. Anderson and Miss Robinson appear to exit the bar and go off screen.
On one of these clips, are you able to see the date briefly?
Yes.
Do you know what date and time approximately that clip is from?
Yes, March 29th of 2024, and I believe it's around 11:37 p.m.
So that would have been the Friday night before Miss Robinson went missing?
Yes.
I'm going to play the first of the 2 clips. The first one's 15 seconds long. I got the wrong clip up. I'm sorry. I'm starting with the clip that ends in the number 1785. All right, I have it paused at 3 seconds. This clip is 34 seconds. Camera person zoomed out. Are you able to see the date and time? If you have to get up, you can do that.
Sure, I'll get up quick.
Okay. And then come back to the microphone, please.
Yes, I'm able to see the date.
What was it?
That is, excuse me, 03/29/2024 at 11:37 and some seconds p.m.
All right. Playing this clip. What do you see?
In the back right of the frame, I see Miss Robinson entering the bar.
She says hello to a bouncer or somebody?
It would appear to be a bouncer, yes.
And then the second clip, which has the numbers 1708. What do you see here?
Coming out of the frame is Miss Robinson and Mr. Anderson. They exchange pleasantries with people at the door and then exit out the door to the parking lot or street.
Does it appear they're walking together?
Yes.
There's no timestamp on that second clip, but based on her clothing, Miss Robinson's clothing, does it appear to be that it would have been that same night when she was leaving Victor's?
It appears so, yes.
Nothing else?
Cross.
It was just Mr. Anderson walking her out the door on the second clip, right?
It appears so, yes.
And they appears friendly with each other, right?
Yes.
And did you do any other searches at Victor's when you were there?
I did not.
Okay. One question I had about Victor's is whether you asked the owner whether there's any storage areas for employees to keep their belongings. Did you ever look into that?
I did not.
Okay, that's all.
Dave?
Nothing else?
Thank you, Deputy. State your next witness.
Sharon Polakowski.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Sharon Polakowski, SharonPolakowski.
Good afternoon. How are you employed?
I'm employed as a forensic scientist in the DNA analysis unit of the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Milwaukee.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
I've been at the crime laboratory since October of 1993. I've been doing DNA analysis since maybe 1997.
Can you just discuss the background training and education that you have, and then, since you've been there since 93, the continued education and training in the field of DNA analysis that has gotten you to where you are today?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in recombinant genetics with a minor in chemistry that I received in 1992. Since I was working at the laboratory, I received training there in what is known as serology, which is body fluid identification, and characterizing stains with methods other than DNA. I've also received training in 2 different types of DNA analysis at the laboratory and have continuing education every year.
How many trained DNA analysts are there at the crime lab?
Around 20 or so.
And are you dispersed in multiple labs throughout the state, or just in the Milwaukee lab?
Oh, well, there's a laboratory also in Madison that has another set of analysts.
What is DNA?
DNA has been called sort of a biological blueprint, and that's really what it is. It contains all of the instructions that make a plant, an animal, and each of us who we are. It's found in all of your cells, except for red blood cells. You get half of your DNA from each of your biological parents. It's the same throughout your body and throughout your lifetime.
Do any 2 people have the exact identical DNA?
Identical siblings, for our purposes of testing, will have the same DNA, so we can't tell them apart. We would expect that unrelated people would have different DNA profiles.
Other than identity? Okay, I think you just answered my next question. So other than identical siblings, unrelated people would have different profiles?
And that's what I would expect, yes.
And how is it that you can go about identifying someone's DNA profile?
We use a method of testing known as short tandem repeat DNA testing.
And what is that?
Short tandem repeats are different areas of DNA that have pieces of DNA that repeat different numbers of times in different individuals. Since you get half of your DNA from each of your biological parents, you can think of it like beads on a string, 1 string from each parent. At one location, one of your parents may have given you 5 beads and your other parent gave you 7. So at that location, your type would be a 5, 7. Other people may have the same type at that location, but as we look at the different locations, there's differences between individuals. And we currently look at 23 different locations.
How is it that you can go about identifying a specific person's DNA? Are you given something?
We are given standards from individuals to compare to samples from evidentiary samples.
So you would be provided a known standard from a known person, and then you can use that to compare to other items of evidence?
Yes.
And how is it typically that you receive the standards, the known standards?
Standards are typically a buccal swab from inside the mouth, or they might be a dried blood standard, typically that comes from someone who's no longer living.
How is it that your lab receives the items that you're going to compare the standards to?
They are submitted to us by various law enforcement agencies.
And sometimes you're getting swabs from pieces of evidence, right?
Yes.
And sometimes you're getting the items themselves?
Sometimes, yes.
And is there some kind of a screening process done when you receive either swabs or a physical piece of evidence?
Yes.
Can you describe what that process is like?
It depends on what the items are and what we're looking for on the items. So a typical screening process is to look at a particular item for either a body fluid or other areas where DNA may be present. If it's a swab from an item, we may cut part of the swab or maybe the entire thing, depending on if there's a body fluid present or not. If it's an item, we might be looking for body fluid stains or areas where DNA may be deposited.
And how is it that a person can leave their DNA on something?
It can be left in a variety of ways.
And what kind of, are there different items from the body that it can be left on? Or from, I should say?
Yes, it can be left via body fluid stains like saliva or blood or semen. It can also be left through someone wearing an item or touching it or handling it.
Is that commonly referred to like touch DNA?
Yes.
And what does touch DNA come from? What does it come from?
Typically, we would expect it to come from shed skin cells from some part of your body or skin.
That's why you gave the example of an article of clothing, right?
Right.
All right. Can DNA be fragile in a sense? In other words, can it be removed from items once it's on an item?
Yes, it can be.
And what are some things that could affect whether or not it is left on an item or not?
Well, one of the things that can affect it is how much is there to start with, how long it's been on an item, if it's subject to some sort of environmental conditions such as sunlight or rain, if it is rubbed off or cleaned off, or if, if it just is there for a long period of time, DNA does start to break down.
How about fire?
Yes, that would, heat will destroy DNA.
And how about passage of time, just general passage of time?
Yes.
How so?
Just in general, it starts to break down, and it depends, the rate of breakdown depends on what was there to start, why it's breaking down, if it's just time or if there's temperature involved or something like that.
If you, actually, before I go there, how about if water, if something is washed with water?
If it's washed with water, it can wash DNA away, yes.
And just because you touch an item, do you always leave DNA?
I'm not sure if you would or not, but it may not be in an amount that we would be able to detect.
All right, so when you receive items of evidence to analyze, and you're able to see that there is DNA on that item, does that necessarily mean that you're going to be able to identify whose DNA that is?
No, not necessarily.
You may not have the appropriate comparison standard, right?
That's correct.
And another reason might be just because there's not enough DNA left.
There might not be enough, or in terms of identifying it, we don't always identify a particular person. We do comparisons and decide if it's consistent or if they could be included in a mixture or not. So it might not be as definitive as what you're asking.
So in other words, you use a comparison method when there's mixtures, right?
Yes.
And you even though the DNA is there, you may or may not be able to say if someone's profile is consistent with being in that mixture.
That's correct.
What are some of the things that could affect your ability to do that?
How complex the mixture is, in other words, how many people's DNA is there, if it's a low-level mixture or partial because it's low-level. If the person is a very low-level contributor, would be a lot of uncertainty, and we may not be able to make any kind of conclusion.
Okay. Did you prepare numerous reports related to this case?
I did.
And I guess that goes without saying you received a good number of items related to this case for DNA analysis, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibits 436, 439, 440, and 441.
Numbers one more time.
Sure. 436, 439, 440, 441. And just take a moment and parse through those and then tell me when you're done.
All right.
Are all of those copies of reports you prepared for this case?
Yes, they are.
I'd move 436, 439, 440, and 441 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
They received.
And you know that because your signature's on them, right? Or a copy of your signature?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to start with exhibit 436 in front of you, and I guess I would also have 439 in front of you. At the outset, when you were first involved with this case, it was early April of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And you received items related to the recovery of at the time, unidentified human leg that had been found at Warnemont Park, right?
Yes, it was actually 2024.
I'm sorry, 2024. Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah.
Were you then provided with known standards or items that you were going to try to identify known standards so that you could compare to the swab from the leg found at Warnemont Park?
Yes,
Was one of those items a toothbrush
it was.
from Sade Robinson's apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also received a buccal swab standard from Sade's mother, Sheena Scarborough, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury regarding the toothbrush and the buccal swab standard from Sheena Scarborough, were you able to, what did you do with those items?
I swabbed the different areas of the toothbrush to get a DNA profile from it. I obtained that and then compared that to the standard from Sheena Scarborough to see if, in fact, they shared DNA at each of the locations.
What did you find?
That they did, and that the person on the toothbrush could be a biological child of Sheena Scarborough.
All right. And then did you, so going forward, did you use that toothbrush DNA profile as sort of the known standard for Sade Robinson?
Yes, based on that, I said I would use that as her standard.
And did you compare the known standard for Sade Robinson to the sample from the leg from Warnemont Park?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you did that analysis and what conclusion you came through on that?
So basically, a profile was developed from the leg and compared to the toothbrush I was using as a standard from Sade Robinson.
What was your finding?
That the two profiles were consistent, and that the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated person with that profile from the population is not more frequent than 1 in 1 quadrillion.
So does that strongly suggest the leg is Sade's leg?
Yes.
Okay. And then you got known standards from a number of other body parts. So it's not known standards. You got swabs from a number of other body parts that were recovered after that first date you became involved in April, right?
Yes, some were swabs and some were bloodstain cards.
And which of those did you analyze to see if it was Sade?
I looked at a bloodstain sample from a foot/flesh, swabs from flesh, swabs from muscle of left foot and flesh, and bone marrow swabs, as well as swabs from calf and flesh and from proximal bone surface.
Did you come to the same conclusion about all of those?
I did.
And what was that conclusion?
That they are consistent with the standard from Sade Robinson, and that the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated person with the same profile is not more frequent than 1 in 1 quadrillion.
Later on, you received a standard from an arm that had been recovered in Waukegan, Illinois, and similarly compared to Sade Robinson's, correct?
Yes.
And what conclusion did you come to that swab?
I came to the same result, that it was consistent with her. I'm not sure.
I think it's 439.
Thank you.
You put that in a different DNA report, right?
Yes, that was later. And the statistic is the same.
Okay. Part of the reason that shows up in a different report is because it was recovered so far later in time, right?
Yes, I had already issued the other report.
Okay. I think that does it for 436 and 439. Did I miss anything in those?
I don't believe so.
Okay. You received swabs that were obtained from parts of a vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Did you compare those? And you also received a swab, a known standard from Maxwell Anderson.
Yes, I did.
Did you compare the swabs from the vehicle to the swabs from Sade Robinson, or the standards of Sade Robinson and Maxwell Anderson?
I only had results from one swab from the vehicle, from the exterior driver door handle, but I did compare it to both of them.
But you got a number of swabs, correct?
Yes, we received 5 swabs, and I tested 3 of them.
Why was that?
Those were the 3 that was originally asked to test, from the exterior driver door handle, the exterior driver rear door handle, and the exterior trunk latch.
And of those 3 swabs that you were asked to analyze, were they all even suitable for further DNA analysis?
No, only the swabs from the exterior driver door handle were.
Can you tell the jury why some aren't suitable and what you used to make that determination?
Sure. They did not have enough DNA to go through our process. Once the DNA was extracted, and I saw how much there was. So the only one that continued was the driver door handle swabs.
The driver door handle, you identified what?
It was a partial single source female profile that was consistent with the profile from Sade Robinson.
I want to move on to Exhibit 440. You received a number of items, swabs from Maxwell Anderson's home, correct?
Yes.
And on any of those swabs, were you able to find support for inclusion of Sade Robinson?
Of those items that were submitted, there was only one, the plaid jacket from the living room, that could be associated with Sade Robinson.
Showing you Exhibit 467. I'm not going to open it because I don't want to destroy this bag. I think you can kind of... All right, you can see this bag. Is there a crime lab sticker on the bag?
There is.
I'm going to turn a little bit out to the jury where it is.
The yellow barcode label has our case number, R24-952, and our item designation of F.
And that's how you know the item is the actual thing you examined?
I actually did not examine this item, as someone else did the screening on it.
Screening, why don't you discuss that?
So a different analyst looked at this item and took swabbings from 3 different areas to attempt to develop DNA profiles from those.
And you analyzed those swabs?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get into that, there were other swabs from like sheets, a duvet cover, pillowcase, walls, that sort of thing, right, from the house?
Yes.
Those are what you were not able to find inclusion for Sade Robinson, correct?
Right. Of the ones that were examined and gave us results that were able to be compared, none of those have any inclusionary, she can't be included on any of them.
Okay. Let's talk about the plaid jacket that's in front of you there. I think there's an exhibit sticker. Can you tell us what the exhibit number is? I think it's right there.
467.
And that would be crime lab item what?
Be our item F.
F, and that's what's on that yellow sticker?
Yes.
How many swabs from the plaid jacket did you do DNA analysis and comparison on?
There were 3 separate areas that were swabbed: the exterior right sleeve, the interior of the front pockets, and the exterior left sleeve.
Start with the exterior from the right sleeve. What did you do? How did you do the analysis? And then what did you find?
Well, I did the analysis the way we would do any other DNA analysis, through the same steps to get the data. I found that it is a 4-person mixture with at least 1 male, and I assumed the presence of Maxwell Anderson on that since it came from his home.
And so then you do a comparison?
Yes, then a comparison, an interpretation and comparison then to the standard from Sade Robinson.
And when you compared that 4-person mixture to the known standard for Sade Robinson, did you find any support for inclusion of her DNA?
I did.
Tell us what you found.
So this statistic is what is known as a likelihood ratio, and that compares 2 different explanations for a given profile. One in which a particular person is included as a contributor, and one in which they are not. So for this item, the 2 different explanations are this DNA profile is from a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson, Sade Robinson, and 2 unknown individuals, or it comes from a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson and 3 unknown individuals. In this case, it is at least 177,000 times more likely to see this profile if it is a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson, Sade Robinson, and 2 unknown people than from Maxwell Anderson and 3 unknown.
And is that how you were able to conclude that there's very strong support for inclusion of Sade Robinson in that 4-person mixture?
It is actually strong support.
Okay, strong support for inclusion. Thank you.
Yes.
And again, your hypothesis that you're using there, the 4 people, it's because you were able to identify a 4-person mixture.
Yes, and looking at the data, it appears to be a 4-person mixture.
Let's go to the next swab from the interior front pockets of the jacket. What did you find there?
That is a 3-person mixture, and similarly to the other one, the 2 different explanations for this profile would be that is a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson and an unknown person, or from Maxwell Anderson and 2 unknown individuals.
What did you find?